Black Shoe! Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty!
Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, folks, to the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Singapore Fall Qualifiers number 2. We're going to day 2 of the second qualifiers, and as always, I'm Gaming This, and with me is Omo as we take a look at this set of games. And it's a nice, cold, chilled weather when getting comfy as we get ready for these matches, so get comfy for yourselves too. Let's take a look at the upper brackets first to see which teams will be playing it out. We have a couple of sets for today. Upper bracket will be between GE Sports and Team Happy, and Peppa Pig versus Aphrodite Gaming. And these two teams, or rather these 4 teams, will be playing in a best of 3, and the lower brackets will be playing in best of 1. We kickstart things off with Victory versus OK and Reform versus Allison. And as always, this broadcast is brought to you guys by 100 Plus, the official beverage sponsor, and Secretlab, the official chair sponsor for this broadcast. And you know, you're talking a little bit about how you you've tried the original before.
Yes.
But you still like the Zero.
Yes, it's great. It tastes just as sweet, and it has the same old refreshing taste, and it's just as good. You know, we were talking about the weather just now, right? Like the last few days has been so hot. It's nice to have 100 Plus to, you know, cool down. Today it's so cooling and nice. It's nice to have 100 Plus to, you know, go along with it.
So up your hydration game as you know, you still need to be able to keep refreshed.
Yeah, stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated.
Stay fresh.
Very important. As well as Secretlab, you know, having the new edition. I don't know, have you managed to see the new
No, I
Pike
haven't.
Misfortune? Ah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I need to Google that after this. Okay, after the break,
Yeah.
I will make sure to Google that, and we can come back and talk about it later.
Because when they released the first line, right, that was
Pike and
interesting.
Misfortune.
I didn't. They had Pike, Misfortune,
Wow.
and Viego. And when I
Viego.
first saw the Viego one, I thought it was gonna be like glow in the dark because you know Rule Nation they have
Yeah.
like the logo,
foggy thing.
Yeah, the foggy thing.
Yeah.
It looks like it was glow in the dark. But yeah, I think it might have some effect. Like it's
Okay.
a little bit luminescent, but I don't
Okay.
think it's specifically glow. But it's still
Well,
pretty
that's
cool.
when you go and get those little glow in the dark stars we used to have as kids, and then paste it on, and that's how you get the whole effect going.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's get ready for our first match. Victory versus OK. And we've seen a little bit from Team OK before. You know, they played in most of the qualifiers that we had. I think maybe actually all the qualifiers that we had, but they've always fell short just out of playoffs. I think last qualifiers for fall season qualifier 1. They were literally right at the cusp. One more BO1 and they would have made playoffs. And so
That's
now they are
unfortunate. Yeah.
here to play it again for the same situation.
Yep.
Have to see if they can continue on their streak to maybe get into playoffs this time.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but winning this won't give you a playoff seat just yet, right? You
Not
have to
yet.
win one more best of 1 after this.
That's right. At the end of the day,
okay.
they'll have to play one more BO1 after they win this.
Okay, so to break down the format a little bit for our viewers at home, we have 1 BO1s now in the lower bracket. If you lose this, you're out. If you
Yeah.
win this, you're up against the loser of the next match from the upper bracket.
That's right.
Yes, and then the winner of that will qualify for playoffs. It's
Yes.
all a bit convoluted when we talk about it like this, but we'll show you guys the bracket later on, and you guys can take a look and you kind of have an idea of how it's all going to go down. But for now, we're just going to focus on each individual game at a time, and we're going to start off with Victory against Team OK, and then Reformed against Artisan.
You know, Victory versus OK, Daryl has kind of talked about how they have a different playstyle depending on who they're playing as a jungler and as their mid laner. You know, because they do sub it out a little bit. We've seen the introduction of Shock Dark as their kind of pseudo jungler. Sometimes, you know, coming in to replace, coming in to previously replace Lustrous, and then Lustrous has even come into the mid lane, you know, to replace Candybird in some situations. So this is interesting to me.
Yeah, a lot of
That we've-
versatility, swapping people in and out.
that we've seen these changes come through. And they can play very well as a team, but they play slower. And this is, I think, kind of dependent on how you read the meta. So I think right now we see it as slightly more accelerated. It needs to be a bit faster. And they play a little bit slower, and I think that can be punishable by certain teams. But we'll have to see whether Victory can get that done, because Victory, as much as, you know, they, as a team, they try to draft for more cohesive comps, they like to play aggressively, they like to play quickly. That's where they kind of excel in the most.
Definitely, and we saw yesterday a little bit as well, like you mentioned, the meta has been shifting towards a slightly faster paced one. We saw Blue Moon's team, a team that you touted as a good slow paced team, would like to scale.
Yeah.
And we saw how that style kind of faltered when you play against a team that hits them hard, hits them fast, as well as playing slow doesn't necessarily just mean you grab all the scaling picks available. You need to draft around it to make sure that you have a cohesive composition and make sure you get to the late game. And when you get to the late game, you have to be, you know, stronger than your opponent. So there's a lot of ifs and buts when you draft scaling comps and when you want to approach scaling the meta. And overall, I do think that taking a more aggressive early mid game currently is definitely going to be a little bit stronger for most teams if you can play around that pretty well.
And I have to think back again, because I was looking at the team names and it suddenly hit me, right? Victory and Team OK also played each other in the previous qualifiers in the exact same position in the low brackets before they went up against their next opponent. So this is the exact same spot they were in before Victory. They are, you know, they want to get this away.
Yeah,
they
it's a
want to take
rematch.
this away.
It's a grudge match because the last time Team OK took the dub there. So this time around, Victory, they're gonna try to avenge their previous loss, and we'll see if that works out for them. Of course, Team OK, they're once again gonna keep trying to progress in the lower bracket and see how far they can get, maybe making it to playoffs this time around.
Yeah, hopefully you can make it to playoffs, because you know there's a lot on the line and a lot to be gained if you make it to playoffs. In playoffs, they're playing for that big prize pool. You know, the lion's share of the $22,000 prize pool, it's going to be $12,000 in first place. If for any team that can get there, you know, it's a very nice lump sum of money that can help tide you over while you get ready for the next competition, and that's kind of what they're looking for. And because it also should help you seed into the next tournaments that will be happening on the regional level first, and then we're looking at a global tournament at the end of the year.
I mean, the money's nice for sure.
Yeah.
The prestige is nice from winning.
Yeah.
But if you win the whole thing, you get 5 Secretlab chairs in your choice of style, you know, and the top 3 teams, 3 months of 100 plus. That will also help you tide over until the next competition. That's always nice to have.
You cover the water bills. You
Keeping
don't need that anymore.
hydrated. Yeah, keeping you hydrated.
You don't.
For 3 months, that's a lot of 100 plus.
Yeah, absolutely.
I could probably go running every day with 3 months of 100 plus.
Oh, I hope you do.
Because that's the barrier I have right now, right? It's
Right.
not that I'm unmotivated, it's that I'm not hydrated enough.
Yeah. So there's a lot on the line for these teams, and the stakes are quite nice and being elevated and boosted up gives them more reason to compete. And I think for the top 16 teams, we saw Team Blue Modes come in to hopefully snag away the 2 million that you get for being the 16 teams. So hopefully we get to see these teams be able to come away with something. Even if they don't win, at least take away some experience and some learning points for the next one, because we've seen a lot of growth from a number of these teams, especially in Qualifier 1, where we saw Reneda's come back after readjusting and reforging a little bit, looking stronger than before. We should be jumping into our picks and bans soon. Once again, this is our first BO1 in the lower brackets, and Victory and Team OK in the same spot they were before want to take this win away. I think this is also a team. I think Victory is also an all-female team, so this is looking like a
bit of a showdown here.
Yeah, as Daryl has so nicely put, this looks like FSL of extra steps.
Quite a few extra steps actually, since they've played a lot of matches to get to this point. But yeah, so if the last time around Team OK has taken the dub here, Victory, like we mentioned, are going to look to avenge themselves, going to go for the win this time around. And to repeat your point just now that you brought up, I think that's a very good point as well. We see a lot of teams actually make a lot of improvements, a lot of growth in this tournament so far across different qualifiers. You can see them learn and improve. And I think that's so key to a young scene like WoW Rift, being able to have a player base who tries hard, plays well, and tries to improve. And I think we're seeing exactly that here. And we'll see if Victory can actually make an improvement from their last run and try to take down Team OK.
Because when we saw last playoffs, right, and we got to hear the interviews and some of the comments made by these players, they were talking about, hey, how did we come to form? How did we get to know each other? They met each other through different Telegram groups, through different forums, stuff like that. Yeah, and they came to play together. Or if they saw each other on solo queue and they came to add each other and say, hey, which region are you from? Do you want to play together, compete together? And I think that's so cool to see that we are not just looking at a rehash of previous PC players coming back. We're also seeing new faces that have been able to take control and take the reins of the region. As alright, picks and bans will come through. First ban for Victory will be the Akali, and first ban for Team OK gets rid of the Camille.
Just to detract from the draft a little bit, you're old when you hear Telegram groups instead of Facebook groups or talking in client itself. It's just a whole new world for me that I'm not used to, but it's okay. Bit of a boomer, but that's fine. Akali banned away, Camille banned away, and it's gonna be
Gonna make a guess.
A little bit of a delay. I have no idea what's gonna be. I'm just waiting to see. Gragas. Yes, that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, Gragas has been something that Team OK have prioritized a lot. I think that right. Their jungle pool is pretty straightforward. You see stuff like the Jarvan happen, playmakers, kind of things to set up with the rest of the team, and they've also been not shy to make stuff work with the Ziggs, for example. This time around, switching things up, bringing in Happy Feet. So getting rid of the Gragas, is a pretty nice denial, so they don't get that additional tankiness.
Yep, for sure. Lucian banned away as well. We talked about this a lot. The first pick potential of Lucian, but it comes with a lot of caveats, a lot of asterisks around the Lucian pick. You have to make sure that Lucian is a lane bully. You have to make sure he's in a dominant position to snowball his power from the early game. If not, you're better off picking another carry.
We've seen what happens when he doesn't, right?
Yeah,
he just kind of sits back.
We saw Lucian get solo killed by Kai'Sa, so we've seen some things yesterday.
A little problematic when you're just sitting back and letting, entirely zoned out by the jungler, I believe, in that previous game. I can't recall if it was the Gragas or if it was the Jarvan specifically, but the Lucian was entirely zoned out, was kind of just... But even with the full culling, couldn't even find half the damage, half the HP there on the Gragas.
You mentioned that Team OK like to go for slower comps, like to go for the scaling. Ban away Ziggs. That's typically the linchpin to these comps because you need wave clear. You need the ability to nuke these waves and keep scaling. And Ziggs is definitely the best champion in the current meta to do that, I would think, by a long shot. So getting rid of that is a very good idea.
Wasn't Twisted Fate also something that we saw really rise in
yeah, and lost like every game. but it was very prioritized, and I think the impact of the champion in the early game was definitely very... It was definitely very impactful. It's just that they failed to translate it to the mid to later stages of the game.
And as a result, we've seen Orianna come online as a kind of counter as well as a simpler response to Twisted Fate because you don't have to rely so much on the follow-up from your team. You can get a lot of stuff done on your own.
Yeah, so control mages will typically always work as a counter pick to TF because you can just wave clear, keep them pushed on the tower, as well as scale alongside him. But that's a new one. I've not seen that champion yet, and that's a first pick to Dr. Mundo for the side of Victory.
Interesting choice. Dr. Mundo, you know, we've had our criticisms of it before. It's been likened to being a big cannon minion. You're running around soaking up damage. You need some space to get ahead. The issue with Mundo is that without any crowd control, he's very liable to getting dove and being set behind early, which does not favor him as
Like, that's what I don't get. Why is it a first pick? Does Team OK also prioritize Mundo? That would be the only reason I see for you to first pick Mundo. Because if not, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Because Team OK now will respond by getting the Corki and Xin Zhao to
You're a fan of the
very
Xin
strong.
Zhao.
Huge fan of Xin Zhao. I love seeing it come about. I love the kind of impact that it has as a duelist, as being someone able to soak up damage and be able to output more. Very nice to bring it on board. So pairing that with the Corki as well. Corki has been a nice pickup, especially for people like 700, you know. Big fans of that, and we're able to make use of it, pairing it with the rest of the team. But it is interesting to see how much OK had prioritized this to go for it in their first rotation.
Yeah, so while Corki is always a good pick on red side because you're able to flex it all the way into your last pick before you decide if you want to put it in your carry position, if you want to put it in your mid position, or maybe get a counter pick somewhere there. So that's the potential for Team OK to hold the Corki pick for very long in the draft. So that's always useful to have. The Xin Zhao, I mean, always good in general. If you look at it in general, without any context, he's a solid pick by himself. He can do a lot of things decently. But there are answers to Xin, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing here. Xin doesn't want to jump into a Darius. Xin can't really get on top of Ezreal and stick on top of Ezreal unless he outplays him. So there's a lot of ifs and buts around here that are kind of muddling the Xin pick a little bit for me, and I think it's a pretty good response from Victory to what they see so far. Ezreal, I don't believe we saw yesterday as well, right?
Yeah, hardly any Ezreal. I can't really recall a game that we did see it. I also want to bring attention back because Darius is now being shown, gives some indication to where the Mundo might be going.
Might be a Darius jungle, very low chance.
Might be a Mundo jungle.
It's probably a Mundo jungle,
right?
But there's a small chance that they flex Darius into the jungle if they want this matchup. I don't know how good it is, but that's something I've seen before.
Right, but because we've mentioned that Mundo doesn't have any crowd control and it's very liable to getting ganked, this is actually pretty okay for him because now he's going, if he's in the jungle, can continue to farm up. You know, you can cede some control of the jungle in order to build up a lead for yourself. Just focus on farming, grabbing your levels quickly. But Team OK will respond by grabbing the Brock Kai'Sa, two picks that have been heavily prioritized so far in the fall season.
Braum is definitely a very valuable champion in and of itself in terms of what he provides in his kit. It's always going to be useful. Braum, Kai'Sa, Xin just signals to me that maybe they're going to go for some level 1 shenanigans here. That's definitely a possibility. I expect to see the Seraphine go down to the support. There we go. Ori into Corki is always a decent matchup, and you're going to play Seraphine Ezreal to try to poke out the Braum lane and get free scaling on your Seraphine.
Nice scaling for Victory, right? Being able to lead into a strong composition in the mid to late game, you know, it's going to be something nice for them. Team OK round off the composition with the Renekton, a powerful Baron laner looking to deal with, regardless if it's the Mundo or the Darius, be able to deal with them and bring in an additional layer of threat to not only be able to team fight but also split push.
I feel like now that looking at the drafts like this, Team OK probably took the Braum to try to deny it away from Victory, because I feel like if it kind of went over to Victory and then you see the Braum instead of the Seraphine right there, it seems a little difficult to deal with. So that will make a bit of sense. Dropping the Renekton down to last pick to try to answer is it going to be Darius or Mundo? That's the question we have right now, right? I do believe it should be Darius top, and it's always going to be a playable matchup for both sides. It comes down to skill matchup as well as how your junglers intervene in these lanes.
Very curious how this will play out for the Baron lane, because Lot and Shasha have been a big kind of centerpiece for their team. The way that their team plays around their Baron lane is going to be very important here, being able to generate some form of a lead. And because we've also seen Claria now in the jungle, this is a bit of an adaptation that we haven't quite seen from them before, will mean a bit of a change for this team and how they play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked about the potential for Baron lane now to just be this giant raid boss coming into team fights. We haven't seen the champions like Irelia yet, and I'm still very disappointed that there's been no Irelia thus far that we have casted. But Renekton and Darius, that definitely serves the same purpose. They're going to be two big raid bosses running into each other, and we'll see how this one plays out.
Bringing in some new players.
Yep. Swapping out the mid and support, I believe.
Yeah, Happy Feet and Olaga, new guys to the scene for us, and for Team OK, this looks like a bit of a power-up, perhaps, depending on how they play out this new composition, new synergy. Because previously, when they had Candyburn in the mid lane, You know, there was a lot more focus around assassins, stuff like the Diana, but that's kind of fallen out of fashion. And so being able to bring in the Corki now is a nice little adaptation, nice little change to bring in some new life and a new flavor for Team OK. I mean, looking at compositions right now, Victory, they have a scaling one. They can keep going into the mid to late game to hopefully pull out a win, even if they fall behind early. So Team OK, it's kind of on them to start building a lead where they can to prevent Victory from having a free pass into the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll have to take a look as well as the jungle matchup. I think that's going to be a big part of this team composition, of how both team compositions stack up really. Xin Zhao has the potential to really do a lot of work early game, but Mundo kind of serves as a nullifier. You want to be a brick wall, you don't want to let him run your team down, and that's kind of the purpose which Mundo fills here. I can't help but feel like there might be a better jungle option except Mundo to fill this role, but then again they went for it in the first pick, which calls back to the original question, why first pick Mundo? Hopefully we'll see an answer for that. Hopefully the Mundo pops off, goes 10-0, goes where he pleases. That's always what we want to see, but it's typically not what we do see.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange to see first pick Mundo, and it's difficult to give good rationale for it, especially since we haven't been able to see Mundo with very interesting tech. When it comes down to his clear, his build path, you know,
it's pretty standardized.
It's all pretty standardized. We have some good idea to what he does, and you know, frankly, it's not that impressive. He doesn't have the best clear times. He doesn't have good crowd control or lockdown. He's really just a big meat shield. And you know, even if you talk about how well can this pair together with stuff like the Orianna, can you find a way to lead into the shockwave with the ball? There are champions that do a better job of that. You have stuff like the Jarvan still left available. I mean, Camille's been banned out, but you can still bring in things like the Olaf if you want to duelist, right?
That's the pick I was thinking of as well.
So this is kind of a bit of a question mark for us, and we have to take a very deep look into how the jungle will play out, and because the jungle top matchup, the jungle Baron lane matchup will be the kind of make and break factor for these teams.
Yeah, if you look at the mid lane matchups, it's pretty standard. It's just going to be a lot of farming from both sides. It's just a control mirror basically. So how both of these teams will want to play out would likely be to the Baron lane, like you mentioned. And yeah, I think the Mundo pick, like you mentioned, there are several better options as well. If you want to go for Seraphine or Orianna to buff your frontliner, to buff your raid boss, Olaf would have been a far better option than that. But we'll see how the Mundo plays out. I don't want to put too much pressure on it because we do see a corporate Mundo skin being lined up, and I'm always happy to see that one. Hopefully for Victory, this does lead to some stonks for them. But knowing, you know, how Mundo's stock chart looks, I wouldn't be too hopeful for it.
Yeah, we have to depends on the season, right? Right now, this might be a recession period for Victory. If they don't get this right, they only have this one game to get it right. And this is that grudge match. It's a repeat. You know, it's a bit of a change. Team OK still holding on to most of their members, but for Victory, they're holding on to the same roster as before and trying to eke out this win.
I will probably have to favor Team OK for this one, but not by a long shot. It's probably like 60-40 here.
Okay, somewhat of a lead for Team OK, often picks advance. But of course, we are objective-based analysts.
Oh yeah, so the team that wins has definitely got the better draft. That's 100%.
100% better draft. Not even 60-40 anymore. Pretty standard start for both sides. We do see them go back into the jungle, avoiding this mid lane confrontation, trying to clear out the waves early. I mean, it's a Corki versus Orianna. You know, what do you expect?
Yeah, it's just going to be a farm fest in the mid lane. I'm actually quite curious to see that none of the top laners opted to come down to soak the mid lane farm and experience going on here, because it's a farm fest mid lane matchup. Level 2 doesn't really matter to either of these champions. Get the level 2 advantage early going to the top lane matchup, and that's way more impactful with Darius versus Renekton than in Corki versus Orianna.
Absolutely. It would have been very nice for them to be in this position right now, already level 2. I mean, Shasha hits it a little bit early. You can see the effect that it has and puts Lot pretty low, so probably wants to go grab a little bit of sustain with the Hunting Fruit soon. If you see the Xin Zhao has positioned towards the top side, very nice early ward, but the Tri-Brush means no potential gank or sneak gank coming through.
Not the best trade there from Lotte. I think this is an important thing to remember for all the viewers at home. Be very familiar with exactly when people hit level 2. If you're on a solo lane or if you're on a duo lane. How much EXP, how many creeps does it take them to kill before they get level 2? And that's your cue to back off from the wave, because if you can't get level 2 first, they are going to outtrade you. So it's not worth losing a HP over that. Just wait for the minions to come back into you.
Happy Feet moving to position. Gatling gun to zone out the Mundo with the fast respawn, giving him some additional damage. They will secure themselves this top side Scuttle Crab here, and Let's see if they can convert this into a second one. Smite was used in this position, so...
Bit of a copium attempt to steal with the Orianna ball there, but it's all good. Cypher is going to make a beeline for the bottom Scuttle Crab, but she's going to get run down here.
Collapsed by Aya and Claria. They're coming in on the Mundo. Stun connects, and first blood over the team OK with Happy Feet collecting the kill.
Yeah, and that's definitely not okay. You need to be aware that, you know, my bottom lane does not have prior right now. My dragon lane is getting pushed in. Their dragon lane is going to be here first. I cannot walk into the river here.
So you get control on both sides of the map and give themselves a nice early lead. Puts the Mundo a little bit behind, and this is what we talked about. Mundo doesn't exactly have the best early clear. He doesn't really have a lot more than just flat HP to begin with, and so this is a little bit problematic. Will not be able to find the impact they were looking for with no forms of crowd control. Double skull start for the enemy team. Wants to scale back in, but of course Mundo is one of those junglers that can perform with relatively low economy. It's not so bad to be a little bit behind.
Yeah, you typically want to use your Mundo as a low econ tank jungler frontline wall for you, but in this situation with the priority that they put on Mundo and with no other real like juggernaut or frontliner, barring the Darius, which is not going to get unlocked for a while out of the Baron lane, then I can see the Mundo being behind actually causing a bit of issues for them. Because the shielding from Orianna, the shielding from Seraphine, it's not that impactful early. So if your Mundo goes running in with the ultimate on into a accelerated Sintao, it's going to be a bit of a problem until the shields come online, that is.
Entirely dependent on how they play with Darius, because like you said, if the Darius is not in the fight with them, is not with the rest of the team, then it's down to the Mundo, and Mundo cannot perform that role in the early stages of the game. So this also puts them in a precarious position, because now you have the Renekton who can afford to split push. Pops the dominance early, flashes in, they're moving on to the Darius, and Shasha will take a bit of damage to the turret, will maybe go down here. The barrier barely gives her enough life to survive, with the bleed putting her down to 40 HP, but gets out anyway.
I think there was like a range minion hit or something following her as well, and then they brought her even lower, but she doesn't quite drop in the end. That dive does work out, but it comes back to Lotte eating a bad trade from the Corki when she could have just waited for the wave. So that's a little bit unfortunate to see there. It's not the end of the world, but like we talked about earlier, the two frontliners, the two people that you want to be beefing up for your team comp, Darius and Mundo, have both fallen behind.
Both objectives coming up as Shasha in position to clear out the wave, assisting the Corki so they can get back in on this faster. Going to make their way towards the dragon. Looks like that's the objective they have set their sights on. At the same time, they're not really willing to give victory the free Rift Herald either. Just positioning nearby with Shasha moving over now.
They're not opting to trade it, which is perfectly understandable because they're just so behind at this point in time. You see how the solo laners from Team OK come over to zone them off the Rift Herald as the rest of the team take the Earth Dragon down right now. They're really just getting the best of both worlds, getting both sides of the map.
Being able to get this dragon without losing anything is a very nice position for Team OK to be in. Scaling a little bit ahead now. They will just go back to standard lane positions. Well, actually, no, bringing Claria over with the rest of the team towards the Rift Herald? Okay.
I think they wanted to go for the gank on the Darius, but Lotte smartly hiding in the bush right there. That was a good call. If there's nothing really for you to show for, if there's no way for you to push, you can just duck into vision, and that will help both you and your team because your enemies don't know where you are on the map. So that probably was what saved Lotte's life in that situation.
The threat of the package was a little bit too much for Victory to deal with. Now that it's finally expanded, we might see something happen when it becomes lightning, but the Audacious Charge connects onto Lotte.
Nice
that should just be about it with the upper hand stopping Team OK in the tracks.
Yeah, it's a good lane swap from Team OK here. They want to go for the Rift Herald. They swap their Dragon laners with their Baron laners. No objective down towards the bottom side of the map means that they can just leave this Renekton there to free farm by yourself. Of course, no one is going to be catching that way, so that's going to be a pretty significant gold lead heading over the side of Shashalala. A bunch of tower damage taken as well.
Yeah, slowly chipping away at the turret, still trying to get the Renekton further ahead as quickly as they can, because Darius, not only is the Renekton getting hit, Darius is sharing EXP, losing some gold to the rest. You can see now Play the Room King optimized for the Renekton, gets them there early. They have 5 from Victory towards the Rift Herald, so this could be what they're looking for. Dark Rider Moon will dash forward
Okay, that's
aggressively. Nice upper hand to pull a leg out towards the rest of the team, but flash away coming out from the Mundo. Mundo needs to get away. Crescent God connects. It's a 3-man shockwave, but it doesn't stop Team OK. Shasha joins into the fight. They take down the Ezreal, and now onto Lily. The second slice and dice puts them in position for another kill. Tam coming in for the back, but without spells and without the barrier now, flashes away. Long will stand there trying to trade back against Team OK, but the turret falls and 3 dead from OK. From Victory gives OK a 5-0 lead.
That's a bit of a disaster coming in from Victory. They move 5 players up towards the Rift Herald, but they don't dare to make move, they don't dare to start it, and they don't dare to hard commit, which comes a little bit back to the team comp as well. They don't have the tools to force an engagement. We even saw Dark Vader Moon on this Ezreal try to Essence Flux jump forward to try to start a fight and get something going, and it's just not really going to happen in this situation. Huge amount of gold funneled over the Team OK in that situation. Shashalala eating a bunch of waves towards the dragon lane, as well as getting the first turret of the game, is going to give a huge influx of gold. And at this point in the game, I don't think Darius can lane against Renekton anymore. It's basically 1,500 gold. Yeah, math is really not my strong suit, but yeah, I kind of figured that one out.
You know, I think you're exactly right. Orianna was in a position where they were trying to scale, trying to get ahead, and okay, this is not where the Darius wants to be. You know, even with the ultimate, no flash available now, gives Shasha a good spot to be in, but flashing back with the barrier gives her a second breath of life, but ultimately will go down to the Orianna, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Maybe not the best one they were looking for, but Victory do manage to get one on the board.
It could be worse. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst, partially because they don't really lose anything on the map right here. We do see bot wave being pushed in right now, but the rest of the members of Victory are just going to be able to pick that one up. Lega.
I think this is about it. There's nothing more to be said. He's gone.
Okay, third skill might have been on cooldown or might not have been looking, might have been a little bit preoccupied with the wave at bot lane, which I do understand. I've been in that situation many times myself. Staring at a wave a little bit too hard and
just want to pop the arcane shift to get that CS.
Yeah, I just need to get that farm. Just need to get that farm. Yeah, really. I do get it. It happens to the best of us. It's likely looking like Shasha is going to pick up another turret here in the Baron lane though.
And I can't really blame Dark Rider Moon, right? Because right now the situation is they have no vision towards the bottom side of the map, all cleared out by Team OK. Yeah. They have very little indication because for all she's aware of, they could be in their own jungle, clearing out their own jungle right now and preparing for Dragon. But instead they were positioned aggressively. She gets punished while trying to grab the bot wave. You know, it happens now. How they reset is going to be so important. They cannot afford to use the arcane shift to go in aggressively. I think that was a massive misplay in the last fight, and because Tam was still scaling up, right? Orianna has opted for the Sarah's Embrace. It's a scaling item. Even with a 3-man shockwave, it didn't help them in that fight.
Yeah, they have double tier set up for now. It's really hard for them to take these fights. They're like 6,000 gold behind in terms of overall team gold. This is going to be Wind Dragon going over to Team OK.
I don't think they can stop this, but we'll walk in trying to make something happen, and Shasha joins into the depths of the fight against 4 members of Victory, but they split up. They're running all around, getting back into the mid lane. Shockwave will delay them a little bit. When becomes Lightning takes down the Darius, it will get credited over to Shasha. Now they're onto the mid turret, trying to bring down the Xin Zhao, puts them down low, but they ultimately get it. Dark Vader Moon falls. The happy feet with a few more shots of the Rockets, bringing them down low. It's the 2 remaining from Victory. They hold onto the inhib turret, but mid has been broken open.
Mid has been broken open. Tier 2 mid going over to the side of Team OK. Gold lead close to 10,000, 10-1 kill score. It's getting to the point where it's beginning to look a little bit insurmountable for Team Victory. And we talked about how this is the rematch. They want to avenge their previous loss. It's not looking like today is the day they're going to be able to pull that off. I'm looking for signs of light here for Victory, but it's looking really hard. I mean, I feel like fundamentally there's just a little bit too many errors going on. They're opting for too much scaling. Mundo doesn't really give them anything in this context. I feel like they're drafting for comfort more than anything, which is not wrong. Yep. But you need to find a way to balance out your comfort picks with what works in the context of the team comp.
Definitely very different, and bringing in some different nuance to their composition. Victory are unshy to bring in the Mundo to try and make it work, but unfortunately hasn't been able to have the impact they were looking for. You know, as much as it does come in as that low economy jungler, they need somebody to be a playmaker. They need someone to set up together with the Orianna. And Pam has had good moments with the Shockwave, but Team OK are unafraid of that. They don't have to be worried because there's no fall-off that comes after. They only really have to deal with the Shockwave's initial damage and respond to that. At this point already, you see quite a decent amount of damage coming through from Team OK. They're walking in on the Orianna with the Glacial Fissure, getting a knock-up onto 2, puts Darius in the dirt. Long goes down right after Tam. Now they're moving into the mid lane wearing purple. They will be able to pick this one up surely, as when becomes Lightning connects onto Dark Raider Moon means they should be going down. It's a big on-call on the fall, but the Unbreakable stops any damage from coming through. They almost take down the Mundo as well. A few more auto attacks from Aya trying to bring down the Mundo, putting him down low, but that should be just about it.
I mean, you see what they were thinking of. You see what Team Victory had in mind when they drafted this team comp. The big Seraphine ultimate, maybe you throw a Shockwave in there. There's a bit of combos that you can have going on with the Darius getting stacks, maybe resetting with his ultimate. The idea is there, the potential is there. Just steps along the way are just kind of flawed. That's the problem. Victory is they don't exactly have a wrong idea, it's just some things need to be shifted around. Team OK though, props to them. This has been a very impressive performance, going, or rather playing by the book, I think, pretty standardly, going to dive top lane, a Baron lane rather, when you have advantage in Renekton as well as the wave crashing in, getting the dragon, swapping things around, getting the Rift Herald. It's all been very methodical, very clinical for Team OK, and I think that that's definitely what we want to see here for today from them. If, like you mentioned, they want to finally make it to playoffs this time around.
And I wish that we could talk about how Victory could come back in the next game to get ready for the next opportunity, but unfortunately this is just that this one BO1, you know, they don't get a second shot after.
This is the second shot already.
This is their second shot. They've already come down to the lower brackets, and they will once again face up against Team OK, who denied them the opportunity to go deeper last qualifiers as well. In fact, just last weekend. And so I wish we could say talk a little bit more about how they could come back in the next game, but for now, I guess we can only focus on what they could do to get back into this one. They are about 15,000 behind right now.
Honestly, barring like a 5-man Shockwave, 5-man Ori ulti, 5-man Ezra ulti, and that's clearly not gonna happen here.
Yeah, because Aya can just walk in, get the dive bomb. They find some good damage back on the Temp. Force Splash away from the Orianna now. Mundo split away from the rest of the team, going to get intercepted right before getting back to base, means they get some decent damage back off. The flash away from the Mundo as well. The encore does connect onto a couple, but I think that's just about all they can find there. Looks like they won't be able to take down the Darius. Just take the turrets in.
Take a little bit of impatience with their key ultimates as well. Encore and Shockwave need to be held for the right times. They need to have a little bit more nerve in holding these spells, but I understand how it's so difficult when you're this far behind and you're basically getting run down. A lot of things for Team OK to think about, for Team Victory to think about after this game for sure. I don't think it's the worst game from them. It's probably going to be a good learning experience. Like we talked about, right? A lot of these teams, they are showing improvement, they are showing growth, and hopefully that will keep progressing for them.
I think they did pretty well getting into the second day of the qualifiers, right? Being able to make their way to the top half of teams. Unfortunately, once again, faced up against, looks like their nemesis at this point. You know, when you used to play those old shooter games and you would have like your enemy, the person that always takes you down, always kills you, and you're like,
I can't relate to that.
You can't.
I'm the one that's always killing it.
You're the one that's always killing it. Okay, but when your opponents are the ones seeing that show up, right? Your nemesis,
the guy that I always kill.
Yeah, the guys that you always kill, right? And the ones that are suffering under your oppression. That's how Victory had to be feeling now. And Team OK have been continuously the ones to deny them any chance to go further.
Yeah, I mean, Team OK, of course, like we mentioned earlier on, they have a lot of experience in League of Legends as a title as a whole, and they're going to be using that to take a pretty comfortable game here. I mean, we talk about how newer players are coming to Wild Rift, that's great to see, but I think for now, at least at the start of the game's growth, of the development of the competitive scene, as we see Shasha just 1-4.
Yeah, can practically ignore any damage that they have. The opponents, despite the free time they've had with the Renekton, have to back away, and are now going to suffer under Aya's oppression as well, losing a lot of health. The Crescent Guard, the Shockwave does slow them down a little bit, puts them under the Nexus, but the auto attacks plus the Captain Rain combined is enough to take down yet another.
Okay.
But they finally take down the Renekton. They get some form of respite, but you can see the base being broken open. The second Baron Nashor buff will be enough for them to take yet another turret. Dragon lane wave 9 position for them, but the Nexus looking pretty low at this point with 2,000 HP. Will just take a few more auto attacks from Team OK as they claim the first win of the day.
claiming the first win of the day. We talked about this a little bit earlier on as well, right? Team OK, one of the more experienced teams with League of Legends experience coming to out with. Of course, they're definitely going to have a competitive edge for now, but we do see a lot of signs of life, I would say, from a lot of these newer teams who are learning and growing in Wild Rift, and we hope to see that continue despite a pretty one-sided showing here today. Honestly, props to Team OK. They played it extremely methodical, clinically, and by the book. I think it was about as good as a game as they could have gotten. They had a little bit of fun towards the end there. Shasha going in with a 1v4, you know, kind of styling a little bit. Top damage as well on this raid boss for Necton is exactly what you want to see. And other than that, I mean, commiserations to victory. Their road here ends today. Congrats to Team OK. They're going to progress on.
We'll see
one
them
more
again.
BO1.
One more BO1.
One more BO1.
So we'll take a look at how they get there. For now, let's take a look at the highlights of Team Victory and Team OK. Dominus early, flashes in, moving on to the Darius, and Shasha will take a bit of damage to the turret, will maybe go down here. The barrier barely gives her enough life to survive. The rest of the team, but flash away coming out from the Mundo. Mundo needs to get away. Crescent God connects. It's a three-man shockwave, but it doesn't stop Team OK. Shasha joins into the fight. They take down the Ezreal, and now onto Lily. The second slice and dice puts them in position for another kill. Tam coming in for the back, but without spells and without the barrier now, flashes away. Lock will stand. They're trying to trade back against Team OK, but the turret falls and 3 dead from OK. From something happened, and Shasha joins into the depths of the fight against 4 members of Victory, but they split up. They're running all around, getting back into the mid lane. Shockwave will delay them a little bit. When becomes lightning, takes down the Darius. It will get credited over to Shasha. Now they're onto the mid turret, trying to bring down the Xin Zhao, puts them down low, but they ultimately get it. Dark Waiting Moon falls. The happy feet position for them, but the Nexus looking pretty low at this point with 2,000 HP. Will just take a few more auto attacks from Team OK as they claim. And a nice set from Team OK, but that will not be it. They still have one more BO1 to round things off for Qualifier 2 to make their way into the playoffs. I have to say the new addition of Happy Feet as well as Olaga, I believe, have been a huge boost to them.
I do believe that Olaga is actually a name change.
Name change?
Yes,
okay.
I think it is Shockdart. I might be wrong, but I think it's Shockdart.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's probably just a name change.
Right.
I believe.
Either way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that that's the case. But still, Happy Feet.
Yeah.
A lot to say about that Corki.
And I have to say, I like Xin Zhao as a pick.
You're a big fan.
Being able to get a lot of stuff done there.
So we see a lot of picks being prioritized. We see like TF, we see Lucian. These champions don't win. We've only seen 2 Xin Zhao games. He's won both. So
100% win rate.
Yeah, going by our results-based analysis,
yes,
surely he's the best jungler in the game right now.
Surely he is the best.
Alongside Rengar, 1 game, 100% win rate. So going by that standard, definitely Xin Zhao. I do think he's actually a very strong champion.
Yeah.
I mean, jokes aside, he gives you a lot of things in the early game. He's strong at dueling, lets you control your skeletal crabs, you can roll with it, you can team fight, jump into 5 people. What are the engaged junglers lets you do that? Jump to 5 people, Crescent Guard, and just take no damage.
There's a lot of priority around being able to get control of the lanes early on, right? Without a good wave clear, you're almost always relegated into the back foot, and then you're allowing the enemy team to take control, especially around the river. Right? We saw how punishing that was for Mundo, because without that additional farm, without the additional gold, was constantly behind the Xin Zhao, couldn't get very much done. And even no matter how much you look at it as a low economy jungler, there is a limit to what you can do. And frankly,
there's a limit to how low your economy can go.
Exactly. Frankly, it just put them way too far behind, and because of that, wasn't in position to deny and stop things like the Darius knife. Like the bot lane pressure that was coming through was purely focused on getting back into the game and keeping up to par with their opponent, and I think that's what hurt them the most.
Yeah, 2 things to keep in mind, right? The ability to control objectives, Xin Zhao does that so well, and also something we saw yesterday from Peppa Pig, which no other team has really demonstrated in a similar extent, was the ability to just dive Baron lane turret at 3 minutes with a strong jungle top combo.
That's right.
And that's something that you can definitely do with stronger jungle matchups. So a lot to keep in mind there, something to notice, I guess, as we think about draft in the future. Reformed versus Artisan, of course, is going to be our next game. We did see Victory just get knocked out of the tournament here today, but Team OK, they are, like you said, same position as last time around, right? 1 BO1 away from making it into playoffs. Hopefully today will be their day. If not, there's always the next qualifier. But for now, we're going to take a break. We're going to focus rather on Reformed versus Artisan. No break, we're going right into it, and I am hyped. I mean, I don't need a break. That was a fun game. I want to see another one.
Reformed, we've seen a little bit from them already. We got some idea towards how they play. They brought
their bot lane was strong. I remember that much.
Right. We saw a pretty strong bot lane for them. I think taking a look back towards Team Allison, little bit less, I think we've managed to see for them. We did I think this was the...
I don't think we saw them yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think we managed to see them yesterday. So they're bringing in a little bit of a different flavor for us. We haven't been able to get a good grasp of what they want to play, and I'm curious if that's going to make a difference for Reform, not knowing as much of what the opponent plays.
Yes.
Instead, they have kind of given a bit of a preview into how their playstyle works.
There is a benefit to be said for not playing games on stream. Sure, you don't get to watch yourself play on stream, don't get to hear Grandon's lovely voice cast your team fights, but you get to hide your strategies, which is always nice. You get to hide your pick priorities. People don't really know what to ban against you. So that's always a little bit of a benefit. How significant is it? I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like for this level of play at least, the better team, the better players will win like 90% of the time, regardless of how good your draft prep is, regardless of how good your strategy is, but it does give you a little bit of a competitive edge if the teams are close.
It does have the other situation where, you know, having an external party view your composition and, you know, being able to provide some feedback, especially our results-based analysis, right? That
TM, yes.
Yeah, that trademark. That kind of gives them some insight back that, okay, maybe this is not the best possible option in this situation. You know, maybe we could choose for something different, something else. And it's very nice, especially when you go into the off season and come back, because when you are able to make better use of the full time period that you have, right? To expand your champion pool, to be able to develop new strategies. Having the additional VODs to kind of review is always a nice little extra result.
Yeah, VODs are always nice to have. It's always good to be able to review them. I mean, I think there are a lot of ways to improve. I mean, for the teams watching, I mean, there's LPL going on right now. There's the Vietnamese League going on right now. There's a lot of things for you guys to take inspiration from in terms of how to draft, how to approach game plans, how to play your macro within the game, your early game. There's so many details to these games, and that's what I love about Wild Rift personally. Hopefully, we will see more growth and improvement from these teams going to the next qualifier. I mean, we talked about that a lot today, but that's also because we're going to see a lot of teams eliminated today. We've seen a lot of teams eliminated yesterday. Today, we will be down to only a final 4. The other 12 teams, commiserations to them. Hopefully, they will be able to make a better showing in the future.
So let's see how our next teams will show us the game as we go into Reform versus Artisan, into the picks and bans. This is going to be an interesting one because we haven't got to see much information from Team Artisan, whereas
I like
from
the
Reform,
icon.
you know, we... Okay, yeah,
They actually got a little something going on there.
It's like a pen quill. It's like a pen tip.
Yeah, true. I was actually thinking of the energy sword from Halo. You can see how our brains kind of differ there, but yeah.
No, it's a nice little pen tip. Looks like it's an extra fine pen tip.
Brandon, the classy one about the extra fine pen tip, and me, I'm like energy sword stabbing the aliens. Alright, we do see, of course, Reformed up against Artisan. Reformed going to be on blue. Let's see what pick priority is this time around. I mean, we talked a lot about Lucian, a lot about the Gragas. So far, the only one that has been successful has been the Gragas. And I think one of the games that we saw that was in Rosetti's hands as well, and Aphrodite, I think are the favorites for the top 4 here. One of the favorites, at least.
Absolutely. And the fact that they're playing in the BO3 and so close to already qualifying the top 4 is so simple for them. They just have to get this next series win. And taking a look back towards Reform, they're going to go for the Gragas man, because like you mentioned, Gragas has been such a strong one, such a effective Baron laner, and can flex into the jungle and even other roles as well. You know, something that has been quite hit or miss, I think, has been the Ziggs ban. It almost feels like you want to ban out Ziggs in every situation, but you don't know if the enemy team plays it. And so you just kind of ban it as a default ban when you're... But at the same time, you know, there's some question whether or not you could ban something more high value. But either way, I like to see Ziggs get rid of, because if on the off chance that your opponent does know how to play, you get punished so hard.
Yeah, I too like to see Ziggs get banned. That hero is it's a pretty disgusting champion, to be fair.
Yeah.
It does so many things which I'm just not a fan of. Like, it wave clears for days, it lets you nuke waves from across the map, it lets you nuke plays from across the map. Just not a fan of that. It's kind of like cheating the system, you know? Like, you're really just skipping steps, and the champion allows you to do that, which is why I like getting rid of it in general.
Of course, it is exploitable by a couple options such as the Akali, and so that could give us some indication to what Artisan want to go for if they get rid of these assassins. Might be an indication that they want to play for control majors, stuff that would be susceptible to falling prey to the assassins that come aboard. But we've also seen some response before, players bringing out things like the Zed, the Fizz, you know, some potential options to counterplay. And so now we have the Lee Sin and Olaf, some focus on the jungle mans.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think like what they would want to pick by getting rid of Olaf here. Maybe they want to go for something like TF 1-2. It is a very brutal matchup for TF to deal with on Olaf. Other than that, I feel like it's likely just going to be a comfort pick ban that they want to get rid of. Galio going to be banned away. This is looking like a really nice TF angle.
Yeah, TF could be very likely to come out. We've also see Camille still standing at this point, so could potentially bring that in to play, especially without the Olaf. You know, there's nothing they can really deal with the Hextech Ultimatum. Okay, they're going to leave the Galio
So
open.
do they want Camille themselves then?
I think this could be a trade-off, right? First pick, you can bring in something like Lucian and then grab the Galio. Camille on the second rotation, the enemy doesn't get it.
So if you're going for a Galio or Camille in one here, that's definitely very possible, and then we might end up with something along the lines of Camille TF against Galio Jax or something like that. Okay, Galio gonna be banned away, so I think this would make TF the most high priority pick here if that's the style that these teams want to go for. We'll see if they want the Camille instead. Lucian, of course, still being available. Cocky, another high priority pick, but I don't think that's something you're gonna want to first pick. Let's see what Reform decide to grab. They're really running down the timer here. I'm quite curious to see what this one's gonna be. Not even
You can feel the
half
pressure.
Oh yeah, it's building.
Like,
I'm
this
stressed.
first pick is like, what could we go for first pick here? You know,
Imagine if I Nemo those champs and it's nothing from
they go
those
like
that
up
list.
window first pick.
I would be pretty stressed out. Yeah, Camille, there we go. So this means Artisan, you might want to snatch away the Twisted Fate here. Your bans are good to set up for a TF pick, and you don't want to let Camille just do a thing in Baron Lane for free. You kind of want to disrupt that a bit. Maybe something like a TF Renekton is going to be really good at shutting that down here.
I think even Renekton we've seen doesn't exactly shut down the Camille because of how well you're able, especially for good Camille players, you know, being able to understand when you can use your shield passive really negates a lot of the damage that the Renekton brings in, and so that could be something that I still want to go for, but of course they could also hold on to that pick, just save it for later. They don't have to commit to it early on, but Twisted Fate, like you mentioned, is something that I would definitely enjoy seeing from this team. Perhaps also go for something, okay, I was going to say maybe grab a strong support early, but...
I forgot about that. I forgot about that champion, man. This is good though, because what this does is it denies them away the Ziggs, so they don't have the Camille Ziggs combo where you Hextech Ultimate them and you Infernal Bomb them. And it also shuts down TF as a possibility. Well, it doesn't shut it down, but it is a very effective pick. I think this is something that we saw G4 play as well. Ziggs in the TF matchup looked really good for him.
I mean, frankly, Zig just looked really good at G4, right?
Frankly, G4 just looked really good.
G4 just looked really good.
Everything
he played both, right? He played Zig and TF. Either way, he made them look
Fair
fantastic.
Point. Fair point. Yeah. Lucian Braum, a very classic combo. You can't really go wrong with that. Tag someone with the Braum passive, and Lucian's just going to run them down, double tap them, get them stunned. It's going to be very effective with the Seraphine as well. I do believe that it's going to be a Seraphine support since we see the Ziggs likely going to mid lane.
Well, I don't know. We could even see the Ziggs being flexed into the Baron lane and paired it together with the Seraphine, you know, somewhat. We're getting closer to that now that we see the Lux on board as well, you know, unless we might see something like the Seraphine mid lane. And
it's a Dragon Lane Ziggs.
Yeah, Dragon Lane Ziggs paired with the Lux perhaps.
I'm not a fan of that though, because typically you would want to pair Ziggs with a support that can kind of start fights for you, something that can really combo with your burst damage and let you hit your spells.
That's where the bind comes into play. So that
maybe Ziggs Lux?
Yeah, so Ziggs Lux you pair with the bind.
But Ziggs Lux would make sense.
And you bring in the mid game, you have the bind to potentially set up with the ultimate and things like that. But now this does bring in a big issue. Where is their disengage going to come from? Because you need some way to generate space for the Ziggs. He cannot rely on his satchel charge, especially against the likes of the Camille, against the likes of the Braum, who have two massive spells that can die that. Imagine the Unbreakable comes out, that puts a direct halt to a lot of the damage that the Ziggs has.
It's due. This Draven pick here is so good. You're just gonna jump on the Seraphine Lux. Camille is just gonna jump on the Seraphine Lux. They just really need something to combo with this, and I think they're good to go. You can even pick like Ori here. I think it's completely fine. It might not be the best matchup into something like 6 Lux, but you just need to survive laning phase. They're not gonna hot punish you, and then you just combo and one-shot them. Diana's gonna wreck them as well. I think this is a draft gap, huge for Reformed. Honestly, like it's hard to play.
Playing for a composition that they seem most comfortable with, but we have to wonder how they got this far into the competition, and without getting to see any of the games, this could be their winning strategy.
True. So they could just wave clear for days.
Exactly. Without indication of that, this could be something that they have prepared for specifically, and the last pick I think will give us a little bit more idea to what they want to try and go for. I do feel like with how decisive they were with their calls on what to pick, you know, that is a good sign in terms of this team does understand that they want what they want to play for, what their win cons are, and so being able to execute it.
It's not the worst.
It's a split push.
It's not the worst, because what Darius does is he's kind of functions as a pseudo frontline for you because people don't want to run into Darius.
Yeah.
So he just stands between his backline and he stands there and says, you know, if you want to get to them, you have to get past me. And then he's going to get shielding, he's going to get whatever support from his team. But at the same time, the problem that I see is Reform just have so many ways to get past this pseudo frontline on the side of Team Artisan. Vi and Darius, you're not going to stop at Jarvan, Flag and Dragging out in your backline. You're not going to stop at Camille, E, Hookshot, and then Hextech Ultimatum in your backline. And you're definitely not stopping Diana finding a flank angle. So there's just so many ifs and buts for Team Artisan to be able to stall out the game. At the end of the day though, I feel like they really just need the turtle. That's the one thing this comp does really well. Sit under your turrets. Don't get baited by neutral objectives. And that's the problem, right? If you just stack your dragons and you get Rift Heralds and you get Baron, eventually you're going to reach a point of no return where you can't just end the game. So eventually you have to go out and fight them. And I think that's where Team Reformed is just going to break the game open.
And I think I should mention as well, you know, Team Reform, they've seen them come in as a different team before, but now coming back in, or at least something to resound the players, because you see their support, I mean, it's URL, but it's Leroy, kind of, because it's Leroy while Rift is the streamer, you know, in the last competition.
I get it, it's in reverse.
Yeah, his last competition, you know, he was streaming some of his games, and he was playing the Baron lane, he was playing things like the Camille, and they were showing off how they kind of playing their comms, but I think that didn't work out very well, because he was very focused on making the plays happen himself, and so he didn't have, you know, that ability to be an in-game leader, to be able to make decisions for his team. I think now switching roles and being in more supportive position gives him that free space to make calls and maybe come into an adaptation. I feel like Hungry will kick me for not saying this earlier, but you know, this is the start of the second day, so now we get to mention about this and we get to roll with this and see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, I actually did get some recommendations from Twitch for his stream before. I think it's got quite a bunch of viewers. It's pretty nice to see. Support local, of course, is always going to be something we want to do, so we're going to be heading to this game. Let's see how this one really plays out. I'm just looking at the team comps once again, and are we actually seeing a Lux Seraphine Dragon Lane? That seems like the duo here. Lux Seraphine.
Interesting. I mean, we've seen Seraphine Sona as somewhat of an option, but it's Seraphine mid, and then Sona will play support with whatever goes into the Baron lane. This is an interesting adaptation. I'm not sure how this is going to work specifically, and I'm curious to see how it plays out, because we are going into game with Reform versus Artisan. These two teams are in their best of one in the lower brackets. They only have this one more chance. If they win this, they will play at the end of the day. In the lower brackets, they win that, they will go into playoffs. It happens in the end of August. And looks like a pretty standard start for now. Diana versus Ziggs, you know, this is a matchup that we've analyzed repeatedly in early 2.3 when we were in the summer season, because this was in every game.
Okay, I like this because Camille needs the EXP. You're playing Diana into Ziggs matchup, so while Diana would typically like level 2, it doesn't quite matter into Ziggs. You're just going to be able to AFK farm pretty much in this matchup. And of course, that is going to be Camille with a bit of EXP advantage here heading to the Darius lane. Level 2 advantage going to be very significant in this one. You would typically expect the Darius to be able to take a lead here, but off this creep, he's going to hit level 2, and then Darius, you're going to get chunked.
Yeah, it's similar position to what we've seen before, and Leroy is able to get something done here.
Not the best trade.
Not the best.
You could have done more. You could have probably gone
something.
hookshot there. I think would be a better option because Darius has no W, no E. At level 1, he can't run you down.
But at least with the way that the lane is going, the way the wave is building up, you know, should he be crashing in and just in time for the Jarvan to come in? Because at least with the Sirius, you know, he doesn't necessarily have the best kind of dueling time against the Vi, at least. But being on the opposite side, you know, Jarvan has much faster movements and rotations around the map. This could be an indication that they want to try and perhaps set up for a double scuttle if they can.
Jarvan looking towards the top lane, but it's watered. It's watered in Pixel Brush and it's watered in Tri-Brush. He's just going to settle for the scuttle crap.
Yeah, that should be just about it. Not too greedy with what they find in this early game. They do bring out the team to support them. XCP will assist him there. Vi gets the other side, so for the start of this game, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, different from what we saw from Victory and Team OK, because in that one,
they can
very
dive this.
different position. Instead, just as I say that, they are looking for this early dive, just barely 2 minutes into the game. They're looking at this Darius who's running the Ignite. Downfree is looking pretty low at this point.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's stuck on the cover by himself. The Ignite is ticking down.
He's not dead.
With the minions, I feel like it might just
level
happen.
4.
He gets taken down. The flash in with the Chilling Smite and the Dragon Lance will mean first blood claimed by Reform.
I do actually like how this Dragon Lane is playing out for Artisan right now. Truffles and Shugi-chan just pushing in the lane. I don't think he'll find anything. Yeah, it's alright.
In for some form of a response. He says you may have taken down my Baron lane, but I'm here now.
Yeah, okay. So back to the point of this Lux and Seraphine. What did they do well? They throw spells, they push the wave. and they maintain a distance from you, right? As long as they don't get greedy, they don't try to trade autos with a Lucian Braum lane, I think they should be fine. The only thing they're really afraid of here is roams from Diana and ganks from Java. So they just need to make sure that they and their team track these two movements on the map very well, and I think they are in a good spot to actually just get free scaling here in this lane by constantly pushing in the Lucian Braum.
Interesting itemization from the Diana, and looks like might be going for the Rod of Ages, right? But this is going to be slightly delayed, I think, depending on how they play out the rest of this next minute, because generally you see it around the 3.5 minute mark. The faster Diana can scale up and become tankier, the faster they are able to make something happen and be able to allow the Diana to jump in to be a playmaker and set things up for the team. Very nice spot for the series to see how aggressive they are right now. And as they are aware they're running out of mana, Ziggs still pretty far away. This could be problematic for Artisan if they won't be unable to respond to this. As they start to jump in, they find the primary engage, and the on-call will be able to trade back onto one. Moonfall comes to a little bit late. Scripter will take the turret damage for the team. They managed to execute one. This is a 1-for-1 exchange by Leroy in a 2v1 situation. Takes down one, flashing forward with a tactical sweep. Takes down another. It's a double kill. And more goes over to this Camille.
Yeah, you don't want to see a Camille get hyper accelerated like this. Already 1 assist, now gets a double kill in the 2v1. While his team was making a play towards the Dragon lane, this guy gets a 2v1 in the Baron lane. And what I kind of feel happened there, just judging based off the map state, was that Artisan felt the pressure that they needed to do something topside while their Vi was there, since their team was getting dived bot side. So while Artisan actually managed to salvage Dragon lane play by having Ziggs rotate over in the nick of time to save his team, good on-call right there to disrupt the combo CC as well and give his team time to really try to salvage a bot fight. I do believe that was a 1-for-1, so the reason why the kill score is so skewed is because Yorel or Leroy won a 2v1 in the top lane.
Yeah, your Baron lane is just going wild. They can get so much more done. So that's kind of been what's been in effect for the team.
Here we go,
it just seems so difficult for the Darius to get anything done now. 2 levels behind, and you're absolutely just going to get shredded by the Camille in every single situation. Going down once again now. They bring the Diana down to the bottom side. Will suffer a bit of a harass coming through from Artisan, but yeah, very tanky now. Already have the Rod of Ages completed. The rest of the team moved towards the Rift Tower. The fact that Darius was dead means they cannot fight this spot. There's a 4 versus 2, and with Camille joining in now, the Hextech Ultimate puts the lock down, puts the chain and lock on the Vi. Now they move on to the Ziggs Cataclysm and will force the flash away from the mid lane of Artisan. They get back out, but they lose Rift Herald and lose the jungler.
We talk about how Artisan, they need to stall, they need to stay under the towers.
Oh no, this is it. Moonfall onto 2. They put the damage, they put the trigger. It's going on to Supercharge. Will get the exhaust off, and that slows XCP, prevents him from getting a double. But in a 2v1 situation, just getting one is huge.
Exhaust comes in a little bit too late there, but ultimately will save Truffle's life. Not quite enough to save Sugi-chan though. I mean, we talked about this in draft. If Artisan need to leave their lanes to make plays elsewhere on the map, to make plays in the river, to make plays around objectives, they're gonna suffer because Reform's comp is so good at fighting, taking these fights, winning these fights. And on top of that, you have a Camille who can just now go crazy, wreak havoc in this Baron lane. There's not really too many answers that Artisan have to that. Who are you going to put to answer the Camille? If you put a Ziggs to try to wave clear from far, he's going to just jump on you and one-shot you. If you put the Darius, he's going to jump on you and also kill you. Like, there's literally nothing you can do here. It seems like Artisan are running out of options. They need to be able to find a pick, I would think, with the Vi ultimate combo with Ziggs.
And this is really a nice repass for Scripter Hall as well, because now Lucian, where they're supposed to be a lane bully, can ignore that practically, continue to just farm up, scale up organically, you know, not have that pressure on them, because XCP is able to function that role for them. And you see the issue with not having a form of a marksman, not having some kind of range consistent damage that could otherwise poke XCP down. They're kind of relying on the spell damage, which is relatively easy for XCP to deal with.
I'm glad that you brought that up, Gimnism. I actually didn't consider that. They have no good source of AD damage. It's just Darius and Vi. Your Vi is building food tank. Your Darius is 2 levels down. Who's going to do AD damage on your team? The cannon creeps probably. That's probably about all you got.
Escort the cannon wave. Protect Mr. President. He's our AD damage now.
Honestly, sometimes I feel that way as the Baron later.
Next Dragon is going to be the Inferno. It's a very nice pickup for Reform. Accelerates the damage even more, and Anderson, I think they have to get this. If they don't, they run the risk of, even if you talk about wave clear, Anderson do come with that in spades, are going to start running the risk where they're liable to getting assassinated by the Javan, by the Camille. You know, these are some issues they have to acknowledge if the Inferno gets given away.
Yeah, the problem right now is they can wave clear when the wave clear is the center of their team comp, meaning when the wave clear is at mid lane. If you put your wave clear at top lane, at bot lane, you're just gonna get dived, and goodbye, Mr. Delfire. Had to read that one out, make sure I wasn't mispronouncing. Okay, I thought they were gonna dive that one, but opting to play it safe.
It looks like
Jokes,
they are. It's just slightly delayed because they move back in, using the upper hand a little bit early. I think that was a mistake because that gives them all the opportunity to lock back on with the Cataclysm, locked on the turret, but they say, no, you're locked in here with me. They grab that. Now they pop the Rift Tower. You can see Vi walking over. They're recalling on top of War, but the Seri is deceptively tankier than they expected. Means the Vi, even with the Guardian's Angel, tries to flash back towards the turret, but it's already gone down. Leroy on the pursuit, paired together with the Javan. They take the shot for each other. They will be able to get this kill. Vi respawns after going to stasis. But 9-1, Reformed pull out such a huge lead.
Artisan need to identify that they can no longer put the Lux Seraphine lanes to 2v1 the Diana lane. Nothing is happening there. It's uninteractive. Diana is free farming while your team is suffering. You need to move your Dragon laners into... Okay, nothing's happening.
Beyond nothing happening.
She's 1v2ing you. Leroy 1v2s at top side. XCP 1v2s at bot side. What can you do in an Artisan situation? I feel like they need to identify that like 3 minutes before this, rather, they needed to shift their lanes around. They can no longer let this lane assignments go on. And if they do, then they need to pull Vi down. They need to dive XCP on this Diana, trying to play a 1v2, make it a 1v3, change the odds in your favor instead of trying to defend Delphire's lane after he's already dead. What's the point of that?
This is terrifying. You just see the Camille running in, and now the hashtag all to secure the kill, even knocked back by the Satchel Charge would not prevent that from happening. They get some good damage back onto the Vi. I think that should just be about it, as XCP, like you said,
literally hitting the turret in a 1v2 matchup.
Facing them off, and there's nothing they can get done. Now the collapse coming in from afar. They're in position to take down Truffles. You know, they were able to make something happen before. A 1-for-1 exchange the first time they made a dive bot side, but this time around, no such thing will happen again. This is a bloodbath, and Reformed caked in the blood of Artisan.
Yeah, Artisan, they're just getting run over right here. This is kind of what we saw in the previous game as well. Once one of these teams gets a lead and they know how to use it, they're really just able to... Okay, I would say it this way. It's harder to learn how to stop the bleeding than to run with a lead.
Right.
It's easier to take a lead, take every objective on the map, kill anyone you see.
Anybody can play when they're hit.
Most people can play when they're hit. Most teams can play when they're hit. But it's harder to learn how to play from behind, stop the bleeding, and play to what your team comes good at. That's always going to be hard to do.
I mean, this is basically what Artisan are looking at. It's a bad spot for them to be in. They're hopeful to make something happen. They have a composition that tries to scale longer, has decent wave clear. They committed 5 to preventing Reform from getting any more done. But looking at the goal difference now, 10,000 at 10 minutes is exactly where Reform want to be in. And this is one of the big key indicators, you know. When we talk about stocks, we talk about how the market moves. You ask yourself what the key indicators are. This is one of them. The Reformed being a hitting goal, the same now thousands of goal ahead as the number of minutes. It's exactly where they want to be at.
Yeah, so the last 2 games that we've seen have been absolute bloodbaths in one direction, but I want to remind the viewers at home as well, this is of course going to be an elimination game. So Artisan, they want to be fighting for their lives here, as off screen the Vi just dies.
Because there's no second chance. This is it. You're already down to your second life, and if you can't make something happen here, then honestly you're not going to make anything happen. They see the jungler's gone, so they're about to pull the trigger. Leroy will be the target of focus, as Artisan won't be able to lock him down. Instead, the Baron looking pretty low here. XCP tries to jump in. The exhaust will come through in time, but that's going to be too late either way. They go down. Ziggs is dead. Now Camille jumps back on, puts the focus onto the Lux, because Lux going down as well. Artisan running away. It's 5 from Reform, collapsing in the mid lane now with the Baron buff and looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, this is kind of what we talked about as well. They lack the damage, not even AD damage. They lack all damage at this point. Even though there's no true frontliner, no true tank on Reformed. Diana is beefy, Javan is beefy, Camille is beefy, and you just lack the damage to take them down. And this comes back to the early game as well. They weren't able to identify where they were strong, they weren't able to identify where they were weak, and honestly Vi really needed to do more towards the Dragon lane if they identified that Diana is in 1v2. That That's the key timing window of this game, and that's the main problem, I think, which really led this game to fall apart. Well, that and the 1v2 at the Baron lane. So these two factors, I would say, kind of blew the game over for Reformed.
And now they're just going to waltz in, reset, and well, frankly, they've taken basically all the other tier turrets. There's only that one left.
Wait a minute. Lux is the support and Seraphine is the carry. Surely you do it the other way around.
Well, I mean, we've seen Seraphine carry work pretty okay in the previous season, right? In summer season.
It's fine in isolation, but when you look at these two champions in the bot lane,
between the two of them,
I think you would want Lux to be the carry, right? She does more damage. Seraphine procs Staff of Flowing Water on your whole team just by pressing W. She doesn't have to aim it. She doesn't have to, you know, like try to angle it, do anything fancy.
Oh my. Standing on top of water. I think that's about it. Vi has to make a quick pit stop back in base. We'll see the gray screen once again, but survives actually a little bit longer. Minions were supposed to take him down, but survives either way. The bind connects onto 2 now. They're hopefully looking for a little bit more, maybe take down Scripter Hall, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, apart from that one dive bond side, Addison have not been able to get a kill after.
Yeah, I'm not really exactly sure of what Vi is trying to do here. This comes back to the team comp as well. You need to identify how does our team comp want to play. We want to play front to back, we want to march into them as a unit, let our Ziggs bomb, let our Lux throw bindings, let Seraphine buff our whole team, and now Seraphine has a Void Staff when Lux has Staff of Flowing Water. It needs to be swapped around. Please swap these two around. Let them slash trade their items, please.
Maybe a different game. They need an auction house to
They
be
need
able
an
to
auction
trade
house in here. I think Lux should just bid all his gold on the Void Staff right now. It would help a lot.
Maybe gives them a bit more tempo to get back in the game, a little bit more leeway. Unfortunately, with how things have been panning out, you now take a look at Leroy with the triple items completed. He's very much stronger than all his opponents, and his counterpart is significantly behind. Very little they can do if he brings in that split push threat, even if he try to 2v1 him. And Reformed, frankly, I'm fine with this. They can play it slower. They don't have to run an additional risk because, yes, you do see Arson with a lot of wave clear, so they could play for the Baron, the Elder Drake. Leroy is in a bit of a tough situation now, getting collapsed on by 5, will ultimately go down, and I'm curious if that's going to give Anderson any more additional space.
Well, it gives them space to stay in their base and wave clear. They can't really ever leave their base, and I actually didn't even notice, but Delphire on this Darius here is 0-5-0 right now into a Camille matchup, which is typically supposed to be favorable. Right, because he just got the assist on Leroy, so a little bit of revenge going on there. Baron once again gonna come up, and this is should be handily going over the team Reformed. Like we talked about Artisan with the team cup, they can't really leave their base at this point in time. Reformed, once they get Baron, they can just end the game. Yeah, ooh, a little bit of a shot flag and drag there. Doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter because they're looking for the Vi. They should be able to take this one down. The Ziggs ultimate will put a little bit of damage on the Lucian.
Emphasis on the little bit of damage.
But this doesn't stop Reform from getting onto the Baron now, and they bring in the teleport and looking to pick this one up quickly. Just 15.5 minutes into the game. Things are looking down for Odyssey. They have to make their final stand, but with no jungler, there's little chance to steal this one away. It should be going over. Close. Looks close, but no cigar. So now Odyssey running away now. XCP dives into the back, getting them so very low, and still maybe looking for more. Will get halted by the Seraphine, and now the Luxbind as well puts a stop to the Diana's plans, but they've already broken in. They're walking in. This is the victory march Reformed. The rest of the team makes a quick pit stop in base. They don't want to reset. I don't think they were looking to end it just yet.
Oh, they are. Trust me, they are gonna dive them right here. I see it already. I see it in the eyes.
Yeah, intentions are there. They want to make something happen. Gargoyle's Stoneplay comes through. Charm onto Leroy, but no follow-up means no damage and no chance the Camille goes down. The Stereo is still acting as some front line. The rest of the team coming back in now. Scripter Hall forced to back away. But this is it. Is this the game-winning push? Are they gonna take the third turret, or what's gonna happen here?
All right, they're gonna play it safe. They're gonna play methodical. Like we mentioned, this is an elimination match. As slim as the chances are of throwing this one, they don't want to risk it. And I think we've been talking a lot about Team Artisan, but while we have time, Reformed. Okay, well, we don't have time. They're gonna fight.
Yeah, they're gonna trade back a little bit, but I think they can respond pretty decently to this. Artisan have to pull out all the stomps to prevent them from ending the game there, but that's just about it. They cannot get anything else done.
Well, Reformed, they have 3 dragons in the back. They're opting not to end the game just yet, playing it safe, getting all the inhibitors. They want to also be the master of all 4 elements, so gonna wait for the dragon, I believe, before they try to end the game. That should be their win condition right now. I don't believe they need it. I think they can just dive and end the game, but they want to play it safe. Can't fault them for that one again. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Team Reform. The last time we saw them, I think the story was all about their Dragon Lane. They played Lucian Rakan and had a pretty convincing performance. This time around though, against double mages who just pushed them in, they really just farmed up the whole game. But they're solo laners. That's a different story this time around. XCP as well as Yorel, they're really doing a lot of work here to just bust the game open in the side lanes.
Yeah, and frankly, the fact that XCP, you said that the bot like Scripto Hall and GYS were farming in a side, were farming up this entire game. We have to remember that XCP was the one that was absorbing pressure for them. Going into the Dragon Lane, dealing with 2v1 and coming up with 1 or 2 kills every once in a while. Was so much additional benefit to Reform, then that's something that we have to take into account when we look at how they were able to take such a strong game. Things isn't entirely over yet, but I think now that they hit their win condition, I think it's practically over, because now you see the collapse coming in. Reform down in the base, they pop the Glacial Fissure, sets the domain, sets up the fight. The on-call will give them a bit of breathing room, but the Vi goes down. Diana going legendary, they're still moving in. Every hand will barely miss. The Nexus looking pretty low now. Coming with the Moonfall connects on the 3, and Artisan, they've lost any chance of coming back into the game. They're looking for the one last kill, but going golden saves them, but the Nexus cannot be saved. And there you have it, Reformed with a quick, well, somewhat quick 1-0.
It could have been a lot quicker given the state of the game, but they wanted to play it by the book, cross their T's, dot their I's, as you always say.
That's Daryl.
That's Daryl. That's what Daryl always says. Sorry, I got you guys mixed up. It's not that.
Hey!
It's a compliment. But yeah, Diana with a 10-1 scoreline. Remember that he was laning in 1v2 the majority of this game. That's a very successful performance, I would say, and it comes back down to Artisan. They did not identify at all where they needed to be on their map. Darius 072, Diana 061. They're supposed to be the strong point of this team comp. You're supposed to be the ones to get ahead. You go and gank a Camille in the top lane and you both die. That basically spells GG for your team already. And on top of that, the fact that Diana is just 1v2ing down in the Dragon Lane. A lot of things that shouldn't be happening this game happened, and at the end of the day, Artisan, they are going to be unfortunately knocked out of the tournament. Commiserations to them. We haven't seen much of them, and unfortunately today we didn't see much of them again. Hopefully the next time around we do see some improvement and see them make some progress in the right direction. For now though, Reformed 1-0-1 away.
I love the optimism. Get to see them again in the future, perhaps. Let's take a look back at this match between Reformed and Artisan to see how Reformed have been able to come back stronger than before. Unable to respond to this as they start to jump in. They find the primary engage, and the on-call will be able to trade back onto 1. Moonfall comes to a little bit late. Scripter will take the turret damage for the team. They managed to execute 1. This is a 1-for-1 exchange by Leroy in a 2v1 situation. Takes down 1, bashing fall with a tactical sweep. Takes down another. It's a double kill. And more goes over to this Camille.
Yeah, you don't want to see a favor. Instead of trying to defend Delphi's lane after he's already dead. What's the point of that?
This is terrifying. You just see the Camille running in, and now the hashtag all to secure the kill. Even knocked back by the satchel charge would not prevent that from happening. So here XCP tries to jump in. The exhaust will come through in time, but that's going to be too late either way. They go down. 6 is dead. Now Camille jumps back on, puts the focus onto the Lux, because Lux going down as well. Artisan running away. It's fine from Reform, collapsing in the mid lane now with the Baron buff and looking stronger than ever. They're still moving in. Every hand will barely miss. The Nexus looking pretty low now. Coming with the Moonfall connects on the 3, and Artisan, they've lost any chance of coming back into the game. They're looking for the one last kill, but going golden saves them, but the Nexus cannot be saved. And there you have it. It was nice to be able to see Reform coming back in. Now with slightly different adjustments, making them a little bit stronger. They were able to take a very, I would say very, what's the word for I'm looking for?
It's dominant, but it went on a little bit longer than it should have.
Yeah, it did definitely look that way, right? So they had a very convincing it. That's the one that I wanted to say. But there were some issues closing it out. But like you mentioned, it being an elimination round, they wanted to play it absolutely safe, and it may have extended
a little bit too safe.
3 or 4 additional minutes. But I'm okay with that as long as you're able to close it out.
Fair.
It's 1-2 additional resets before they won the game, and frankly, I'm okay with that as long as they were able to make sure they held on to the win. So they will continue to play out in the later half of the day, or towards the end of the day, because we have 2 more BO3s. The losers of those matches will be the ones that play in the lower brackets at the end of the day. We have, if I'm not mistaken, GE Esports versus Team Happy and Paperbake versus Aphrodite as our 2 BO3s in the upper brackets. They will then face off against our lower bracket players. That being said, we're going to go into a quick little break before we jump into our upper bracket first match, and as we take a look to see what GE Esports and Team Happy have in store for us, so don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Come on, you. Let's dance.
I'm on it, Black Shoe! Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me?
Captain Chemo on duty.
Let's do it! Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back, folks, to the Wild Rift Steam Icon Series Singapore 2021 Fall Qualifiers number 2. We are still in the action. We are moving into the upper brackets now, and like always, I'm giving this in. With me is Omo. We are bringing back the Gomo special. Hungry will join us back some other time, and let's take a quick look at our brackets, because the upper brackets are an interesting one for us. We've seen quite a number of matches come through already, and the teams that win these matches now will qualify directly for the playoffs. So first one, we have GE Sports versus Team Happy, and the second one, we have Peppa Pig versus Aphrodite Gaming. Like I said, winner will get into playoffs. Losers will go into the lower bracket, where they will then fight one more BO1 to get back in and get a chance to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm personally quite hyped to see Peppa Pig against Aphrodite Gaming. We saw some pretty good teams for both of these games yesterday. I'm quite curious to see if Rossetti can hold up against the...
Some pretty good teams for both of these games.
Come back from break, my brain is a bit jumbled up. Some pretty good games from both of these teams
I know why. Your drink isn't with you anymore. Do you want one back?
I need to get my 100 plus out of the fridge to really hydrate my brain back up.
That's the issue,
for
right?
Sure. Yeah. So yeah, Peppa Pig, we see them play with a heavy focus towards aggressing in the top lane, in the Baron lane, and Aphrodite, they play with a quite self-sufficient top Baron laner. Rossetti, yeah, the 100 plus really needs to kick in real quick to really try to survive these aggressive attempts on most teams towards the Baron lane. So I'm quite curious to see how this Rock versus Scissors matchup is going to play out, and if Rossetti as well as the rest of Aphrodite Gaming can survive the onslaught of Peppa Pig's top side.
Yeah, it's been pretty reliant on making the Baron lane work, and we've seen that play quite well for a number of these teams, and hopefully in the matchup we get to see a very nice one. You know, this BO3 is going to be very important for them, being and kind of way that they go into the playoffs as well. Here, you're gonna have a sip now. You know, ice cool.
I need to freshen up real quick.
As always, this broadcast brought to you guys by 100 Plus as well as Secretlab. You know, for making all of this happen and all of this possible. And Secretlab has also released their new Evo 2022 line. It's a new introduction of some nice features, a lot of magnetic moving parts now, being able to remove the headrest or the pillow magnetically.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you talked a lot about how
really
you like.
Cool. That was really cool.
Right, being one of the nicest features, as well as the arm seats, you can just remove those magnetically and bring in new ones if you need to as well. I think this is going to open up a whole new world of custom armrests.
RGB armrest, when? That's kind of what we've been talking about, right? When am I going to get to pimp out my gaming chair in a bunch of RGB lights?
It's coming soon.
Gotta be an epic gamer that way, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, in 3 different sizes, so depending on your height, it does matter. So I tried to figure out what was the specific change, and it's actually because of the way that the lumbar is built in, I think. You know, because it's a built-in lumbar pillow, it's kind of like a pillow, right?
I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I don't know what lumbar means.
It is your lower back.
Right, okay. Lumbar support, right? Lower back support. Okay,
that's right.
got it.
Yeah. So it's that little portion there, and it's inbuilt now, and so depending on your height, it's kind of adjustable for you as well. I can see you testing it right now.
It's kind of good.
Yeah, so that should be about the height that you wanted. So you're in that R range. Right.
I'm regular.
Yeah,
I've never really noticed how well it supports your back. Well, I'm chilling out so hard right now, but it's actually really comfortable. Like, it supports my lower back really well, because my gaming chair, my non-gaming chair at home doesn't really do this. That's cool.
So now the realization coming through as we get ready for our picks and pans for our first match. You know, it's a nice one to see. GE Sports, I think we've seen quite little of them. Team Happy a little bit more.
Yep.
And this has come good indication. In the previous game we saw with Addison, with the fact that we didn't get to see very much of them, and they brought in such a different and interesting strategy, has been something quite impressive to see.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like GE Sports versus Happy will be quite an evenly matched one. We'll have to see as well, because just a reminder for the viewers at home who missed it, all our games yesterday in the upper bracket, they were all 2-0s. Every game was basically a sweep. They were a little bit closer than the games we've seen today, but they were still 2-0s at the end of it. GE Sports versus Happy, I can fully see this one going to 3 games. It's doable. Peppa Pig against Aphrodite as well, very possible. And I feel like all of these teams fighting for an immediate seat into playoffs, they're not really going to give it up that easily. I'm 1-0 down. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to try to fight back. We're going to the 3rd game. And of course, to remind you guys of the stakes, if you make it to playoffs, first place in playoffs gets 12 grand. Second place gets 8 grand, if I'm not wrong.
That's right.
And third place gets 2 grand. Not the best, but still a pretty hefty chunk of change. And the real bonus is you get 3 months supply of 100 plus, and that's nothing to slouch at. You know, keep hydrated as you're gaming.
Absolutely. Take baths and showers in your with how much that you have. But let's take a quick look back into this. So GE Sports will be on the blue side. Gives them some priority to start off the picks and ban phase. You know, it's been very important for blue teams to especially take control and kind of dictate the kind of composition they want to play. Whereas red teams, you've also seen something interesting, right? Because especially with Eagle Terrorist being someone who is very willing to play the Xin Zhao where other players have
You're a
not been.
fan.
I
Yeah.
am a big fan of that. The fact that he's willing to play this kind of leaves a lot of room for him to play different junglers that other teams have not been willing to execute. You know, Xin Zhao, they can ban away Lee Sin, Javan, Gragas, whatever you want to ban. If the Xin Zhao is left open, that's an option for him to go for. It makes him so much more flexible than some other junglers.
Yeah, completely agree with that. It makes a lot of sense, and we'll have to see how this draft plays out. So far, no junglers being banned just yet, so all the options, at least most of the options, likely going to be on the table here. I have a main question right now, which is what is GE Sports icon supposed to be? I can't quite figure it out.
I think that we just can't see it from this angle, but I don't know. It kind of looks like it's like a three-dimensional thing. It's like either popping out or sinking in. It's either one.
It looks like one of those football club logos, but like with a 3D effect kind of going on there, so a lot to really take in. Back to the bans though, Ziggs Akali being banned away, heavy focus towards the solo lanes of GE Esports, while GE, they want to ban away the Baron lane for Team Happy. Darius, Renekton gonna be taken away. Twist of Fate as well, I like that one, because Twist of Fate is not really a pick that you think about as in I'm banning out your mid laner. It's about I want to make sure that your mid laner can't snowball your side lanes. And that's exactly what we see here. It looks like they have a lot of priority put towards Icy Bang, and as well as possibly the bot lane of Team Happy. They don't want them to really get too ahead here.
Because we've seen what happens when Icy Bang gets a hit. When he starts to be able to snowball and get out of control, you know, there's very little that can get done. This does feel like a little bit of maybe insecurity towards your own Baron lane though, because if you're
You're not supposed to say that. It's not you, it's him. You know, you're not supposed to say that.
because if you're banning out all these options, you know, it becomes a bit worrying. Like, what are they willing to play the Baron lane now at this point? Because now it comes down to extremely skill-based matchups, unless you are going to go for that first pick Camille, or you know, because now you still have stuff like the Gragas open, you know, Camille is open. Some of these options that have been otherwise banned out are now available for Team Happy.
Well, my question then is, if you want to play this Galio, do you really need to ban TF? Because I feel like the answer to that is no. It's a pretty comfortable matchup either way. Orianna picked up as an answer to Galio. I think that's pretty neutral. Galio can just get the push. It's not a big deal. Either way, Orianna can farm. Both of them get to do what they want. I like the deny of the Camille pick. Don't give GE Esports the Camille Galio combo. And then they just pivot and say, you know what, that's fine. We have Diana Galio combo going on here. Diana, I do believe, likely going to be a mid laner, possibly played in the jungle as well, in which case we will see Galio in support if Diana goes mid. And with the addition of Kai'Sa to the team comp, I think it's looking more likely that Galio goes to the support position because it's such a good pairing. And that's what we like to see. CC tanks the combo with Kai'Sa. We've been seeing a lot of Braum Kai'Sa. We've even seen a Nami Kai'Sa. I don't like these combos. You need a CC tank to go in, proc the Kai'Sa plasma stacks, let Kai'Sa fly in on her killer instinct, get these things working for you, and it's going to be a Lulu Lucian combo, a lot of enchanting, a lot of shields, a lot of buffs, but then that comes back down to can our Lucian get a hit?
Very important to be able to put Lucian in a strong point, because otherwise, you know, we see what happens, can fall behind. But I suppose the nice thing about this, at least for Team Happy, now with the Lulu as well, you know, they still hold on to this last pick, don't really have to give too much indication towards that. And this is for GE Esports. You can see now, I feel like the composition becomes a little bit less cohesive because they go for the Garen and now looking at the Vi as well. The jungle option for Team Happy is still quite wide, and I would love to see, so Gragas is a big option and something that's still being available throughout the game, because now that you see the Garen is up, you can play Camille in the jungle. You don't have to waste the Camille on specifically a Baron lane matchup. You can bring in the Gragas instead.
At the same time, it could be a Gragas jungle. We'll have to wait and see which one they prefer. I don't really see super huge perks to either matchup. I think both of them are pretty much okay either way. The main focus of this team comes to at the end of the day is Angel on this Lucian. You have a lot of buffs for him. Lucian Lulu is not a typical hyper carry combo, but if your Lucian gets accelerated, he can function that way because with the shields, with the speed ups, he's just going to be dashing around your entire team. And with the build path these days on Lucian, it's so comfortable for him to really just get into a late game carry position as well. You got the Solar Recharge Blade, you have the Navari Quick Blades. There's so many late game itemization choices for Lucian to go for, and I do like what they have drafted at the end of the day. However, I think both these teams actually have very solid team comps. Kai'Sa Galio, like I mentioned, I'm a big fan.
those new items have really brought in some new life for these kind of pseudo spellcaster marksmen that are not to the extent of like an Ezreal, but also not strictly like auto attacking someone like
Crit
Jinx
and
would,
casters.
right?
Yeah,
So crit casters, and so bringing in the charge blade, the Navori quick blades, that's really been able to bring the additional life for these marksmen, especially with the Essence Reaver as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so all these kind of empower Lucian and bring him to an even stronger point, which is a bit of the criticism that we've seen with the Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa has been able to come in as that traditional marksman type thing, but it doesn't function the same way. You have good tank shredding afterwards, but for the most part, this early game, you do suffer at the oppression of stuff like the Lucian quite a bit.
I think in the context of the team comp, I actually do like the Kai'Sa. I have said, like, I can't believe Kai'Sa's not getting punished in a lot of these games so far. But within this team comp, Kai'Sa's job is very simple. My whole team is gonna dive your backline. I'm just killer instincting in with you, and then we go and pop the Orianna, we go and pop the Lucian. That's our goal here. We are we're just diving you. That's the one thing they have in mind. The pairing with Galio actually makes it so that they have the potential to get solo kills down in the Dragon Lane. So that's a nice touch that they have. Lulu, if she gets jumped on by Galio, can possibly get popped by this combo.
Vi is also a very important piece to all of this, because I don't feel like Vi can actually act as a initiator in most of these situations. You want that to kind of align with the Diana Galio. Instead, it gives a lot of safety to your Kai'Sa. Of course, your Kai'Sa can, for the most part, try to survive using the killer instinct, but being locked down by the Hextech Ultimate can be troublesome. Now, where the Vi comes in is now you can keep the Vi's, you can keep the Kai'Sa safe. You can jump back on to the Camille, for example, in the back. You have this additional lockdown. This is some of the difference that we now get to see.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of pivoting options in these team compositions that they can go for depending on how the game state is going as well. I'm actually quite curious to see if Diana goes for the typical Roa tankier build, because I feel like with how squishy and no real frontline tank or bruisers on the side of the red team, Diana can just jump in a full AP build and try to burst the backline. I think that's a very real possibility here today. I do believe we are going to have a little bit of a remake though, so sorry to keep you guys waiting. It's going to take a little bit while both of these teams get some technical issues sorted out.
But it happens, every once in a while.
Yeah,
you jump into the game, and for some of these teams, not necessarily having the most amount of competitive experience, it can be. There are a lot of unforeseen circumstances that have happened. I'm sure you know as well. I'm sure you know as well. Having previously been to a few competitions, you feel it.
A couple, yeah.
Oh, I guess we can get to go into it. Forget about the technical issues. I think we fixed it.
We don't need to worry about that. We're just gonna get in game and we are gonna play this one out.
But I'm still gonna hold you to hearing some of your stories in the future. But for now, GE Sports.
I thought I dodged that bullet.
And
they are not pleasant ones.
Team Happy will look to try to make something happen in this game as they want to take away the first win in this BO3 series.
How cool is Orianna's lane? Dragon. And Spot. Like, they have the combo going. Dragon, Spot, and String. How did I not see this before? I really like the names coming from GE Sports. For that alone, we'll give them the draft advantage here. They have the name gaps going on.
Is this some kind of context?
No, I just like all caps names that like shout at you.
Oh,
that's why I'm Omo, And having Spot as well and String, like random words, I think it's more funny. It's kind of cute.
Incredible results-based naming.
If they win, we'll see if I'm right, but we'll have to see. I do like the trading coming out from IC Bank, using the early level 3 advantage to get some advantageous trades. I don't think this is a super bad matchup from Camille. Garen really excels in matchups where he can stick on you, and that's definitely not a Camille matchup until Garen gets more points in his Q, which I do believe will increase the silence duration to deny Camille from just hookshotting away.
Yeah, the judgment will give them a little bit more value as he starts to scale up, and of course also having the courage, makes him so he takes increases his tenacity, cannot be held in crowd control for as long. So we'll give him a little bit of a better matchup against the Camille, where otherwise he would suffer a little bit. You do now see String moving in to get rid of some of the pressure from the Gragas. They did a very good move here by responding to this invade. Will lose a couple of camps in the bottom side towards the Dragon Lane, but I think with the Vi now coming in, maybe might want to get something done instead.
I think it's great that you touched on the courage spell here, and I think that that's a possible good thing in this matchup for the side of the Camille, because your true damage, correct me if I'm wrong, ignores the ignores the damage reduction from Garen's second skill. So I do believe that that's going to be a little bit of a nice interaction going on there. When he turns that on, you just kick him with true damage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Camille just keeps taking these short trades until she eventually wins the war of attrition. Of course, Garen's passive is going to heal him a bit, but it's nothing really significant in the long term.
This sounds like a story of the strongest spear versus the strongest shield, right?
Yep.
And
Yep.
is the damage from the Camille going to be able to take down the Garen's defenses, or are they just going to come to an impasse as the story has come before? Or are we going to see a third-party intervention, you know, with the
looks like
Vi
that's the
hovering
case.
towards the top side, trying to make something happen in the Baron lane? You know, this has been a very critical move for a lot of these teams, getting these dives early on. It's a little bit of harass on the Dragons. They steal away a camp, force the flash away. Dragon joining in with aggressive strike, and now the Moonfall. They don't have the team in position. The Shockwave will get some decent damage back onto the fight. He dashes away. A couple more out of tech should find it. Gets get locked up by the Hextech ultimatum, stuck at the edge of the cage. Kama now the target for GE Esports. They find good damage back on the Camille, forces the flash. The barrier will keep them topped up and healthy enough. Down towards the bottom side, Fifth looking pretty low here. String might just go down. Dragon jumps back in, has to flash away from the Orianna. They get control of the mid lane, and it's a 1-for-1 exchange.
An action across the board for both of these teams, but ultimately it's still a 1-for-1. I do believe First Blood went over to the side of GE Esports, taking down Elo Terrorist on this Gragas. He should be just going for a full tank Gragas build here, which means that he is going to be doing very little damage, and it will be focused on crowd control. What I do like about Gragas in this team composition, even as a full tank, is he does very well into Diana. You don't let her dive in. You basically play it like you're playing basketball. You mock the guy. You mock Diana. You body slam him. You body block him. You cast to get him out of the fight. Don't let him get off a big moonfall. That's your goal here. And I think that it is an excellent pick if you're looking for someone to do that. It's an overall pretty good choice against the short-range team comp of GE Esports. So even though he's falling a little bit behind, that's fine, because we talked about this. Low economy jungler, you're not building damage, you just want to be tanky, you just need to do your job.
Look at this difference now. Team Happy are able to start the Dragon because GE Esports had a longer recall timer. Now jumping into the pit, trying to steal this one away. It will still go with Elo Terrorist. They Slayer, the CC, the crowd control, the knockups, but they will be able to take down the Vi. And now the Exhaust keeping Fifth in a low spot. String now has to try and get away, has to put his flash, but a counter flash coming out from Angel. In the back, it's a big moonfall, but the crowd control will put Dragon back. Finally gets the kill they were looking for, but it's a quadra kill. Mysteriously and magically coming out as Angel makes the plays.
Big misplay from String. He tries to start it off with his taunt. You need to start off with your heroic charge. You need to get into the midst of them before channeling the taunt. If not, like what we saw, the CC is just going to break your taunt and you're not going to be able to get anything off. He mislayered his crowd control, and that allowed Angel to just get free reign that fight. Elo Terrorist, you saw he took so long to die. At the end of the day, Dragon nearly didn't even get a single kill out of that whole interaction. And what did we say before this started? We said that Lucian needs to get ahead, because the goal of your team comp is you want to buff this Lucian. You want to let him run amok and wreak havoc amongst the team of GE. And I think that with a quadra kill in his pocket, he's likely looking to do just that.
I mean, that was a dicey situation, right? GE Esports put it very well and likely lost the kill.
It was a misplay. It was a misplay from GE.
Right, Team Happy, sorry, rather, could have lost the Dragon. You know, it's a pretty tight situation. They were playing for a 50-50, but then the fights didn't exactly go their way. Now, Body Slam puts Vi in a bad spot, still has to flash away as you see the Gragas in your face. And you have to wonder what was the decision-making process there, because you engage but then flash out immediately after. You lose some value then. There's a big engage tool now gone. Dragon's going to once again zone out GE Esports. Team Happy grab the Dragon now onto the Rift Herald. Are going to look to break open the top lane Baron outer tier turret. They're getting pretty close to that point. String luring some crowd control, gets the taunt off, looking for the shockwave. Moonfall connects back, and now Lucian joining into the fight, but in between 4, in between 5, tries to pump the Kali, but has to cancel it, ends up taking way too much damage. The flash away, but the Ignite as well as the flash in for the Garen with the spin to win. Spot finally takes down the Lucian, puts him down, and they may have gotten the Rift Herald, but they lose multiple in exchange.
So it's a little bit of a trade-off on both sides of the map. So GE Esports, they take the fight, but Team Happy, they take the Rift Herald, as well as they funnel farm into Icy Bang on this Camille. He gets the bot lane turret, he gets the bot lane wave, and more importantly, well, to some, more importantly, he gets the Rip buff as well. That's always going to be nice to have. Couple this with the Rift Herald that Team Happy have in their pockets right now. They're able to just plop this down in mid lane. I think after Angel catches that wave in the Baron lane, he will just come to mid. and they'll pop Rift Herald, and they'll try to break the turret.
I mean,
maybe he'll go for one more wave.
You can absolutely see it as he is, right? The rip buff is the ultimate value for every mountain.
It's a big
right?
dub. It's a big dub. Yeah.
Baron's up. No, I gotta take rip buff. Elder Drink is up. No, rip buff's more important. I
How
can
do you
win the
expect
game,
me to
but
team fight without rip buff?
I can't. I have no rip buff, guys. This is doomed. I can't.
I
win
might
this.
have Eye-Edge and Solari Quick Blades, but I don't rip buff. So guys, wait.
Yeah, please wait for me before we join the fight. So, you know, it's nice for GE Sports now because they were quite behind in gold for a moment, and now they're back to just slightly under 2,000, especially with this turret going down. Gives them a good spot to be in because, frankly, the gold difference is going to come in the form of a lot of this is going to be around the Baron lane specifically and a little bit towards the jungle matchup.
Yeah, it took a while, but I think finally now they're looking towards the mid lane. Jokes they're not. He's going to recall, they're going to reset, and I think he's going to take the red buff, and then hopefully now they look into the mid lane, because honestly at this point all they need to do is let Icy Bank play a side lane, play Fort 1, and then just drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane. Icy Banks comes over, and that's pretty much how you snowball the game in a situation with the Rift Herald and the lead that you have. Look at the gold difference for the AD carries right now, 1,500 gold. It's gonna be pretty significant, as well as 1,000 gold for the Baron laners.
Man, look at this man. He's ignoring the red buff. Wait, is he walking back towards it? Doesn't seem to be the case. They're going to go for the dragon
He wants
instead.
to, but his team is calling him
Yeah,
away.
they're making sure that he puts his attention on this dragon because it's a bigger objective, and this is likely where GE Sports going to pull the trigger. They tried to bait them in. They didn't have much information or much vision. This could be a very big fight for them. Shockwave will not be in position, so they hold off on that for now, but they can still use the Rift Herald mid while they go for the dragon. And so this is something GE Sports have to watch out for. Last time they went for this fight, they mistimed it and String went in a little bit too early, a little bit too far away from the rest of the enemy team, so he couldn't get the maximum value off his taunt.
Yeah, dropping the Rift Herald to keep GE Sports in the mid lane while they take the dragon down. I feel like they don't need to lose this Rift Herald for nothing. They're in a comfortable enough position. I think they can get both the turret as well as the dragon without having to sacrifice the Rift Herald. But that's going to be all well and good for Team Happy. They are going to try to look for a 5v5 in the mid lane. GE Sports, though, if they want to take this fight, they have to find an angle. That's what Vi's trying to do.
Yeah, body slam now connects onto the Vine. Vine's immediately dead. String is going to come in. They force a flash away from Elo Terrorist. Nice moonfall will put them in a bad spot, but GE Sports cannot continue. They don't have the damage to lay it through. String is trying to tank up the rest of his team, but Angel's still very far. Hit strong enough to take them down. It's going to be a double kill for this Kai'Sa. Fib is getting away. He goes on a killing spree. Angel's still looking to try and chase this one down. One last auto attack should find it. He does manage to finally take him down. It's an ace for Team Happy, and now they're moving to the mid turret.
Another misplay coming in from String. You need to be able to time your Galio CC so that when they're on CC from your heroic entrance, you can either layer it with your taunt or layer it with your Justice Punch. You need to do one of these things to not give them time to CC you or give them time to flash out. If not, this might have been a different fight once again. Elo Terrorist got out of the fight with his flash, and we see Team Happy's comp. If you don't lock them down, they have the ability to just kite back. They're able to just kite you around, pull you around the fight with Ori buffs, with Lulu buffs, and the Lucian, like we said, like we expected, is just going crazy here.
But I have to sing praise for Dragon because Dragon has been consistently coming in with huge moonfalls, huge ultimates that have put this Team Happy in a much tighter situation than they would otherwise expect. In fights they would have clearly won, Dragon has made it a little bit more ambiguous. You saw how Fib was able to get a few kills towards the end of that to equalize things a little bit more, but despite all of that, Team Happy have come ahead by a significant gold margin. They're once again trying to collapse in on the Gragas, but this is not the target they want to go for. We saw what happened the last time. They weren't able to take him down. Now he's come back even stronger. Icy Bang is starting to snowball a little bit too much for Spot to deal with. They're starting to charge up the Vine. Ball breaker again, and now the second wave. This is a solo kill in the Dragon lane. That's not what GE Sports want.
Yeah, they're just going aggressive in every single lane right now because they can, because they have the lead. 7,000 gold in favor of Team Happy. A flank comes in.
Yeah, they're looking at the back, but won't see the polymorph come through. String trying to set something up with the rest of his team. Flash away from the Lulu. Won't keep him alive for a little bit longer, but over to the Raptor wall. Fib follows, joins in. You see the exhaust onto the Orianna. Means Ori can't join into the fight, but the rest of the team's still in it. They're now moving onto the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is dead, and the Camille joining back into the fight. Vi has to flash away, trying to survive, but a little bit too difficult with the pursuit coming in from Icy. He goes from the kill with the Dragon lane into the fight, the mid lane, and now back in the Dragon lane with another kill, this time onto the Vi. Surely should be able to find it. I think one more out of that can get it. It just takes a little bit longer, but they get it either way.
They need to stack the spells. They need to stack the ultimates onto Angel, guys. This is a very simple team comp to execute. I can't even speak anymore. It's just so frustrating because their team comp is so easy to play, but they're not able to pull it off. You need Vi out on top of the Lucian. Chain that into a Galio out. Chain that into a Diana ulti or what have you. It's so simple. Just lock down Angel. Don't give him the space to run. Don't give him the space to kite. But that's exactly what we're seeing. He has so much space to do as he pleases. Look at the KDAs on the bottom of Team Happy right now. I think it really tells the story of the whole game. Your Camille is big, your Lucian is big, and look at the assist on your two, I would say, pseudo supports in this game. Lulu and Orianna, 1-0-13, 0-4-12. Why are you killing Lulu? It doesn't matter. You need to get on Lucian. You need to kill Lucian.
I see where Viv is coming from because it seems so difficult to go for the Lucian in a situation where you really cannot get very much more done, but they were in a close fight in a lot of these situations, and so like you said, prioritizing the Luki could be a problem because it's a very different type of situation, right? Where Lulu is going to empower you in these short exchanges and these burst fights, but will not sustain you, will not top you back up, and so that could be a vulnerability that they want to exploit. Now, this has been a recurrent issue, a same trend over and over again. I don't like Vi for this reason because it's so easy to come to the perception and the idea that you're supposed to go for the marksman like this or the Baron laner like this, but you get caught out of position, you're dead before you even know it. And this has given them so much more space. Angel is shredding them down, putting pain to the turret as well. They're breaking open the mid lane, they take it, the Baron lane, and now the knockback onto Spice should be one last auto attack to get the kill. He actually survives with how tanky he is, but you still see the Orianna shoving in the Baron lane, and there's nothing they can do. They cannot protect every turret here. One must go down.
It's just an execution right now. Team Happy, they are just gonna close out this game.
No, wow, the damage with the Orianna. Viv is dead as well. That's their damage source score, and GE Esports in base trying to hold on. This is just
taking everything.
The icing on the cake for IC Bang.
Yeah, they're taking everything right now. We get your turrets, we get your marksman, we get your dragon, and everything on the map belongs to Team Happy.
Everything on the map does belong to Team Happy. GE Esports have gifted that to them on a bit of a silver platter as now they're walking into the base. They've broken open every inhib. This is just about it for GE Esports. They want to hold on and wait for the Kai'Sa to come back online. They're moving on to the Lucian. Lucian might go down, but he goes to survive. Is still alive after all of this. A little bit more won't take it down, but the Lulu keeps him out with the wild growth, with the shields, with the heals. He will come back in, and they go on a rampage. They take down yet another, and it's just left the fifth, who gets locked down by the Hextech Ultimatum. This will be the end of the first game as Team Happy collect the first game win.
Very well played to Angel and the rest of Team Happy. They did exactly what their team comp needed to do. Peel your Lucian, kite back, let your Lucian go crazy. But I can't help but imagine, I can't help but ask if GE Esports did that combo, if they did that play, 5k go to go, 10k go to go, when the game was even, they could have just kept one-shotting Lucian. But instead, he just got to a point where he's too huge, had the Zhonya's available, has so much shielding and healing from the Lulu and Orianna, and he just cannot die at this point. 24,000 damage for this Lucian. He is definitely the hard carry in this team comp, and with that, Team Happy, they're gonna go 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. I would say that was a pretty dominant performance, but a lot for GE Esports to look at as well. Their team comp, it wasn't bad. There were certain key things it could do. They just failed in executing it.
You know, this is interesting as well because you look at the gold graph, right? It's a tight gold spread between both teams. You know, it just really came down to Team Happy being able to make more out of these situations. And every instance that they were in, they were able to find incremental leads. And you can see it just started to break open as they started to compound more and more gold. It was a very good spot for Happy to be in. I think that's kind of the moral of the story here. Team Happy can use more, do get more done while even being just incrementally ahead.
Exactly the case. And Team Happy, they did lose one fight, I believe, but GE Esports, they weren't able to find anything out of that as well. While GE won one fight, they lost the Rift Herald, they lost their Dragon Lane turrets, and Team Happy playing both the map as well as playing the team fights better.
And GE Esports, their competition run has been pretty interesting because they got a bye in the first round. They went up against Team Honest and got a 2-0, and now they're into their third game. Whereas Team Happy have not been able to get such an easy run through. They had to play first against Team OK and then against Blumo's team. Both teams that we've seen, and especially Team OK now going into the lower bracket, I believe semi-finals at this point. have shown exactly how good they are, and so they've had some pretty tough opponents, yet they've been able to pull ahead and make something work. I really do quite admire that from Team Happy. GE Esports, of course, this being just the first game, have so much more in store to show us, I'm sure. So I'm looking forward to see what else they want to get done there. Again, I'm just going to say I'm not a huge fan of the Vine because of how easy it is to be distracted by the idea that if I lock down Angel, the rest of the team can kill him with me. That's not the case. I would much rather see the Diana be the one to get something like that done.
Diana needs to find a flank in some of these situations for sure. The setup from the side of GE Esports left a lot to be desired. Definitely, I can agree with that. I think that in this specific instance, Team Happy definitely played very well around their team composition as well, so props to them. And I want to call back as well to the match that you brought up, Team Happy against Blue Mode's team, where I think their bans were perfect going to that series to shut down exactly what Blue Mode's team wanted to do. And I think if you link that back to their draft in this game and how they drafted the Kite comp to just peel back and let your Lucian go crazy against a comp that wants to dive you, Team Happy have looked like one of the best drafting teams in the tournament so far.
Been able to make sure that they have all the pieces they need in order to win, and then being able to execute them are two different things. And thankfully, we've been able to see Team Happy actually hold on to that. Yeah, do both and be able to execute what they have in store for us. Because that's a weakness that we saw, especially in the summer qualifiers, where teams have some good ideas. They were ahead of the curve. They understood the game better, in my opinion. But then when it came down to executing, they faltered. They had some mistakes. Now I'm going to put that same kind of tag mark on GE Esports because it looked like they had a good comp for the most part. And I'm not, again, I'll keep saying this over and over again, I'm not a huge fan of Vi, but it's not like Vi was a problem. You know, Vi can work in the composition they were in because it acts as a secondary engage for in case the Diana cannot get there and it has to look for a flank instead. The problem really came down to execution. So this might not be something that comfortable with. If this is the case, go for something different. I'm okay with that. I want to see maybe they can play a Ziggs comp, you know, and scale up instead.
Counterpoint to that is, I like that instead of focusing on, oh, we have the wombo combo, guys, let's go for Jarvan. I like that they opted to pick up Vi instead, because Jarvan would have been a horrible pickup this game. So there's some pros and cons to Vi pick. I can see why you don't like it. I completely agree with that. There were a lot of situations where he got chunked out and like, okay guys, I guess I'm going in. And then that's never what you really want to see from a Vi. But if the story of the game was a little bit different, if they had some leads here and there, Vi can look like a completely different champion.
Absolutely.
It's just that I agree that she is very one-dimensional. Counterpoint is, no Jarvan, I'm happy. Don't tunnel on Jarvan, guys. If opponent teams can't get locked down by Cataclysm, don't tunnel on Jarvan. And I like that they did that. So that's a little bit of applause.
So now we're going to go back to picks and bans, and GE Esports will once again hold on to the blue side. We'll have to see how this pans out and what this is going to mean for the team. I will add in a little caveat to say that Fifth did have a decent performance on the Kai'Sa. There were some moments, like we mentioned, that we were critical about the targeting on the specific carries that they had, or rather not going for the carries because Angel was left alive in some of these situations. But for the most part, had some good moments, was able to mechanically make things happen and keep their team in a close-ish spot. So this time, let's see what they have in store for us. First ban is going to be the TF and the Ziggs ban right after.
Same bans, I believe, from both of these teams. GE Esports, they seem like they want to just run it back. And I think that that's fair, because if you ask the question, what are you going to ban? I don't really have an answer for you. What would you have banned from the last game if it was up to you?
I would get rid of the Camille for sure.
Or maybe the Camille. Yeah, maybe the Camille.
Renekton could be left open, but then I would first pick Renekton and then go let them have the Darius matchup instead.
That's fair. I mean, I was focusing on the Lucian being the key to the team comp, but I think Camille definitely did a lot of work in isolation. And I think that the answer that you had to that, which was the Garen, it's definitely not a real answer. Like, he does okay, but it's not a true counter pick. This is a fine ban as well, the Lulu. I feel like you could have played better around the Kai'Sa Galio lane to try to punish the Lulu, but I also understand why you want to ban away this champion, get rid of rather the burden of execution on yourself, making them have to play something a little bit more difficult, and we'll see how this one plays out. Braum ban coming in as well, makes sense. You want to get rid of the Lucian Braum, you don't want to ban away Lulu, and then they just go Lucian Braum, and then the same thing happens.
So a lot of focus around support bans this time around, and this is going to mean that Icy Man gets pick up the litter in terms of what he gets
Camille
from his Baron lane, because and Camille did do well, but he's also been a player that has shown a lot of prominence and ability on the Renekton. I think that has been one of their key focal points.
Is that a Katarina?
Katarina ban, Akali and Katarina ban, so a lot of mid-ban focus against Dragon.
I guess that kind of makes sense, because if you want to show Orianna blind again, then you want to kind of get rid of Katarina, but I don't know how good of a ban that is.
I mean, we've seen what he could do with the Diana. I have to say, this is a respectable ban.
It's probably something he has played in solo queue.
Exactly, right.
I like this adaptation to first pick the Camille, but then again, then they have a true answer in the form of the Renekton, and there we go, the blind pick Orianna that I think they wanted to go for with the ban of the Katarina. I get that you want to get rid of the Camille from Icy Bang, but why not just play the Renekton side of the matchup instead? They must be confident in this one for spot, and we have to see how he does. Galio is still available, so they can opt for the combo. That's probably what they want to go for here.
I actually do feel like Icy Bang is a little bit more confident on the Renekton than he is on the Darius actually, so this could be very nice here. And they're going to layer back with the same composition as they had last game, going to pair it up, and this time around they're bringing in the illusion, taking that option away.
Whatever you can do, I can do better. That's what they're saying right now with this team composition. We'll have to see if it actually pans out, but I do like what they have so far. I'm surprised that Lucian got this down in the draft. The team comp does a lot, and I think at the end of the day, what I want to see is I don't really think you should be putting Galio down in spot position if you don't have to.
Wow.
Hold on a second here. In isolation, that is a good matchup against Lucian. If you put the Galio in a support position, Draven can outplay that. He can use his third skill to cancel the dash, the Justice Punch from Galio.
Okay.
Lux support on the Draven lane as well, so you're gonna have a little bit of protection in terms of shielding, in terms of binds to keep them at bay, but it's not exactly a true protective support, and it's also not a true engaged support, so Lux is really neither here nor there. We'll have to see how well they execute it, because if you play it well, I am pretty sure Draven and Lux are gonna demolish Lucian in the right hands.
I want to say this Lux that's been appearing a lot of our games is as a result of some adaptation from, I would say, the VCT region a little bit, right? So then the fact that they've been able to come in and showcase some of this, and especially this Staff of Flowing Water tech where they rush this early, I feel like we do adapt it a little bit from the Vietnamese region. Can work. I'm curious whether or not it fits our playstyle, the way that we view the game. It doesn't seem as high impact, but then a lot of the times it's been a staple in the winning teams, right? But of course, it's always the winning teams that are the easiest to talk about.
It is. Okay, I think it's gonna be a Fiora jungle, maybe? Dynamite Fiora jungle.
Either way, I mean,
Lucian Galio bot lane.
Nothing is really kind of set in stone for us right now. We can still see something change up, and that's something very interesting. But judging from the way they played it out last game, it feels like their Vi, or rather this string of number character player is their kind of primary engagement, is the way that they view, is the way that they play as a team.
So maybe Camille for him.
Might be Camille for the jungler instead. So now the team happy because now they have a lot of engage. Now there's a lot of engage on GE Esports. How do they draft for some disengage to give them some space to work around?
It's still odd, right? Because neither of these matchups do particularly well into Renekton. So if you're looking to flex your Camille, why not take something that's better into Renekton? That's my question here. It's a little bit uncertain, but we'll have to see how it plays out. Because at the end of the day, if you do have a dive comp and you do get on top of the Draven, he can get one-shotted. Because like we talked about, Team Happy does not have true protection for the Draven. Braum being banned away. Wukong for the jungle here. It's a nice touch. I do like this.
Okay,
Vi. Okay, well, they put the right back.
Vines
Okay, gotcha baited.
So going in for the Vi, and this is interesting because we don't get to see the Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao could have done decently in this position, having the Crescent Guard as a form of disengage to give this team some space.
Block the entire culling.
Exactly, and being able to absorb a lot of damage that would otherwise come through. And like you mentioned earlier, right, neither the Camille nor the Fiora really do that well to the Renekton matchup, and I think that's really going to be the story to tell here, because if they can't exactly deal with Icy Bang, we saw how much of a menace he was as the Camille before. The Renekton is going to be even more so as a split push threat.
Exactly.
Previously, the Camille was able to rotate a lot more. Renekton a little bit less. He's becoming slightly less mobile, but still, overall, it's going to be difficult for them to deal with. Yeah,
with the Blade of the Ruin King build path, it makes him very efficient as a duelist, which means in the side lane, he's going to be very oppressive based on most matchups. I do believe it's going to be a Fiora lane.
No, Fiora lane.
Fiora lane, and it's going to be Camille jungle. So correct. Fiora, if she does get some items, she will be able to 1v1 the Renekton. The question then is, are you able to get there? With Camille jungle, you can see they want to play more aggressive towards the early game. Camille needs to find these early plays and make them work on the map. But Vi is also very efficient at answering that. I kind of do wish we had seen the Wukong, because I do believe he's very good at answering the team comp, the dive-focused team comp coming in from Team GE. You're very good at disrupting the fight, get 2 spins down, and you're really just cancelling out most of the engages. Keep your Draven safe, I think is the name of the game here. They do still have double shielding, but they don't really have the disruption they had from the Gragas last game.
Okay, so I will point this out. It's grasping your die for the Fiora, which I think is very important in this matchup, right? Because if you were going for Conqueror, it's even worse for the Fiora. They cannot deal with the Renekton in any way, shape, or form. And so that's a nice little adaptation. Here we go with our second game, and with GE Esports being 1 down, the competition run is at risk. Team Happy go in aggressively. Draven trying to pick up the first kill, and they'll hand it over on a silver platter. Team Happy with first blood.
He knew he was dead. He stopped moving moving because he knew he was dead, and you hate to see it. I think he flashed the wrong way. He might have just been able to flash back towards his own jungle and make it out alive. At least that's what I think. It might be a little bit of copium going on, but I still think you definitely flashed the wrong way there, Dragon.
And see what happens. Yeah, Yellow Terrorist walks in, grabs the red buff, and you still have Camille trying to grab the canvas where he can, but it's so slow, even just grabbing the Raptors.
It's a little bit of a split map state in this current situation, but you see Icy Bang adopting very well to that, not taking unnecessary trades and playing it safe.
Oh my goodness, might actually see Divine go down, taking a lot of damage, still holding onto the flash. The Light Bind will be thrown, and it's just going to barely miss out.
I'm going to call out Zeos right there. As the support, if your jungler is invading onto Kraken, you need to be sure that you're in a position to support both your AD as well as your jungler. Stay near the Tri-Brush, make sure you can do that as we see Spot, 1 HP. If Icy Bang still at... Oh, wait, what?
Oh my.
Right, I was trying to judge that fight from the scoreboards, but turns out that they turned it around. I don't know, like, I assume he took a turret shot. That's the only explanation I can think of.
Interesting that that IC actually gets taken down here, and so this is very good for Spot. You know, GE Esports, they had a rough first game. The second one now with this solo kill in the Baron lane gives a lot more space for the Fiora to work around. They're going to be quite happy with this one, I do believe. That's exactly what you expect to see from the for the Draven, right? Being able to knock back the Galio, and then you get a couple free hits off on the exit. Exactly what you want.
Yeah, String tries to defend his carry there as we see a bit of action in the bot lane. Angel is just going to be oppressing them, though. I don't really think there's anything they can do. I'm trying to think if Galio can maybe try to find like Flash Engage, but I think that's overly ambitious. With how big the shields from Lux are, you're not going to be able to kill this Draven in the 2v2. You need to bring some help down. You need to bring your Camille. You need to bring maybe your Diana as well, and I think that that's very possible. Based on the last game, based on this game, what we're seeing is Diana should be able to push this Orianna in, which means that you're able to rotate first, come down to help the action.
The inclusion of Essence Reaver and how prevalent it's been able to become is a huge reason why I think Draven has been able to be picked up in this game. You know, it's going to give him a lot more efficiency in these matchups and be able to get something done. So really looking forward to see how they play that one out. A bit of an adaptation, so Team Happy making an early recall. They're going to go back first as they get good trade to the Baron lane. But they're going to make a bit of an adaptation by going back for an early recall. This means that Lungs will not be able to get the boots upgrade. They're actually going to hold off on that. Ilterra is making his way to the Baron lane now, giving some space over to Icy. I think they're just going to be able to get some chip damage to the turret.
It started out well, but I think the problem with these trades, and something I'm very particular about personally, I think a lot of Renekton players I've spoken to, I've talked to them about this, don't spend your Fury on Empowered E. You need to play around your Fury timing, make sure you empower Q or W for superior traits. You play very well around the Fiora repulse, but why waste your Fury on the E? If you save that for Q, you would have done so much more there. But it's fine. It's just my personal pet peeve, and I think Renektons need to work on that. Here we go, a bit of a trade.
Wow, get some decent damage back over onto Fit, but that's going to be the culling being used early, and they use the exhaust to negate some of that damage. So actually a good trade back for the Lucian there, I think.
Yeah, good trade back for the Lucian. It's very nice use of culling spacing to try to really chunk down the Darius from range. I think he did very well in that aspect. And Angel right here, not having the best lane compared to last game.
Yeah, Angel's going to be sent back to base early again. I believe they have picked up the Honey Fruit to give them some sustain. It's actually going to be 5th and String that will make a recall here.
5th and String.
5th String?
5th String.
What's the 5th String? 5th String on an instrument?
That's a B.
Yeah, for guitar, right?
Yeah.
Here we have it, a bit of a re-engage coming in for the Camille. They flash away the Hexen ultimatum, will give them some lockdown. Karma trying to get something done. They use the Lux Laser over on the other end. Flash in for the Evil Terrorist. They managed to pick up the kill. Galio now joining into the fight. They get the lockdown back onto Dragon. Gets to start off one more hit. The burn coming through, flashing in with the culling. They do manage to get that. But with the Draven ultimate coming down all the way from base, we're hoping to maybe give it over to Angel as well.
A little bit unfortunate. If Icy Bang didn't flash forward there, that kill would have gone over to Angel's Draven. But it's one of those cases where you don't really know what's going to happen. You better play it safe than sorry. Secure that kill for yourself. And it looks like Dragon's going to be started up.
They start this one off early, but no ultimates, or very few ultimates available for Team Happy. They're now going to be forced back into their jungle. Ilterra is trying to join back in. They get some control back. Stopping Dragon up once again. This is something that Team Happy are very happy to go for. They love doing these Dragon fights, these 50-50 positions, and oftentimes they actually come up a hill. Ilterra being such a big proponent of that. Red Team does manage to take it. It's going to be Orianna that secures the Dragon. String flashes is a huge taunt. Finds the value they were looking for, and they're trying to move back in. But Icy with the damage to the Renekton going to be enough to lock them down. They move back over onto the Diana. Diana is dead, and with the damage coming through, Exhaust now back on the Camille. Shockwave clips the Fiora. Spot is gone as well. Team Happy take a big fight, collect 3 and the Dragon.
I think Spot had his ultimate there. He needed to pop that to make sure his team got the AoE healing off the first target that they killed. And that was a bit unfortunate that it didn't happen. String redeeming himself for the Dragon fight in Game 1 with a huge flash 5-man taunt there. But at the end of the day, we see Team Happy yet again come out on top in these fights, 6-1.
Now with 5,000 gold in their pocket ahead of GE Esports, and you have to see where it's coming in from. You know, being largely once again on the Draven, the Baron, the Dragon laner, as well as now in the mid lane. You know, you're starting to see the Orianna scale up faster, because oftentimes what you see Oriannas do is they go for the Saracen Embrace, which we have in this game as well. But because of that, lacking damage with the Shockwave, even in big critical fights. But
but in this
scaling
case,
faster.
Yeah, in this case, he doesn't really need to be the primary damage dealer until much later in the game. You have Draven, you have a Renekton, you're happy with the damage output that they would have for now, so Orianna is a very comfortable pick in this situation. Now, it doesn't quite matter here yet, but I'm quite curious what Team Happy are going to play, because I'm assuming they're going to be getting to playoffs based on how they're playing here. Even if they get reverse swept, I think they're good enough to get into playoffs, and I want to see what happens when Orianna gets banned.
Camille right around the edge.
Nice.
Orianna once again will be the one to secure the objective, and now they get a good spot for String to come back in for to get a lockdown back onto the Camille with the lockdown Shockwave onto 3 GEs, but still get a kill despite that. And that's a very nice response to at least take back one, take down the Draven, even though they lose Rift Arrow.
And that's what you mentioned, no damage on Shockwave, but Icy Bang can threaten a dive here.
He's looking for something,
Spot
perhaps
confirmed
has
this.
plenty of HP, and you can see Fiora how far away he's playing. You know, just has to be careful against
gives it
Renekton.
up.
Wave coming back in means they need to get away. String will take a little bit of harass, but I think that's just about it. They don't really have to follow up to come through with that. Angel having to kind of dying there is going to be a little bit sad for the Draven, but he's managed to cash in quite a number of stacks at this point, so I don't think he's too upset about that.
I think he got some kills at the Dragon fight, so that's going to help him cash out a little bit. I do want to point out once again why pick Fiora into Renekton if you know the matchup's going to turn out this way. He did get the first blood, sure, I'll give you that. But at the end of the day, Fiora needs a couple more items to be impactful, to be able to win this Renekton in the side lane. It seems like they just counter-pick themselves. Maybe for comfort, I'm not exactly sure, but it seems like that's the case here, and that's exactly what we're seeing in the side lane.
It seems like a situation where, because you know they're playing for the Draven, they're playing for the Orianna, maybe you want to scale up.
A little bit cheeky there. Tries to
do
steal
that.
both ultimates expanded.
You know, it does seem like a situation where maybe you're trying to outskill them, knowing that it's going to be a Draven in the enemy team, and so you go for the Lucian yourselves, and you maybe want to try and outskill them, bring the Fiora into the side lane in the later stages of the game where he has 6 items, and there's very few, there's little that the Renekton can get done against him, but that's quite greedy, trying to scale in the late game like that, and not respecting that Team Happy could just take control of the early game and run away with it.
Yeah, we see once again an aggressive comp. It has a bit of scaling components this time around, but you want to be aggressive, you want to get leads, you want to dive into your opponents in the team fight, and that's really hard to do when you start falling behind.
GE Esports will slow down the pace of the game, and this is quite beneficial for them. Dragon's coming back up soon. And Team Happy, we see how they love to play these positions. They're unafraid of going for these fights. And in the mid lane, they pull the trigger, jump onto the Lux. They won't try to respond back. Angel gets taunted up, means he cannot output damage like he wants to. Dragon will ultimately go down. Angel has to flash away, gets a little bit too aggressive in the face of these opponents. But Orianna coming online. Karma walks into 5th, walks into the Camille, and can zone them away despite it all. Trying to go for the last exit kill, will not be able to get anything more done. They now pump the Rift Herald. The Camille trying to join in from the side. Fiora held in lane by the Renekton, cannot join back in, means they escort the Rift Herald into at least one turret. They're not going to bring in for the second one, they're just going to go for the Dragon instead.
Poor Shelly wasn't even needed there, they got the turret without her, but Shelly will keep them in the mid lane for a while at least, while they take down the Dragon.
So they go for the Dragon, and the Camille now joining back in. Vi will be in position to maybe make something happen. Icy pretty far away from the rest of the fight. They jump back in. Yeah, that's going to be the Camille getting it. String tries to get the taunt off, tries to set it out in position. Diana jumps in. Dragon trying to make something happen, but very low very quickly. And now, finally, Icy Bang is back in with the team. Makes something happen as Karma picks up a double kill. Now they put the lockdown, the focus back onto the Camille. Jumps in to steal away the Dragon. But now, on the pursuit, Team Happy are looking for revenge. They want this back. They flash in with a face plant, with a Vault Breaker, and now they get another kill. This is a very good spot for Team Happy to be in.
Very good spot for Team Happy to be in, like you mentioned. I think they'll be a little bit upset about losing the Dragon, but it's not anything significant. 1 HP left on Spot, and we do see the still come true, but at the end of the day, is it really worth it if you lose a bunch of kills for your team? It's once again a 1,100 gold lead for the side of Team Happy. Icy Bang Gonna do a lot of damage to String.
Yeah, an
Nice
Apple
dodge.
Angel rather is going to be there to find some backup.
Yep. So it's gonna be Team Happy with a pretty sizable lead yet again. You see all their carries scaling up pretty well. Everyone that you need gold on has gold on them. Draven is big. Orianna was on a rampage, 6-0 and 5. And you see this Renekton as well, of course being a menace in team fights like you would expect. 11,000 gold on this Orianna. I mean, Karma hasn't been very flashy. He's hit some good shockwaves. But at the end of the day, I think this Orianna has been the linchpin of both their comps.
Orianna Vi has been a very powerful combo for Team Happy.
For sure.
And, you know, this feels like a situation where GE Esports have taken away the Lucian and Galio and say that, yeah, we're going to play what you played. And Team Happy say, well, fine, we're fine with that. We're going to take the Vi away instead. And so both sides have switched compositions slightly, switched some of their picks, and are now looking to try and execute it better than an opponent's spot. No. You can see trying to dash around, trying to dodge away from the Renekton. This time around, yeah, he holds his Fury charges, not on his E, but instead going to be on his W. It's going to be something nice for him here, I believe. Looking difficult for the Fury to respond. Pops a little bit more than he has to. Uses the Ignite to get the execute the grievous wounds off. And this is the Baron call started up for Team Happy. They are looking to do this, but they get spotted out by the ward. So GE Esports are right around the corner trying to prevent this from happening.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of sunk cost going on through the head of Spot right there. He pops out, could have just used one of the vital procs to run away, but obviously use it to try to fight instead. Gets taken down with the empowered Q, and now you really hate to see this because Team Happy are getting everything on the map. They're getting Baron, they're getting bot lane.
Camille trying to come in, the Culling's going to be used early as well. They jump onto the Baron, let's see if they can grab this one away. Looks like they will be able to take it. It's going to go over the GE Esports. Now they're moving on to Angel. Angel's trying to survive, is going to get exhausted, running for his life. And GE Esports finally get the fight they were looking for. They make use of Team Happy's tendencies, take away the Baron, and a couple of kills to boot.
And 258 has been stealing away a bunch of these objectives right now. The Mountain Dragon, in addition to Baron as well. They will maybe get tier 2. They're going to try, but I don't know if that's a bit ambitious. I was going to say Team Happy are getting everything on the map, but instead they lose some kills and they lose the Baron. I don't think this is a game-losing throw, but this is going to put a little bit of a bumper in their momentum for a little bit.
For sure. 10,000 gold ahead. Team Happy is definitely not in a losing position, but it's not a position they want to be in regardless. You know, things didn't have to come to this point, and unfortunately, you know, the GE Esports were just in position a little bit too early for them to react to.
I mean, in that situation, it's very clear what Team Happy have to do. They just need to look for a turn angle. They look for Lux bindings. They look for Vi ultimate. Try to pick someone off because they have to walk into the river. They have to walk towards Dragon Pit to try to figure out what you're doing there. Ooh. Gets the steal back around, and this is a bit of a you know, a lot of thievery going on here.
You can steal my Baron, I'll take the blue buff back. You know, that's about an equal trade.
If it gets on Lux, worth. But on Renekton, you know.
Additional cooldown reduction.
We take those, we take those.
We take those. They're going on to the Drake next, I believe it's 10 seconds to its up. You know, Team Happy are slowing down the pace of the game a little bit because they've been pushing the pedal to the metal a little bit too hard. Because of that, GE Esports have been able to find some good windows to come back in.
Nice.
Especially with how Camille has been able to effectively get things done.
Yeah, Camille has been effectively able to keep stealing these objectives, and you see Team Happy, they're kind of learning. They're like, you know what? You guys are going to try to do it again? We're not going to have any part in this. We're going to look to kill you as you try to check the dragon.
Very curious what Camille's username is supposed to be. The string of numbers. You know, sometimes we see players... Yeah, sometimes we see birth dates. You know, sometimes we see key historical dates, but unless something has happened, unless we've seen something happen in 81-97, I don't believe that's going to be the case.
Maybe he's just hopeful for the year. You know, 81-97. I heard that's going to be a good year for the economy.
I'm living in the future, so the present's my past.
Okay, I get that. I get that. We can't see the next line of broadcast though.
Dragon is going to come up now, so Team Happy are positioning around it, trying to get some control here where they can. GE Esports, they've taken control back in the mid lane. Shockwave expanded earlier, they dodged out from that one. That's going to be pretty impactful. Team Happy have relied quite heavily on that spell as a means for them to get into these fights, get into something. As Camille pulls the trigger, they're looking to get something done, but misclick on the ultimate. The Galio goes all the way to the back. Move forward to come through, gives them a good spot to be in. The Diana will ultimately go down. They try to trade back against the Vi where they can. Angel gets some damage back over on the 5th, looking pretty low now. Camille jumps in, but IC has finally joined into the fight. He's making it even. He's making a good spot for them to be in. Team Happy take it all, and GE Esports lose 4 of a bad trigger pull.
String misclicks his heroic entrance. It was anything but heroic as he flew to the wrong location. Like, it's heartbreaking to see because that's as good an engage as you're possibly gonna get from GE Esports. And String, man, that was a game-losing mistake. Like, it's really unfortunate to see. They were doing so well to try and claw their way back into the game. They tried to find the engage, and they're gonna lose the game off the back of a misfought team fight.
And I think just that last kill is about what we have seen through the rest of the game. There we have it. Team Happy grab a 2-0.
I was gonna say, this was the engage they were looking for since game 1 with the Vi Galio combo. They did it with the Camille Galio combo, but it doesn't work in the end because he misclicks heroic entrance, and with these engaged team comps, you can't make a mistake in pulling the trigger like that. You need to be on the ball, you need to be on the same page, and you need to make sure the engage sticks.
I can feel you hitting the table hard. I can feel the passion that you have for that
The me
final
hitting
moment.
the table, that's the frustration from his teammates.
Yeah.
It's channeled through me.
I did like the adaptation to change things up and bring Lucian into the composition this time around.
It was
being
good.
able to adapt to the team that they were facing, and they made use of what Team Happy's tendencies, knowing that they like to force these objectives. They went back, stole away a dragon, stole away a baron, they were starting to claw back in. Goal difference was definitely still there, but ultimately will cost them down. Let's take a look at the highlights back again in this match as Team Happy take a 2-0 to confirm this spot in the playoffs. Connects onto the Vine. Vine's immediately dead. String is going to come in. They force a flash away from Elo Terrorist. Nice move for will put them in a bad spot, but GE Sports cannot continue. They don't have the damage to lay it through. String is trying to tank up the rest of his team, but Angel's so very far. Hit strong enough to take them down. It's going to be a double kill for this Kaiser. Fifth is getting away. He goes on a killing spree. Angel still looking to try and chase this one down. One last auto attack should find it. He does manage to finally take him down. It's an ace for Team Happy, and now they're moving to the mid turret. The polymorph come through. String trying to set something up for the rest of his team. Flash away from the Lulu. Won't keep him alive a little bit longer, but over to the Raptor wall. Fifth follows, joins in. You see the exhaust onto the Orianna. Means Ori can't join into the fight, but the rest of the team's still in it. They're now moving on to the Kaiser to come back online. They're moving on to the Lucian. Lucian might go down, but he goes to survive. Is still alive after all of this. A little bit more won't take it down, but the Lulu keeps him out with the wild growth, with the shields, with the heals. He will come back in, and they go on a rampage. They take down yet another, and it's just left to Fifth, who gets locked down by the Hextech ultimatum. This will be the end of the first game as Team Happy collect the first game win. Jump back in. Yeah, that's going to be the Camille getting it. String tries to get the taunt off, tries to set it out in position. Diana jumps in. Dragon trying to make something happen, but very low very quickly. And now, finally, Icy Bang is back
on the map. They're getting Baron. They're getting bot lane.
Camille trying to come in. The Culling's going to be used early as well. They jump onto the Baron. Let's see if they can grab this one away. Looks like they will be able to take it. It's going to go over the GE spots. Now they're moving on to Angel. Angel's trying to survive. Is going to get exhausted, running for his life. And GE spots finally get the fight they were looking for. They make use of that, but miss the ultimate. The Galio goes all the way to the back. Move forward to come through. Gives him a good spot to be in. The Diana will ultimately go down. They're trying to trade back against the Vine where they can. Angel gets some damage back over on the fifth looking pretty low now. Camille jumps in, but Icy has finally joined into the fight. He's making the even. He's making a good spot for them to be in. Team Happy take it all, and GE Sports lose 4 off a bad trigger pull. I was gonna say, that was a nice semifinals match in the upper brackets for the second qualifiers. Definitely fun. We've seen a lot of fun games coming through. You know, you talk about this and how we were expecting to see closer matches, especially in between this time. It was definitely closer.
Yeah,
it definitely felt closer. Unfortunately, that last play did cost them, but it's okay because GE Esports have one more shot. They will continue their run. They will play against Team OK later on in the lower bracket semifinals.
Yeah, the equivalent to that last match would be me trying to have a mouthful of delicious hydrating 100 plus, and instead spilling it all over the floor. Hopefully, the next time they try to drink 100 plus and get hydrated, they put it into their mouth instead of spilling on the floor. That's the equivalent of the combo being botched at the end there. It's a little bit frustrating to see because that's could have turned the game around. It genuinely could have brought it to a game 3 off the back of that play. But we'll see them, like you mentioned, have one more life against Team OK, and that's going to be a pretty intense one because Team OK were pretty dominant in their first game of the day as well. Now, congratulations to that's going to be Team Happy moving on to the playoffs. Absolutely. They're going to be joining the 4 teams that qualified from qualifier number 1 as well as Alliance, and they're the first of the qualifier 2 teams to be locked in there, so congratulations to them. They're going to be fighting for a $22,000 prize pool, which is quite impressive, I would say.
Lovely to see another team join the playoff roster, and we'll be looking to see between Peppa Pig and Aphrodite Gaming which of these 2 teams will join us as we go into a quick little break before we move into our next semi-finals match in the upper bracket. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
outshoot me.
Captain Chemo on duty.
Let's do it! Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust 'em, Pix.
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift C Icon Series Singapore Fall Qualifier number 2. We're now looking at our next team play. It's Peppa Pig versus Aphrodite Gaming. We've already seen the first team from Qualifiers 2 qualify into the playoffs, and now we're looking at our second team. The winner of this game will go into the playoffs on August 21st and 22nd, and after this we will have 2 BO1s, and those 2 teams in the lower brackets will also qualify. So we're looking to see who is going to play against the next opponents. I believe the loser of this match will go up against Team Reformed.
Yep.
That is the team that we saw with Leroy and, you know, the gang.
Yeah, the gang. That's right. The rest of them. I am personally quite hyped for this match. It is my highlight of the day. It's going to be a best of 3 as well. So that's going to be a couple of good games. I hope maybe 3 games for the first time on stream. We've only had 2-0 so far, so maybe this will be our first 3-0. I mean, we talked a little bit about it just now, but now that we're going into the match, I think we can think a bit more about how it's going to develop in theory. We saw yesterday in both the matches that Peppa Pig played in their 2-0, they dived Baron lane at 3 minutes in both games. One time more successful than the other. Kind of flopped it a little bit in the second game. But it's fine, right? Because the point is they are practiced and capable to pull off this play. Aphrodite, on the other hand, they have a very stable top laner, I would say a stable Baron laner in the form of Rossetti, who's able to just withstand the pressure on picks like Gragas. We'll see if that's the case here again today and how this interaction is gonna work out. It was shown on stream yesterday that they do like to dive Baron lane, so maybe they'll pull some interactions like bring their jungler up to cover, bring their mid laner up to cover. I don't expect it to be that easy today.
Now, the thing with Aphrodite, what we've seen so far as well, is that Hiraya is very flexible in what he brings in the mid lane, because he's someone that's able to play Zed and Orianna, going from assassin to a control mage playstyle. You know, Cabral brings in on the Fizz as well, so
that's right.
Being very flexible is an issue for Peppa Pig. They need to be aware of this and how this is going to pan out. So now I'm looking as well to 700, because 700 has kind of shown his hand. He's a bit of a core specialist, right? So with teams being aware of this, I want them. I do expect some focus or some level of tension to be placed on this core key. Whether it's going to be picked away or whether it's going to be banned, I think that's going to be left for Peppa Pig to decide. For now, bans coming through. It's Lee Sin first ban and Braum first ban from both these teams.
Lee Sin and Braum, pretty standard, nothing too special. Braum is a bit interesting. I don't exactly know why they want to get rid of a possible first pick Braum, but fair enough. I guess they're assuming that since Peppa Pig want to play towards their Baron lane, their Dragon lane is going to be a bit of a weak side going on, so getting rid of the Braum makes a little bit of sense. Senna, actually, something that's a bit surprising for me, because we honestly haven't seen much Senna. The only team where Senna has been in contention for is Blue Mode's team, and they were knocked out yesterday. So Senna being banned away here signals a maybe shift of how things are going to be approached. I like this ban. Fizz was played both games by 14 AG yesterday, I do believe. So they're getting rid of it, allowing more control mages to be opened up in the mid lane, and I do like them getting rid of the possible safe Baron lane Gragas here too.
Yeah, removes a very strong first pick, and I feel like the rest of them have been a little bit more targeted, a little bit more with the idea of what Aphrodite want to play for. The Gragas, I think, is just a solid first ban, solid ban overall. And now this opens up a couple of options for them. They could still go for high priority picks like the Camille, and then maybe set that up with a Galio after. And Aphrodite can now respond with things like the Lucian, you know, because this is also a possible choice. And I want to see some adaptation that isn't always going to fall on the Corki, but I mean, with the way things are panning out, Corki might be the de facto choice for 700 here.
Well, this should just be a Renekton right now, because if you want to dive the Baron lane with Camille, you can't really do it into a Renekton, I feel. In theory, at least. We'll have to see how that one pans out, but I think that would be the best pick here. Corki, like you mentioned, is very viable here too. You can flex that for both Hiraya and 700 going to the late stages of the game. There we go, grabbing up the Corki, like you said. I would like to see a Renekton angle here, but Janna is fine too overall for team comp. You just completely deny the engages attempts from the Camille, and like you mentioned as well, it's one of Fizzy Fish's best and most played champions alongside an
Yeah, they are not shy to go for the Nami Janna early on and ignore some of the other picks because they get a little bit more information on what their opponents are willing to play. And so when they're on risk, right, Aphrodite are more than happy and more than content to play for counterplays and play for slightly better lane matchups. And this has forced their hand down. And so Peppa Pig probably want to go for something. This does leave open some options though because they don't have to necessarily bring Camille into the Baron lane. They can put it in the jungle then go for something like the Renekton as well. You know, some of the tougher matchups that Camille otherwise has to play against. So they do get a decent pickup with the Lucian here.
Yeah, the Lucian has a pretty decent lane matchup overall into the Corki, be it in the Dragon lane or be it in mid lane. So that's going to be a very nice flex which they can hold as well. I do believe it is just going to be both marksmen, Lucian and Corki. What pick would this be? I believe maybe a supporter or jungle would be good here.
Yeah, either support jungle. I think showing the mid laner, blind picking it might be a little tricky, but we've seen how it goes before, you know, especially when you go for the Orianna early on, you know, forces the opponent to respond in a certain way, but I mean with Harai, he's a bit of a wild card, very difficult to figure out what he's going to play against you, so nice call with the Nami, so this is basically the extent of of what we want to see, the support role right now, right, because a lot of enchanters are coming into play, especially so in the current meta, so nice to see.
Nami's not a bad combo, not a bad pairing with Lucian. I think something like a Lulu would have been nice to see as well. You can combo that with the Wild Growth on Camille when she jumps in. It's always nice to have. Vi Orianna combo being locked in again. You always have the combo of the Vi ultimate into the Shockwave. I know you're not a big fan of Vi, but in this context I can see that honestly it's not the best as well, honestly. Like, what are you really gonna do? You're gonna jump into the Nami tidal wave? Like, neither here nor there. You have to get a big Shockwave off.
Definitely agree with you, Dan. This is the kind of situation that I'm talking about with Vi. You know, it's not the worst pick in a lot of these situations, but it's very one-dimensional. It's very easy to read, and that's kind of something that I'm always concerned about. Helena is someone that I feel like does perform slightly better on tankier champions, and so I think building Vi as a tank and then absorbing some pressure for his team is going to be the best case scenario as it is. This does free up the Rengar though, and Peppa Pig, being one of the few teams that actually plays the Rengar, plays these aggressive junglers, is going to lock that in quite quickly.
It's one of his preferred picks, I do believe, from what we've seen so far. And going for the double assassins here, Rengar and Diana mid jungle is very potent in these mid game scenarios. When you start posturing for dragon fights, you start posturing for Rift Herald or Baron fights even. And the problem now is that we see two very distinct team composition identities start to be formed. Peppa Pig have the flankers, they have the assassins, they want to get on your backline. Where Aphrodite, they want to play together, they want to play as a unit, and they want to kite you back. There we go, the Renekton comes out in the end. I was thinking maybe they don't want to show the Renekton because they were afraid of a possible counter pick option in the Baron lane if they show Renekton early with Camille going to the jungle, and they want to make sure that the side of Peppa Pig cannot bully their Baron lane.
That's the thing, right? Now that they have Renekton, if he itemizes for a tankier build, and you know how Rossetti plays. If Rossetti is a big cornerstone and a big piece of how Aphrodite work, so if Rossetti is able to get a lead early and then be able to put some damage on the Renekton early and then afterwards convert that into tanky stats, along with the Vi, and the Vi builds tanky, gets the Gargoyle Stone Plate, Peppa Pig have so much HP they have to work through before they can get back to the Orianna, before they can get over to the Corki. That's exactly the situation Aphrodite want to be in. So like you said, two distinct team identities, and the way they play it out is going to make all the difference.
Yeah, the Janna into the Nami matchup at the Dragon lane is probably going to be a bit of snooze fest going on. Both of these teams are probably just going to be, you know, just chilling down there, content with farming and scaling up for the mid-game objective fights. The main focus, once again, is going to be on the Baron lane for both of these teams, and with Peppa Pig, that's hardly a surprise. We're going to be seeing a Camille Renekton matchup, very volatile, and I think we want to see maybe Diana or Orianna, whoever can get the push first in this matchup, to move up towards the Baron lane, try to help out your top jungle as well.
I'm curious if there's going to be an early fight around the Scuttle Cramps. I mean, looking at...
there will be.
Right, Rengar and Vi, it does feel like a situation where that could happen. It feels like Rengar will be the one to try and initiate something there. And so, like you mentioned, mid lane is going to heavily vie for that early game control around the mid wave, you know. Hopefully we do see some adaptation for the bottom side, because you're playing Lucian Nami, you should get some decent control, even if it is going to be against a Corki Janna, right? You get some decent pressure down in the Dragon lane, and this gives some window of space for your Rengar to maybe come in.
Yeah, that's fair. I also want to see both Baron laners look to share mid lane EXP here. Level 2 is very important for both of them. Whoever gets it first can actually look to, you know, try to change the way the matchup should swing, and I think that that's going to be something they want to look for. We'll see if they actually do though, because I do remember yesterday, Peppa Pig did not care about that at all, while Aphrodite did sometimes.
So let's see how things pan out as we go into our first BO3. Both teams are looking to walk in towards each other now as we should be jumping in. Yeah, it's an early 5v5. Both sides trying to trade back some decent damage onto the Nami, looking pretty low. Tantalizing is the flash from the Renekton. They're trying to trade back but won't be able to get the lockdown. The Rengar now caught into the brush, has to flash away back into turret safety. They're still walking in. The Diana moving in with the Crescent with the Crescent Strike, but that should just be about the extent. Neither team was able to get a lead early.
Neither team able to get a lead early for sure, but a lot of flashes I do believe being blown away from the side of Peppa Pig, so that's going to be a little bit impactful for the side of Aphrodite. One thing we want to point out is both Baron laners are super low to start this one off, so the volatile matchup just gets even more spicy.
Isn't this what you hate to see? You know, the Camille comes in, steals away a small raptor, a little one. This will put them just slightly behind.
Yeah,
I mean, it's annoying either way, but you can see how close this is right now. Both sides, both junglers especially, very low in HP, and that's problematic for them. You know, this is going to affect the way the early game is going to pan out, and the way they play around the Scuttle Crab.
From the minimap, you could see that the moment Camille hit level 2, he had a point in E and jumped on Renekton, won a trade immediately. Helena, you're really low here. I don't know if this is it.
Big wave as well. Yeah, it's going to be an issue. Rengar's nearby. Will suffer the harass of the Orianna. Hiraya comes in early. Will put the pressure onto the Rengar. Rengar jumps back onto Helena. One more auto attack finds his first blood. Oh, the Aphrodite now looking to trade back on Hiraya. Slow with the tactical sweep. Jenna joining back in. Fizzy Fish gives the shield, gives the safety back over to the Orianna. Hiraya gets out, moves back to the mid lane, picks up the Honey Fruit. They trade 1-for-1. First blood to Aphrodite.
Yeah, I think Aphrodite will be happy with that lead, but I think the main thing to take note of there is Camille picks up the red buff for herself, I believe. Oh wait, no, it's on Diana. But that's fine too, because if you can jump in this matchup, that will also give you a lot of advantages. Though both mid laners kind of having the back right now. The state of this game is just swung kind of weird, actually.
This is wild. Both teams have gone for aggressive moves early on and tried to make something happen. The most critical pieces, I think, are going to be in the Baron lane. You can see Rossetti is suffering under the Camille's tyranny, and now it does seem like they're trading the blue buff away, and Janna's going to come back in quickly, forces the Rengar back, but the Lucian going to be coming in nearby. I think this is stepping a little bit too out of position. Fizzy Fish going in aggressive. Gatling gun comes out. The Phosphorus Bomb used by 700 will get caught by the bubble, and so the Aqua Prison prevents it from going forward. And you still see Diana coming in pretty close now. They're looking pretty aggressive. Aphrodite really trying to make something work, trying to make something happen as Helena's up in the Baron lane, standing on top of a ward. He gives direct vision of to the Camille.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. He's wasting a lot of time there, but he's not aware. Hiraya falls in the mid lane, and so far at the pace of the game, I think Peppa Pig are definitely going to be happy with that. Rossetti gets a stun, but what's the point?
Does manage to find the first... Does manage to find the interrupt towards the hook shot. Only the first one came through, but I think that's about it. Stepping kind of close to this.
Cancels the recall.
Oh my goodness, please make up your mind. Do you want to go for this fight or not? Comes in with the face breaker, forces the flash from the Camille. Rossetti walks back in for the Dominus call. Not for the Dominus call, just the call.
The play was good from Camille to cancel the recall, to just, you know, mess with them a little bit there. But you need to be ready to dodge that by Q. You need to use your out to dodge it. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to happen. Means he wasted the flash. And while it was actually a good usage of his time, kind of turns out to be a free flash blown from Aphrodite. Of course, that does mean that I believe Rengar is going to be a little bit ahead in farm here over Helena.
Recalls have been made and teams basing Aphrodite are walking towards some of these objectives right now. You see Fizzy Fish moving into the mid lane, trying to provide some support to the Orianna. I think they might want to go for the Rift Herald first. Looks like they'll start this one up. Rengar pinging towards it. They're walking onto the Rift Herald now. I think they just barely got some vision of the Vines. He went over the wall. Camille joining into the fight. They pick up the package and they're starting to contest this. Some decent damage onto the Viper. He uses the ultimate, gets the lockdown onto Camille. Diana joining in. They get the Hextech ultimatum, but they find the lockdown back onto Camille and stuck in between multiple members. Diana will fall as well. The exhaust is too effective. Denies any damage output. 700 gets caught by the Aqua Prison, but I don't think that's going to stop them. They're moving into the mid lane. Bot side suffering a little bit to the Lucian, but they're okay with this so far.
Yeah, Rift Herald going over to the side of Aphrodite. They're going to be happy with that one, funneling it into Rossetti and his Baron lane turret. 700 with the package means he will be able to get to the fight first, will impact this. But on the other side of the map, Max is gonna get, I think he got the turret here.
No,
oh no, he didn't.
he
It's
did
one
not.
hit. It's like a couple hits away.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of gold. It's a lot of damage done. And, you know, maybe on 1 or 2 more waves, Max will be able to pick up that one. And are they actually starting the dragon? Okay, that was pretty cheeky. She just put it out to aggro onto them.
I have to feel like Peppa Pig need to respect the Corki pickup by Aphrodite.
Yep.
And the fact that Max, we've seen him play Corki before, goes to show that they can pick up this champion. I feel like they want to be able to steal that away from Aphrodite. You do see, however, that they do value this pick quite a bit. I think their first rotation was the Corki Janna,
1-2.
Corki Janna Dragon Lane.
Yep, 1-2 Corki Janna. So unless you want to first pick it on blue Peppa Pig, then really have to start asking themselves some serious questions. Are we willing to let them risk? Are we willing to risk them possibly picking the Camille away with Akali ban? What are we gonna play into it? Probably Renekton. And is that something we're okay with? And then maybe consider first picking Corki away. At the same time, though, you could really just answer it by playing around the timings.
Hiraya walks into 2, faces them
I
up
don't know
on the
about that.
turret and tries to pick up the honey fruit, but cannot survive the onslaught. Gets locked up by the hashtag ultimatum.
Look, we've seen that
Mega
they're not
damage.
shy about diving. They're not shy about diving Baron lane. So if you want to walk in like that, you best be careful.
Absolutely not. Now we have to wonder, is Peppa Pig going to get punished for trying to pick up this turret here? Max takes some damage from the Vine. Helena finding the lockdown, finding the lockup, moves in. The lethal legend of League of Legends is jumping in, and they find the Valkyrie damage to get the kill on the Lucian first, and now moving on to the Nami. They will get punished, but they get turret in the bot side.
I really like the timing on the ultimate there from Helena, holding it just long enough to keep them, you know, kind of stuck and also wait for his team. We do see them aggress towards the mid lane turret though, and just like we kind of expected, this one is shaping up to be a banger.
They're trying to grab the
Okay.
mid turret, but they're going to force the Camille to flash away. They commit a double flash over the wall in pursuit. They do get the kill, and now in the bottom side, Helena and 700 looking to respond, grab a turret of their own, equalize the score a little bit more, go dead even, but it's been broken open by Aphrodite.
Yeah, 3 to 6 kill score makes you think that Aphrodite are in a significant lead, but actually the gold lead is not even it's barely 1,000. It's barely over 1,000. Moonfall.
Only connects onto 1. Hiraya will suffer a little bit to the Diana there, but I think it stops at that.
Yep, it does indeed stop at that. And for now, the game is still, I would say, pretty much in a stalemate. Both teams finding some leads here and there, but neither one really breaking the game open just yet. This is definitely the closest one we've seen today. And honestly, I think the next objective fight might just be the one that breaks this game.
Yeah, that's this game-winning, deciding factor, I think. How the next fight is going to pan out. Will be quite good for Aphrodite if they can make good use of the package. You know, now that that is online, unfortunately, no real objective coming up just yet. Means they don't really have that window.
Yep, don't exactly have the window to go in on it just yet, and it's just going to be both of these teams content farming up for now. If we take a look at the scaling across the board, I think I'm actually have to go give this one. Oh, actually, it's so hard. I was gonna say Aphrodite because they have Corki and Orianna, but Diana, Camille, even Lucian with the items these days are really no slouches in terms of scaling. So I would say it's pretty even across the board, and really just comes down to which team plays it out better.
So now, Helena positioning nearby through the hunt prompt early.
Oh,
They try
here we
to
go.
jump onto the Vine, gets the lockdown. The Corki will have to jump away with the package. Survives a little bit longer. Helena not going to be the target. Will go down ultimately. It's a nice moonfall as it locked back in with the shockwave. Joining back into the fight. Rossetti comes up massive. Cleans up house. Puts them 6 feet under. They're trying to take down 700, but he kites them just all too well. A triple kill for Aphrodite. They take down 3 and force the last 2 to run away.
Forces them to run away. Aphrodite, it looked like they were in a little bit of trouble, but the stars aligned. Hiraya hit a 5-man shockwave. Rossetti on the Renekton comes in to clean up at 700. I don't know how he lived there with a sliver of health, but barely running away from the Diana. It was a good engaged attempt from Peppa Pig, but I don't know if Vi is the one that you want to go for. Like you mentioned, has the Aftershock, has the Gargoyle, Stoneplate, Sunfire Cape, and I believe that's going to be maybe a GA as well.
Wants to build towards it early on, I think GA would be very nice, especially with how the game is shaping up. You know, you're going to very often be sacrificial and be in a position where you need to give your life for the rest of your team.
Yep, I think at this point in the game, Peppa Pig, you need to be aware of trying to take these 5-on-5 team fights because the tools in the hands of Aphrodite are starting to come online. Maybe this is the time when you look for Rengar and Camille to just destroy anyone who farms on the side lane right now, because that's something that they did do to, you know, pretty well yesterday. She's so tanky. Helena is so tanky.
Yeah, won't go down here, and You know, those 3 seconds that the Guardian Angel buys you can really be very game-changing. Now they're going to get topped up, moving on to the Dragon, and through the Hangaway proc early. Hiraya is going to go down quickly, doesn't have anything to save him. Will suffer now as they jump in with the move fall, connects on the 3. They try to block it with the Monsoon, push them away, but unfortunately won't be able to do enough. They bring them down pretty low. Rossetti's still trying to trade back, trying to make them trade back evenly. It's a triple kill back for Helena. They've actually managed to make it even for both sides. They're looking to go on the Renekton, unfortunately cannot convert it back. They will be able to come up a few kills ahead now onto the Dragon, but with the respawns coming through, might be able to actually stop Peppa Pig from picking this one up.
Big mistake there from
Hiraya. Teleport.
They're going for the teleport. I think it might be too late. He might be able to finish this one off, but Rossetti is a very scary crocodile, so he does scare them away.
Has to say Psyche. Look at this. Helena's back in. They're walking onto the Dragon now. Can grab this for themselves, and Peppa Pig, they thought they came up ahead. They killed off the carries. They were on the Dragon, but they end up leashing it for Aphrodite.
It goes over in favor of Aphrodite at the end of it. It was a 3 for 3, and the Dragon does fall to Rossetti as well as Helena. I do want to point out that started off with Hiraya mispositioning. He got caught. He thought he was catching them with a shockwave in Pixel Bush, but no, it was actually the Trill of the Hunt coming onto this Orianna, and it was basically a 4v5 from the get-go. But still, this Renekton, this Corki, this Vi, they managed to do so much work. Helena full tank, but gets a triple kill, and Aphrodite, they are still slightly in the lead here. 1,000 pulling on 2,000 gold, but they do have the Dragon advantages.
Have to watch towards what Max can get done in these fights, because Diana, while is able to set up the fight, is able to get them in a bad spot, you know, set things up. It will come down ultimately, I believe, to the illusionist damage to be able to take them down and kill them. Do see them take down Rossetti. That's a nice little pickup for Peppa Pig, but there are no real objectives to go for right now, so aren't able to convert this into a lead elsewhere in the map.
Yeah, exactly. And this Rengar is on a rampage. He's actually super huge right now. Has a Zhonya's as well. I like that pickup. You are kind of squishy with his damagey build that he has. Yeah, there we go. Triforce, Death Stance, and
Serrated Dirt.
Serrated Dirt. Yeah, I was thinking lethality. But yeah, with the Zhonya's Hourglass, he can just jump into your backline, try to get as much of his burst combo down, and then Zhonya's to dodge out on the follow-up. Here we go. They're looking to hunt Diana Rengar. At it again. I would prefer to see Camille Rengar, but this works too. They might just find him. There we go, Hiraya again.
It's going to be on Hiraya. Hiraya has to flash away. They do manage to see Diana jumping in, but they can't get the stun on him with one more hit. They do ultimately find it. That's the kill going over to Orianna. They credited it over to Aphrodite's side. Max will now suffer a little bit at the hands of the opponents. Ends up baiting away the dashes from Rossetti. They do get out safely, but in that space, Diana goes down.
They can try to do Baron here, but opting to play it safe and just farm, but instead that's completely understandable too. It seemed like a bit of a failure of communication. Just something went wrong in their team synergy right there. Rengar had already started backing away, but Diana just flashes in. I don't know if that's the play you want to go for. They tried to bait the Baron, but got a bit impatient. Well, if you're Vi out.
They pull the trigger, they're on to last. Last flashes the wall to the Raptors, gets to safety. You still see Lucian trying to away. Fizzy Fish going to get caught by the Aqua Prisoner. Is going to get locked down by the Camille. Gets knocked back, but the Monsoon gets into safety. That's the anti-synergistic combo. That's the safety that the Janna provides. Ultimately, Rengar will come in to get the lockdown. Now they're moving on to Rossetti, but Rossetti going to get taken down eventually. Will lose a lot of HP to the Lucian. Now they jump on to Helena. Helena with the Guardian Angel cannot survive as 5 have respawned, move back to the mid lane, and take down 3 on Aphrodite's side.
And that's a turnaround for Peppa Pig off the back of an overextension from Aphrodite. I'm sick and tired of calling him just Rengar. He has a name, it's in Mandarin, but that's fine. I'm gonna just call him River Watcher because that's the gist of it. River there? Okay, River.
It's
Ocean.
actually Ocean.
Ocean. Okay, we'll call him Ocean. I was thinking of River because he's a PCS player, but it's completely fine. Ocean manages to pick up the Baron for his team off the back of punishing Fizzy Fish as well as Aphrodite's overextension. GA gets wasted.
Yeah, Helena looking to make a capture play, trying to steal that away, but ultimately will go down. Hiraya goes down, and even with Rossetti trying to join back in.
Trolls. It's
actually make anything happen.
It's starting, it's spiraling. 2,000 goal lead this time in favor of Peppa Pig. They get a 4,000 goal lead in a span of seconds with a bunch of kills. With the Baron under their pocket, they're gonna be pretty happy contesting this Inferno Dragon, I think. 30 seconds to go. If they take this fight, this could be Peppa Pig's game. Aphrodite, this is their last chance to keep it in their hands.
You know, this is interesting, Omo, because you made the right call, I think. Does not say Aphrodite had a strictly winning scaling composition, because as you start to see Lucian coming online with the 3 items completed, having the Camille, having the Diana, it's now starting to pay off for Peppa Pig. They've now been able to pull the lead for themselves, starting to generate a little bit more gold. The Dragon will come up, and this is going to be quite important for them. Package is available, so they could make a last stand to make a fight happen there. But otherwise, you know, this is Peppa Pig's moment to shine. They've been able to get some control here. Team fights have been going in their favor, and the Rancor has been doing very well for them.
They try to gank top lane, but it doesn't quite pan out. I do believe he might have dodged out on something with the Camille ulti, but that's fine as well. I like that they're not committing to the Dragon yet. They want to look for some place towards the towers right now while they still have the Baron buff. And that's a perfectly fine call. It looks like they will pick up top lane tier 2 as well. Only bot lane going to be left standing after this one. It's hard to siege into Camille cocky, but they're going to try.
Thankfully, it does feel like, you know, the Baron empowered minions will reduce some of the effects that Corki has in terms of wave clear. The Phosphorus Bomb not really able to find as much as they want. Unfortunately, the Vine is trying to fall off a little bit. Doesn't really have the damage, and it's just going to soak up most of the frontline damage from Peppa Pig, whereas the backline has been able to consistently get onto Horion 700. That kind of feels like the moral of the story, right? Horion has been over-ambitious, over-eager in some of these situations, and it's cost them a little bit now. Helena pulls the trigger, moves onto the Dragon to try and pick this one. He steals it away, and now let's see the rest of his team, because Horion gonna get locked down, but this time has the Hourglass to survive. But the opposing side, Diana also gonna pop the Hourglass to survive against Renekton. Rossetti jumps in, and it's gonna get credited to Horion instead. They force them off. Camille in the mid lane, trying to crash in the wave, but it's a little bit too late. The rest of the team will not be in position. The wave cannot get there in time, so they have to back away.
And this is a game of mistakes right now. Mistakes from Aphrodite giving Peppa Pig back the game, but now they went and committed for Dragon with Camille not being there. It's just so many things not clicking for both of these teams. It's neither here nor there. It's a little bit of mistakes for Peppa Pig. It's a little bit of mistakes from Aphrodite. And this game has just been so back and forth. Now with 3 dragons under the pocket of Aphrodite, they might just have the scaling advantage here.
It's about being precise, it's about being clean, being able to methodically and surgically remove your opponent's chances of winning. Unfortunately, we haven't quite seen that, you know. Where you're supposed to be surgical, you're supposed to take out the scalpel, you take the butcher's knife and you're trying to cleave their faces in. That's not quite how it works. You need to be careful, you need to be precise about things. And so this is why the game is as close as it is. But Aphrodite have, now despite being a little bit behind in goal, you see the dragons that they have. This does give them an unspoken advantage. It does give them some bonus advantages that is difficult to quantify.
Yeah, and I think precise is the key word here, because I do believe that these two teams are the best teams left in qualifier number 2, so it has to be very close between both of them, and then it comes down to who plays more precise and who makes less mistakes. I want to point out really quickly, I do believe Lucian is buying Blade of the Ruin King. Not a fan of that. I think you go full crit here, commit to the IH, try to just kill them. There are no true tanks for you to be shredding except this Vi. Maybe Renekton's a little bit tanky, but you just get a bunch of crit, and I think you do way more here as Lucian.
I guess he's trying to go for some lifesteal so that he can sustain in some of these fights.
Yeah, you have Nami heals though, like I think you really just need to commit to the damage.
So I can kind of see what Max is trying to get done, but again, this is, like you said, you can see 700 has committed to a full crit kind of build, going for raw damage where he can.
So it's Navori Quick Blades versus IH. Now the advantage that Peppa Pig have right now, and I think what they're doing quite well, is they're leashing the Baron. They're starting it off to get Aphrodite interested, and then that gives space to Camille here to split the side lanes, and he's doing very well on that front. He is going to come over right now, and this might just be... They're either looking for a gank on anyone in the Baron lane, or they're going to look to start the Baron, or they're going to look, as we're seeing right now, for a catch. We'll see which one it is.
Sitting in the brush, they were trying to bait some attention from Aphrodite to walk forward, and Last was in position in his own brush, and so quite scary for both sides. You can't really walk up into them. You don't see anything like a Last Shadow this game. You don't even see a Redemption, so you cannot use that to gain information. You rely on some of the other spells, such as Horia's Orb. But that puts him in a position where he's stepping forward, and we see what happens when he's out of position, gets caught, and then he's dead. This time the difference is, has the Hourglass, so that could be what they need to survive.
Interesting pickup. 2 Blade of the Ruin Kings, one from Lucian, and what I didn't even notice on Camille. I guess this is gonna give him a pretty nice time 1v1ing against Renekton in the side lane. But at the end of the day, why not just go for Sterox? Why commit to this? You know, you already have a bunch of true damage. Attack speed's not really gonna help you much. I guess maybe the lifesteal is a fair argument, but at the same time, Rossetti also didn't go for Blade of the Ruin King, so he's not going to be a very strong 1v1 threat. You probably don't even need it to 1v1 him, and there we go, side lane plays. Yeah, look at where they're positioning right now. Already used the barrier, but still losing a lot of health despite all of that. They went under turret, the package going to be used. They put Camille in base, but has the hook shot and flashes away by Helena with the lockdown. Looking to try and take him out as well. Max will be coming into the fight. Diana uses the Zhonya's a little bit too
too early. Doesn't have anyone focusing down. He tries to jump in with the Moonfall now, but it's not going to be enough as a double kill credited over to Haraya already. They move over to the Diana finally, and Max trying to get away, dashes over the wall, gets to the blue buff side to safety, but quadra kill for Haraya, who's chasing after this last kill, does not have the flash, but has the bonus move speed. The rest of Aphrodite move into the mid lane.
I think this is game. They seem to have like 30-40 seconds to try to push this one out. They might just be able to do it.
Oh my goodness.
Hiraya's gonna get Max as well.
A pentakill
There we go.
for Haraya.
Very well played from Hiraya to really just punish the dives. Blue team has surrendered.
We get to see a surrender, I suppose, as
Yeah, they know that they're
will
lost. They're just
give it
gonna
up.
save a couple of seconds there for everyone. I mean, it's just a free push for Aphrodite at that point, and there's just mistakes coming out from the side of Peppa Pig. Honestly, this whole game has been a story of who makes the most mistakes, and at the end of the day, Diana using the stopwatch, using the Zhonya's instead of diving in for the Moonfall, that is a game-losing mistake. Same as what we saw last game, and it happens here again. And this is, of course, just going to be game 1. It was a very intense one. It feels like game 5 of a BO5, but
I
it's
feel
just
like
game 1.
my heart's pumping, my blood's flowing.
Imagine how the players are feeling right now.
That's what happens, you know.
Yep.
I don't want to put as much fault onto Diana because it can happen, but like we said, right, you know, the blood's flowing, the heart's pumping. Unfortunately, we hold these players to a higher standard. That's why we have to call it out as it is.
Exactly.
And I believe that's a pentakill, the first one of the fall season.
It is. Yeah.
Right? I think the only other pentakill that comes to mind is Raven's pentakill in the summer season. And
That
so
doesn't
it's,
count. He's a noob. It's fine.
so that was a great play for Haraya to be able to pick that one up. Will be very nice for the highlight reels, I'm sure.
For sure, we will definitely be seeing one in the highlight reels to come. And of course, just a reminder, Aphrodite now match point. If they win one more map here, they go to the playoffs. So if they do actually go to the playoffs, I expect to see Hiraya's pentakill in a couple of promo clips.
And we're hoping to see it against Raven as well, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I would love to see them get pentakill. That would be hilarious.
So hopefully we see Aphrodite move forward. It's a match point, like you mentioned, for them. This BO3 and now Peppa Pig. They want to be able to get a 2-1 where they can. Otherwise, you still have one more chance. I believe the game will be up against Reformed and lose this. So don't really want to be in that position. You know, BO1s are always going to be a bit nasty, a bit difficult to deal with.
Yep.
Where interesting though, and I think that something that we didn't get to cover very much was this early game, the level 1. You know, both teams walked face first into each other. Neither team was actually able to get a level 1 kill, a level 1
just
lead
some
early.
flashes. Yeah, just
right, some flashes, but then we did see some adaptations for them to go and get the Raptors, for example, and then Rengar got collapsed. It was a whole cluster of things happening at once.
Yeah, a little bit of mistakes here and there. I feel like Zeros should have covered his jungler, but going right back to how the level 1 even began, it was Peppa Pig going 5-man into the jungle of Aphrodite. And Aphrodite, smartly enough, I believe they probably scouted this out through VODs, camped in the bush as 5, and they managed to try to turn it around, and they nearly did. The tempo of the game could have gone in another direction if Rengar had managed to get a lead from that interaction, but not quite the case. And ultimately, at the end of the day, nothing really came out of that.
It was a weird spot to be in for them, I think, you know, when they walked in and they spotted the opponents there, being able to collapse in on them, I think was something there was a bit of a mixed call, because from what I could tell, there were some that wanted to get out, there were some that still wanted to go in, and then they ended up not being in, and as ideal of a situation as they would have wanted, but this whole game just felt like there were a bunch of situations that they didn't necessarily have to take from both teams.
So many,
but they forced the issue. They were leaning into that idea, and for some reason, they came out relatively unpunished. But the game went back and forth. It was a bit of a seesaw.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a roller coaster of a game. I mean, we think back to the first Scuttle Crab fight as well, right? As a consequence of the invades level 1, as well as Rengar being pushed off the Crux, he got forced to try to take Scuttle Crab. Loses his life there, which is pretty not what you want to see as well, honestly. But Ocean, as we're calling him now, even though he fell behind early game, he did manage to find a pretty good mid to late game comeback. I do like what he and Camille tried to do in the side lanes to try to just punish Rossetti on this Renekton, but ultimately at the end of the day, some teamfight mistakes from Peppa Pig are going to be what cost them the game and give match point over to the side of Aphrodite.
So Aphrodite just want to be able to take this win quickly here and continue their run in the playoffs, you know, call it a day at this point. If they can take the second game, you know, by all means. But let's take a look back at the draft, because as we get ready for picks and bans, let's think back to what they banned out and what they can do better, because I feel like giving 700 to Corki has been a consistent issue for teams who haven't been respecting this choice from them. And the fact that Max can play the Corki might just signal that maybe you go for it or ban it out.
Well, there's two things to it, right? I feel like Corki, yes, it's definitely a very strong pick. The problem is you need to respect package timings. That's the strongest part of Corky's kit. What do Peppa Pig do? They go and start Rift Herald. When they hear the giant Klexes go, they think, you know what, that's a good time for us to start Rift Herald. And then that's of course gonna push. Isn't that the Rift Herald's mating call? Maybe we head over there right now. I don't know. It's just Corky is strong, but it's gonna look way stronger when you walk right into what he wants to do. And Max, of course, he manages to trade a little bit back on the other side of the map, but it ends up with them greeting for the turret and getting double killed in the bot lane as well. So many mistakes back and forth. Honestly, it was a game of mistakes. Both teams played well, but both teams also made a lot of errors, which I think it's very expected in a high-stakes game like this. People's nerves start to, you know, show through. Mistakes get made, like that Jonias right there. So it's not what you want to see.
As someone who's worked with teams before, worked with players before, how would you calm them down in the situation, and knowing that things are getting tough?
I doubt both of these teams have someone like a coach or like an analyst or a manager, right?
Sure.
I feel like it's still pretty early days for most of these teams. So I feel like it just needs to come down to, you know, Aphrodite is of course gonna have the better mentality right now. They just won the game. Yeah. It was a mess of a game, but they won. So they're gonna be like, alright guys, it's not so bad. On the side of Peppa Pig though is where I'm worried, because you saw the big mistake from Diana. You need to be able to keep calm, and you need to be able to tell them, hey, it's alright. We can go next game. It's fine, guys. And seeing the surrender vote come out at the end, it kind of gives me mixed signals. We don't know if they're just saving us like 10 seconds, or if there might be a little bit of a tilt factor going on, like, what are you doing? Surrender kind of thing. I hope that's not the case, because that would be very adversely impactful. But it just comes down to, do you have someone on your team who's willing to step up and say, hey guys, it's alright, we'll get them next time.
So any advice for them, or for teams that come down to this position where they don't have a coach or a manager, you know, any, I don't know, breathing exercises or something that can help them calm down?
I mean, that always helps, you know, you can just Google like breathing exercises, stretches, things like that, but I think the most important thing is to reassure your teammates that it's okay. Don't make them feel like, hey, you messed up, your problem. Things like that are really gonna hurt people's mentality and as such, their gameplay as well. Make sure that everyone's still on the same page, make sure you guys know that you trust each other's teammates. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Just make sure that that's what you tell them, so that they perform in the game.
It can be your fault, it can be your teammate's fault, but don't tell them until after the game's over.
Exactly. You can be complete shit, but just be like, hey man, it's alright, I trust you. Let's win this next one. Yeah.
So hopefully we do see some reset coming in from Peppa Pig, and they don't feel the pressure too early on, because they did have a close game. They were in a position where they could have been able to win it.
They really could have won it.
Either way, you know, hopefully moving to game number 2, they are back after a quick refresh.
Yeah.
Here we have it. Our Pigs and Bans. Peppa Pig will hold on to that blue side, trying to make something happen again. So this time, so we have Ocean in the jungle.
Yes.
And what is top lane? What is Baron lane?
She used to love you. She says she used to love you. So we'll just call him Love. Done.
Love and Ocean.
Love and Ocean.
Love and Ocean.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
I love the ocean. Alright, so I think we touched a little bit on draft, right? The cocky pick you mentioned was a big problem, but I think that another problem that we saw was after the Baron, what happened? They couldn't end the game. They couldn't push for the inhibitors. They couldn't get on high ground. Why? Because of the nature of the team compositions. Orianna, Janna, Cocky. You can't really walk into them. You try to walk into them too much, Vi's gonna jump on you, and then that becomes a whole mess in itself. So maybe Orianna is a pick that they want to consider taking away, or finding a better answer too, because Diana clearly was not the answer. We've seen Diana, what, 2-3 times today? I think she's lost every game, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, basically lost every game.
Yeah,
you know,
so Diana,
despite having some good ultimates and good, you know, moonfalls to be able to set for the rest of the team, unfortunately after that it just doesn't amount to very much.
I think it puts too much of burden of execution on you, and that's definitely a problem in these high-stakes games. Camille being banned away here signals to me that you might be right, Brendan. They might be trying to first pick Camille here. I mean, sorry, first pick Cocky here.
Yeah, get rid of something that can lock down the Cocky. You know, no Hextech Ultimatum makes it very difficult. Well, Hextech Ultimatum makes it very difficult for Cocky to get something done. Ari now being banned away, and so going to continue to target some of the mid lane options for River. And this is a bit of a problem, I think, because we saw how Diana was able to be used. I do feel like River is a good assassin player. I wonder how he's going to be on a control mage, and so Hiraya was able to come up big in that last one. Let's see if he's able to make a repeat here.
I have a couple of question marks, honestly, around the Ari ban. Like, you know that their answer to Orianna is Diana.
Yeah.
So why are you banning Ari? If you're afraid of Ari now, why weren't you afraid of it last game when you blind picked Orianna as well? I'm not really sure. Maybe something that just slipped through the cracks. Something that we're missing out. Maybe they got some insider info. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe someone PM'd them. Ban Ari is going to pick in next game. I'm not sure, but it seems a bit curious to me. We've also only seen one game of Ari, and to me it was quite underwhelming. It just feels like same thing as Diana. You have to do so much more to be more effective than the Orianna.
Maybe he was sitting there in his gaming chair, in Secretlab gaming chair. The revelation hit him, right?
Probably.
We forgot to ban Ari last game.
I think they were sitting in a normal chair, they didn't realize, and then he moved to Secretlab chair and clicked.
That's where it clicks, right? The best ideas always fall on Secretlab gaming chairs. Now, last bans will be that Fiora
Then what about Gragas?
and Renekton.
What about Gragas? Okay, so you ban Camille Renekton, so you don't give him a safe pick to pick up. You left open Gragas, you banned the last game, so are you gonna first pick Gragas or are you gonna first pick Corki?
I don't even know if they're going to go for the Corki at all. Peppa Pig seem to have been willing to give that one up, but I think every team has been willing to give away Corki. They feel like there are other better picks. I do think that, Aphrodite have gotten so used and so accustomed to playing with Corki that at this point, just getting rid of it is the most obvious answer to it. Instead, they go for the Fizz, which was banned last game, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so they're just choosing to prioritize comfort. Their bans are a little curious to me because Gragas is still available, and that's clearly one of Rossetti's favorite champions that he does so well on in almost every game that he picks it up. Fizz first pick, do you really need to? Surely there's something better. Surely you can take... Okay, I assume they don't want to take Gragas themselves because based on how their top jungle like to play, they like to play the carries, they like to play the aggressive champions. And there we go. Gragas just being gifted over. So why ban Camille? That's my question. It just doesn't make sense. The ban pick seems very counterintuitive to me.
Okay, there might be some ideas for Peppa Pig here that we might not exactly get to see, and this could be a bit of a reason why. For now, though, Gragas is going to be locked in for Aphrodite, and hopefully looking to try and pair that up with something else. You might see the Corki once again coming in early on.
There we go.
That will be the case. So Aphrodite hold on to that Corki, won't give that over to Peppa Pig in the second rotation, and so now they want to respond to this somehow. But now with Camille and Renekton both gone as potential counters to the Gragas, I feel like the only good real answer right now might be something like the Darius.
I feel like they just gave over the two best champions that Aphrodite have to them. Like, these are their two favorite champions, and I think if you ask Aphrodite after this game, if you can blind pick 1-2 any champions on red, what would you take? I think they would say Gragas Corki, and they got it here. Like, it's very frustrating. I think, like you mentioned, Darius might be the best option now, but I also don't think this is a situation that they wanted to end up in. Okay, you know what? Peppa Pig, they're just gonna rip up the playbook. Fizz, Alistar, what are you guys comfortable playing? We're gonna go for comfort. Make sure that you guys feel good playing this game. It could be our last game in the upper bracket.
Let's see if Orion is willing to take this challenge. Seeing Fizz as his opponent,
I think he just takes Ori.
Maybe go for an assassin. Otherwise, Ori, like you said, a simple strategy, pairs very well with the Gragas, and this could be all they were looking for. I think this is a very simple pickup choice at this point. Go for something like the Orianna and then pair that together with your jungler. Actually, you could go for it. Maybe go for the Janna and Nami early.
Janna. They'll probably take Janna here, yeah. And then I think they will also want to take Orianna because then your team comp is the same strengths as last game. Sure, there is a Fizz counter pick this time around, but we also touched on that a little bit. Fizz has to do so much more to be successful. Finally, are we finally gonna see Riven? I've been waiting 2 days to see this champion. Still no Irelia, but I'll settle for Riven.
Okay, if they do lock this one in, they are counting down the seconds until they have to make a decision, and we're waiting with bated breath to see if they're going to go with the Riven.
I'm so happy.
Switching out the last second.
Okay, finally. So we've been waiting to see Irelia. We've been waiting to see Riven. We've been waiting to see these raid boss Baron laners. Sure, it's not going to be a Baron laner this time around, but at least we're going to see Riven. Now, what do you need to pair up with this? Oh man.
They really held you there for quite
I don't know why it went on for so long. Yeah, I was already certain that it was basically locked in. But fine, Kha'Zix instead. It's the same problem. You need crowd control right now. You need something to lock people down for the Kha'Zix, or in theory for the Riven as well, to be able to get in and do DPS. Maybe Orianna once again sounds completely fine too. Just counterpick yourself, but it's fine. You're a more used to champion.
I'm surprised they actually went for the jungle pickup early on. Helena has preferred, things that are tankier, that are able to, provide some form of damage, crowd control, some layer of CC with health. Not so much in the damage realm. This is an interesting choice, and it opens up Xin Zhao as a nice counter pick for Peppa Pig.
Yeah, it's a nice matchup. I think it's not the worst. If you run into him 1v1, you probably do win that one out as Xin Zhao. The problems start to arise if Kha'Zix gets a lead, then he can kind of invalidate your champion. You just need to make sure that you maintain your lead with Xin. But this does make Orianna start to look pretty hard to play because you do just get run down by Xin Fizz. Fizz by itself is it's playable, right? You can outplay him. We'll see what this last pick is, and then we'll try to figure out how the draft is going to shape up.
It also removes a bit of
That's another first.
chance of TF to come through because you know the
it's
same issues that Orianna has. I kind of feel like Twisted Fate will also suffer a little bit.
Wait, did you seriously just pick Cannon into Explosive Cask and Monsoon? you have to find the biggest flank of your life then. Like, you have to find the biggest flank of your life and just stun everyone before they see you. Because if you try to walk at them, then Janna and Gragas are just gonna knock you right out of the fight.
Let's see if they can get something else to even layer on with more with that.
Alright, we're going ham. We are going ham. This is gonna be a fun one way or another, I can tell you that.
They decided that, you know, forget all the rules that we've seen, forget the meta, forget everything we know and we hold dear to us. Let's toss the playbook at the wall. Let's make our own rules. Let's play this one out. It's going to be Zed versus Fizz in the mid lane. Baron lane is going to see Cannon and Gragas, and we see Kha'Zix now up against Xin Zhao. Very new matchups that we haven't been able to witness before.
Okay, so Cannon in isolation versus Gragas, you can win that one out if it's going to be a tank Gragas. But the caveat is, if Gragas then realizes that, okay, you know what, in this matchup, if I buy AP, Cannon can play. So it becomes really hard because Cannon has no sustain and Gragas just chucks AP barrels at him and he's just gonna get poked out of lane. So it's such a difficult situation to be in for the side of Peppa Pig. I mean, I get it, they picked Comfort, but it seems like it seems like they counted themselves, honestly.
You can get ahead as well as the Gragas, right? Gragas can get ahead
for sure.
While playing AP and still be quite tanky. We've seen how that works out before. Rossetti especially has shown us how he's able to play that one out. And so it feels a little bit strange, a little bit awkward the way they kind of approach this and have now tasked that team to play it out. Different from last game though, so hopefully maybe with this adaptation this will revitalize their hopes as they go into their second game. And again, this is their not exactly the competition lifeline match. They will have one more chance in the lower brackets, but still you don't want to be in a situation where you hand over the win after giving a pentakill to Haraya last game.
Exactly, and I feel like in the side of the Aphrodite camp, confidence is going to be brimming. You just got a pentakill and you say, you know what, lock me Zed. And if they do start to get a lead, I feel like this might just go out of control for Aphrodite. However, on the side of Peppa Pig, I kind of do like how their draft functions in the early game. Fizz, Xin do still have a lot of potential to combo to the bottom side of the map with Lucian Alistar, but that is going to be a change from how they typically play. They're not going to be playing towards the Baron lane this time around. I think they're going to be looking to play towards the Dragon lane.
They've kind of repeated a bit of an early kind of pathing to get some information on where Aphrodite were going to be. You can see that ward by the entrance of the blue side, the blue buff jungle for Aphrodite, and so that could give them some information, but for the most part I don't think it's going to give them all that much more. Now see, here's going to be the problem, right? So Lucian Alistar in a lane that's supposed to be quite oppressive is going to end up being shoved back a little bit by the Janna and Corki early on.
Yeah, so Janna is a counter to Alistar in the sense that you don't really let him ever engage while you poke him out of lane, so it kind of makes Alistar in a very difficult situation. But in skirmishes towards the bottom side of the map, Alistar can definitely do a lot more, and he can also roam, which is something that Janna, like we saw yesterday, has a very hard time doing.
So hopefully Alistar is going to be able to find more map presence, be able to get more done alongside the jungler, pair that together well with Ocean.
Rough. That's not a good trade there from River. He has a little bit of a hard time trading in this lane. I think I'm not exactly sure how this matchup plays out. I guess it's a bit of a skill matchup. If you don't know how the matchup plays out, just say it's a skill matchup, right? But I'm actually not super sure how this one is going to work. They're both very confident on this champion. I do believe River played 1 or 2 games of Fizz yesterday. He first picked it today. And Zed here, you know, it's pretty even. I'm quite happy to see how this one plays out. I want to keep our attention here because there is a potential for solo kills as these guys hit fire.
Really have good reason to say this is a skill matchup. Meanwhile, you take a look back towards where the Xin Zhao and the Kha'Zix have been having. Both sides will trade Scuttle Crabs. You can see now that Ocean goes towards the Crux to pick this one up and deny some from the Kha'Zix, meaning he gets his level 5 early, and this is going to give him a bit of a lead in case they want to get a dive on the Gragas.
Yeah, but it's so hard to dive on the Gragas with these champions. Cannon as a whole really just has a very hard time diving. So I'm not exactly sure how they want to play around this because, like we said earlier on, they should be looking to play around the Dragon lane, but they don't. They just go right back to the Baron lane, just out habit.
Now they jump in, they commit onto the Corki, but Last doesn't realize that Helena is nearby. They expand, Flash, and Flash heal also burnt by the Alistar. So a number of summoner spells committed minute to escape. Helena gonna try and make a repeat.
Wow, look at the
happen,
recall.
but
Look at that recall animation from Mr. Kha'Zix. So clean.
Spirit Blossom. Oh, he cancels it for a second.
Yeah, gives us a show. Puts on a show for us.
Busy Fish stepping forward. You can see he's baiting Helena.
Oh, now he's dead. He's dead. Why not? Why cancel your recall if you're not gonna jump in there?
Wow, puts the Janna so low.
No
Where's the heal?
way,
Come
man.
on. First blood over to the max. Now with Culling.
They want to shove in this way, but he doesn't want to.
He jumps in, he's isolated, doesn't know that he's gonna be there. 700 puts his attention back towards the Alistar. That's already 1 kill. Surely want to grant this to the Corgi, who will take it with the Phosphorus Bomb.
So in the end, they still do get the double kill, but I don't think Fizzy Fish had to die there. This is kind of like the meme from Batman. You know, they expect one of us in the wreckage, brother, and Fizzy Fish has to go down with the ship. I don't know why though. I feel like Helena could have just jumped in there. Well, the moment the dash was used on Lucian.
You know, this is very interesting. I don't feel like Max and Alas would have pulled the trigger, would have gone so far forward if Fizzy Fish wasn't dead, but it's just so wild to me to imagine
No, but
that
he wasted his dash.
It just seems so wild to me that all of that happened and worked out in the way that it did. So
It's a lot of mind games, mind games.
The issue is now Aphrodite, despite the 2 kills, is still behind in gold a little bit, right?
Yes.
And so they don't actually find as
Where's
big of
that
a lead as they
coming
want
from,
to have. Yeah, let's try and figure this one out. Okay, so support difference is the 500 gold there, I believe. I think that's the main crux of the difference there.
Interesting. I guess the assist goal did pay off in the end. Here we go.
Pulling the trigger, like Wind becomes lightning, plus the Crescent Guard is going to dish a lot of damage on the Helena as well as Rossetti. But Harai has jumped in now, looking to Ignite, taking him down, pops the Death Mark, gets the kill. That's the first one to set them up. Flash away, but Ignite on Helena means he will still go down. Harai tries to reposition with the Living Shadow, still flashes away. They join back in. Rossetti with a great body slam. Harai tries to jump back in, a little bit too greedy, too over ambitious, trying to get a kill on the river. Will go down, and they try to trade back on the last, but a heal comes through. They pick that one back up. Exhaust slows down the cannon, and this should be just about it. Fizzy Fish tries to come in to assist the team, but won't be able to get much more done. Is playing that Janna, difficult to find
look
more.
At this gold.
Meanwhile, look at 700 collecting gold. Max will collect some in the mid lane as well.
Both marksmen living their best life right here, but ultimately 700 is going to get the first turret, so that's going to be a lot of gold going over to the Koki, which you really don't want to see if you're a Peppa Pig fan.
They won't be able to break over the mid lane though, so Peppa
sure.
Pig gets some good map control with this one. Both objectives alive at this point, mean they could resend to this. I think that will be the case with 700 because once they get the package, could force for this.
Oh, Helena, what happened?
Walks in, trying to steal away the Rift Arrow, but I think it's a little bit too over-ambitious. Wing becomes lightning, will collect the kill, and now Rivera looking very low. Rossetti tries to join back in, pops the cast, but they can't get anything more done. They pop the eye, that's the Rift Arrow gone.
Okay, it's package time. Are they going to fight them during this package timing again? It's something we want to look out for.
2-on-1 against the Gragas. They have the numbers advantage in the Baron lane. Might want to make something happen there,
You
but
need to do Dragon right now.
I think that's about it.
Yeah, it's probably a Dragon timing for the side of Aphrodite. Now, I'm going to tell a little bit of the story, since I expect they're not going to contest this Dragon. It's going to make me sound like a boomer, but I remember way back when, before the LCK was even called the LCK, it was called the OGN in League of Legends. There used to be a combo with Zed Janna. So how it worked was, Zed would ulti into the fights, and because he can proc his out again to go back to his original shadow position, he can go ham. He can jump into 5 people, you can chunk him out, but you can never kill him, because he's gonna flip right back to Janna. And Janna will always save him. Almost always save him. So we might see the interaction here again today. And it would be nice to see, you know, like Hiraya go crazy, try to go for a pentakill again, and always know he's in the safe arms of Fizzy Fish.
You know, I've been watching for quite a while, and I don't even recall that combo.
Oh, it was years ago, back when the Najee teams was still a thing.
Ronaldo, Peppa Pig picks up the Baron outer tier turret. The Dragon inner tier turret will start to suffer a little bit at 700 and Fizzy Fish's hands, and they're starting to trade opposite sides of the map. Dragon was picked up by Aphrodite in the same time again. Like you mentioned, they didn't find doing the package timing, instead holding on to that cannon, trying to join back in. The rest of the team a little bit far away. Recalls channeled. Aphrodite should get away safely. 700 actually stays a little bit. I'm not sure if this is going to make a difference as Lance is walking nearby.
And mid lane. Not enough damage. I think Max actually outplayed him there, used the dodge, dash to dodge out on the shurikens, and has the barrier to dodge the pop as well.
Yeah, does come in one summoner spell, but Horion does the same.
This is nice. You need to funnel some farm to your Kha'Zix because he's useless otherwise. It's not like Rengar where you can build tankier. Kha'Zix has one thing to offer: damage. So you have to give him some farm to make sure he can do that one thing. And that means Rossetti does suffer a bit for it because the farm has to come from someone's lane. But I think it's worth it at the end of the day.
Splits gold a little bit, but looking at Rossetti so far, you know, he's still scaling up pretty well. Has managed to pick up a couple of items. Curious to see if he's been able to transition into some of an AP grind, so he's going to stick to tank.
Yeah, I think he's going to stick to tank just out of comfort. That's something that he would typically do. And anyway, the laning phase is already well and truly over. He's just roaming around the map right now. I think we do see a Solari quick play, a charge play get picked up from this Corki alongside a Zhonya's. This is going to be very, very big for him. Oh, but he refunds it actually. Obstacle for the Zhonya's instead. Fair point. You can't blame him for doing that. You cannot Valkyrie away from the fish if it lands on you. So you might as well just go into stasis.
Rotating down towards Dragon Lane. Hiraya finds a 1v1 fight against the Fizz. Fizz pops the Hourglass, survives the death but Helena joining in, forces the flash away from the Fizz, and still trying to jump forward. They find the Shuriken despite the Honey Fruit.
There was a chance. There was your chance, game in this. Look at the moves. What was that?
Nah, this is too early. It's too early for that. They'll go pulling the trigger. They're jumping on the 700, but he goes golden. Does manage to survive. The Colin comes through, eliminates Fizz and Fish for the fight. They push them back, but they're onto the turret. Rossetti's so tanky. You can't quite deal with his dragons. They jump back on to the cannon. Should be able to take down last flashes over the wall. 700 looking low now. Gatling got back onto the Sin Jiao. One more arm attack with a piercing light from Max. Takes down the bot lane duo of Aphrodite, as well as this inner tier turn for a triple kill for Peppa Pig.
So close right there. Committing 2 members at the Baron lane means that Aphrodite have a numbers disadvantage in the Dragon lane. Peppa Pig wastes no time. They just go for the dive once again. We are starting to see why Cannon is a bit of a problematic pick into Gragas, into Janna. You just have such a hard time accessing the backline. I feel like Fizzy Fish needs to be a little bit more decisive with her ultimate there. You don't need to hold that for the biggest heal available. The moment Cannon tries to come in, just use it to push him right back out, and that's your job done right there. Other than that, I feel like Aphrodite, they could have turned that one around. It was very close. 700 and Fizzy Fish nearly pulling off the dual play, but ultimately it doesn't pan out.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit nice for Peppa Pig there. You know, they were blocked off, and even despite having the numbers advantage under the turret, couldn't actually get very much more done.
Yep. And a 3k gold lead starting to blossom here for Peppa Pig. Yeah, it's just about 3k. It's not game winning. It's not really even a hugely significant amount at 10 minutes in the game. But it's gonna give them a little bit of advantage going to the next few fights. Dragon is alive, and look at that. Package timing synced up perfectly for 700. He has 2 items, Essence Reaver and Solari Charge Blade this time for Rail. So he's definitely gonna be a huge threat here.
That definitely feels like the advantage that they have. Yeah, started up by the Sin Jiao, and so Ocean trying to sneak it away if he can. This fight might not be what Aphrodite want to try and go for. Rossetti's going to be nearby. Helena looking to flank this, but the rest of the team now trying to walk in. Rossetti jumps in. They're looking for the catch. Uriah is going to get stunned up, so won't be able to get much more done. They steal away the dragon. He goes over to Aphrodite. He jumps in with the package, finds some decent damage. Back onto River, but over on the side, Ocean survives. The stun connects from Cannon. They're trying to trade back. Rossetti doing the best that he can. 700, only one still left alive with the rest of his team gone. That's another triple kill for Max. They hold on despite losing the dragon.
And 700 tries too hard to kill the Fizz. Fizz is a slippery little fish. You can't really kill him that easily. He wastes so much of 700 time. I kind of feel like if Corki was DPSing that entire fight, they might have won the fight. I said nice at the start, Uriah, because he actually made a really smart play. You just find the Fizz, you find Cannon rather, out onto him. Chunk him out so he's no longer able to come into the fight. But that means that you no longer have Death Mark if you're not able to kill him, and then that means that you probably need to look for a disengage. But the members of Aphrodite, they just go in for a 4-on-team fight, and ultimately Peppa Pig 14 ace with Baron.
Look at this. Selena commits to the teleport to try and go for the steal, but ends up being there too late. So, and trades, look at this, trades his boots item for the teleport, and now it's gone. He won't be able to get back in. That's economy loss, and it's going to slow down the tempo for the Kazakhs.
It was a bit of a desperation play there for sure. I think he also might have been looking for, you know what, if I'm not able to find the steal, maybe I can pick off someone. But the Baron recall saved Peppa Pig, and they get away from this Kazakhs. And honestly, I've been very underwhelmed by the Kazakhs pick. It feels like they picked it to try to dominate the game, but double assassin, Kazakhs and Zed is very ambitious if you're not able to pull off and get a lead.
For now, Aphrodite have to worry about these Baron and Power waves coming in. They do take the flash away from the cannon as Hiraya is over the side lane trying to take him down. A little bit more should find it, and in the solo lane at least, Hiraya still holding on, but now going to be the object of attention for Peppa Pig. They're walking down, and River is going to be nearby, and so is the Sin Jiao. Just barely gets out to safety.
Yeah, and that's a very nice touch. I mean, this is something that we saw from Peppa Pig last game as well. If you're not able to 5v5, go to the side lane, try to find picks, try to, hold yourself in the game one way or another. And that's exactly what Raya does there with the pick that he finds onto Love's cannon, and that's going to be a very nice pickup for him. Gold lead though, still 5k for Peppa Pig. They're gradually pulling ahead, slowly and steady. Aphrodite, by the way, we didn't quite mention this, but they did manage to steal away the Cloud Dragon in the last fight. So even though they got ace, it's a bit of a consolation prize for them.
It can feed into an Elder Drake win condition for Aphrodite, right? So that's something to look for. Peppa Pig now, like you said, they will just continue to build the lead where they can. Rossetti is trying to scale up a little bit more. Early on, you have to give some farm to Helena to get the Kazakhs a little bit ahead, find some damage where they can. As a result, the Dragon is a little bit less tanky than they are otherwise accustomed to, but still strong enough to soak up some of the damage from the culling without worrying all too much. Now they're finding the footing a little bit. Rossetti tries to jump in, forces the cast, takes the flash away from multiple members from Peppa Pig. Aphrodite holding the mid lane. Haraya alongside Helena in the side lane, trying to pick up the turret quickly here.
This is exactly what Peppa Pig's top and jungle tried to do last game, but Aphrodite are doing it better than them this time around. Running the double assassin combo, I said it was a bit greedy if they're not able to find leads, but they're using it very well in the side lane, so that's very nice on their part. And back in the mid lane, Rossetti with a really big cost to just split apart the members of Peppa Pig. They don't quite take down Xin, but it was very close, and I feel like he honestly might not even needed to flash since he had the ultimate available to him.
And this is difficult to do in other situations, but the fact that Aphrodite are running the Janna and the Gragas being so much disengaged and the safety that provides them. Otherwise, there's so many instances where you would see Lash just run them down, jump in, pad it together with the Xin Zhao. They have so much primary engage, especially when they're ahead as they are. Should have been able to go for a fight. So this is a very instrumental kind of composition that can only work because they have two forms of big disengage.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very good point you brought up as well, Brandon. These two forms of disengage are going to keep them safe in the mid lane while they're looking for picks in the side lane. This is going to be Mountain Dragon, the third one of the game. Gold lead has shrunk, so they might take this fight.
I think they're giving this one up. You can see Haraya still very far away from the fight. I don't think he's going to commit to this because Kennen is going to be nearby as well. Haraya finally joins back in, but he's in the mid lane. Not in position to contest this. I think they're more than content to give this one up. Helena will now be the focus. He's going to lose a lot of HP, has to flash away, but Haraya going to pull the trigger, jump onto Max, trying to assassinate him where he can. Gets a decent amount of damage back. 700 jumps on with the Valkyrie. Almost loses his life. You can still see Xin Zhao hovering by his golden body. Will finally take him down. They get a shutdown back on the Max. It's a trade for Marksman. You still see Rossetti very low in health. Now faces against the wind, becomes lightning. Has to walk away from the cannon. Survives with the help of the Janna. Last moves on to Haraya. The Zed survives as well. Flashing red health bonds on the side of Aphrodite means a little bit more pressure for Peppa Pig. They cannot stop this tower from going down here.
And I think you need to ask yourself the question, how did that fight start? Helena just greedily jumped off the wall, knowing that they were around the mid lane, but still 5 members of Peppa Pig he jumped into. Ooh, so tanky this is.
Deathmark going to be used. Last ends up suffering a little bit, but Haraya will be the one to suffer more as they trade back the kill. It goes over to the cannon. River running for his life, still has quite a lot left. Like you mentioned, it's a slippery little fish, and
now slippery.
They can't even go after the Elstra 2. The Dead Man's Plate comes online. The Rocket Belt will build some distance. They won't be able to find it.
This is a good call.
They move on to the Baron. 700 is alive right now, so they could potentially try and pick this one up before they go on before they get back in. Helena being the Kazakhs gives them a lot more shred. They are picking this one up quite quickly, and
it's a very good call.
Baron over to Aphrodite.
They know that Peppa Pig are so low, even though they weren't able to finalize any kills. They know that
hello? Walks in a little bit forward, going to get stunned by the cannon. 700 in the flank is going to end up losing his own life to save his jungler. Tries to trade back against the cannon, but ultimately will go down.
Okay, I don't know if it's nerves or what, but Helena is starting to make some game-losing errors. First at the Dragon, now again at the Baron, and he cost 700 his life for 40 seconds? That is huge. They could maybe look for a dive here.
And this Corki has a bulk of the gold, 3 items complete on his end, right? Has so much damage, is going to be incredibly crucial, especially since the Zed is going to be in the side, in the flank, trying to assassinate someone. The Corki is going to be your main damage source, so losing him is going to be so much more impactful.
Look, if they had the Corki alive right now, Zed would be free to push any lane he wishes because they would be able to be a bit more aggressive towards the mid lane, use them as a 4-man unit, 3-man unit to just get some pressure on the lanes. Haraya is looking for a pick here, but smartly from Peppa Pig. I really like this. They have 2 members nearby each other to really make sure that Zed can't find anything.
Hiraya will back away, but I want to put some attention onto Rossetti, who's now completed his 3rd item, has a Spirit Visage as well as 2 armor items, going to give him a lot more survivability, a lot more tankiness, and this is going to be important in how these fights pan out. At the same time, though, Alistar has also completed quite a number of his own tank items, and where they did not have a true frontline tank, at least now Laz has managed to catch up to Aphrodite. This is very critical for them.
Yeah, Laz is going to be a very tanky Alistar as well. Very good at marking the Zed, very good at marking the Kha'Zix, as well as blocking rockets from Corki with the Mountain Dragon. Janna's disengaged. There we go.
Playing a 1-3-1, but Janna will put an end to any engaged Peppa Pig have in store. Meanwhile, Helena as well as Hiraya will be in the side lanes trying to clear out the waves, trying to take down the turrets. They've already collected one. They're pulling the trigger, trying to find a forced engage. 700 will be the object of attention.
He flew the wrong
Peppa
way.
Pig will take him down as they pursue him. Still looking for this. Helena's going to be nearby. The piercing light means they go down, but one inhib over to Aphrodite already. The second one will go down to Hiraya. They're trying to chase back. It's 1 dead for 2 inhibs.
Very impressive stuff coming in from Aphrodite. 700 gets caught, yes, but the rest of the team tries to keep him alive for as long as he can. And I thought at first, you know what? Why is 700 flying that way? Then I realized he's wasting the time. I don't know whether it's intentional or not. He could have flown the safer way and maybe stayed alive, but he did waste a lot of the time of the members of Peppa Pig, and that's going to be 2 inhibitors in favor of Aphrodite. Dragon is alive, but you know what they're saying? Hiraya is saying, I'm not coming to this. I'm going to try to end the game. I can 1v1 anyone. Just stall them.
Elder Inferno would be bad, but look at Ryan. He's trying to end things off. Rossetti walking for Helena nearby as well. They're jumping in. They steal it away. And they survive this. Helena holds on. They're still trying to trade back. They're moving away. The Kha'Zix will ultimately go down. It's a flash forward with the last couple auto tracks. The Fizz takes him down.
The Fizz takes him down at the end of that one. Not able to end the game, but Helena gets the steal in exchange for his life.
And Aphrodite, they managed to hold on, and even though Hiraya was not able to end the game in that instance and 700 was dead, Peppa Pig could not take away the other Drake. And like I was saying, you know, they have 2 Drakes. They're getting
Fizzy Fish on the blue with an auto attack.
You know, and Aphrodite are getting closer. They're using this Elder Drake as a win condition. Peppa Pig have to find some kind of response. They're going to pull the trigger on the Baron, trying to at least find one big neutral objective here.
Hiraya can end. This is going down a little bit too slow for Comfort. They have enough champions that can stop the recalls. Gragas is super good at doing that. Yeah, he tries to steal. He should have tried to steal. He should have played to cancel the recalls.
Yes, he's gonna end up not finding as much value as they want here, so they actually managed to get back in time.
Hiraya could have ended right there if the Gragas cast was used better.
Yeah, won't be able to make their way onto the base.
You're full tank Gragas. You cannot steal that unless it's a miracle. Unless like
he was
stars all aligned.
He was too empowered by Helena's place.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, true, he was inspired, but Helena is smite. That's the key difference, you know? I feel like they really just need to play to stall, stop the recalls. They have Corki with the long-range missiles, they have Gragas with explosive cast, Janna tornadoes, a million things which can stop recalls. They just need to make sure that Hiraya is safe to split, which 1v1 doesn't kill him, he's so tanky.
Well, either way, should be able to find some decent damage onto the Xin Zhao, and I think that's going to be enough for him. Just puts them in a bad spot, because now they have to respond to him in one way or another. You can see the Fizz coming in as well. I think that's basically what they were looking for. Helena's going to want to just find a flank angle where you can see the sustain from the Zed as well.
Yep. Has a decent amount of sustain. I do believe that's coming from the depth stuns. Has some very good items. Oh, wow.
Yes,
they can push.
The Zed. I think that's going to be enough. Lust should be able to take down the Zed. Hiraya does buy a little bit more time, but ultimately the Alistar grabs that one. Xin Zhao, no Crescent Guard means he cannot displace his opponent. Helena will take a little bit of harass, but ultimately 700 does not face off well against them. He goes towards the survive, but Valkyrie only expended. No flash means he goes down.
Baron
Aphrodite just does not have what it takes to end the game yet.
Aphrodite are doing some things really well, but doing some things really poorly as well. Their split push is executed pretty well, but the rest of the members in the map are uncertain about what they need to do. Gragas needs to realize, I don't have damage. I cannot kill people with my cast. I cannot steal objectives with my cast. I need to use it to displace or disrupt. And then the members of Aphrodite, their backs against the wall right now. 2 members dead. Can they defend?
Teleport's committed to try and grab this in here. They should be able to pick this one up. I'm not sure if we can go for the game-winning push yet. Rossetti will take some damage. The Gargoyle Stone Plate keeps him pretty tanky and pretty healthy here. Difficult position, and Helena jumps in, almost assassinates the Fizz. One more hit onto Riddle will take him down. It will be the case as Max looking pretty low as well. Has to remove himself from the fight. As you see Hiraya jumping on, should be able to take down the Alistar. They now get the resets from the Kazakhs. They look for the last kill onto Max. Instead, they get the cannon, they get the Xin Zhao after a little bit more effort. Rossetti chasing after, but I don't think they have to worry about this. Look at the minions in the base. They're gonna just walk in, escort them back when it becomes lightning as Rossetti tries to trade back. I don't think this is what we should be looking for. Max will go down. Helena is walking into the base, onto the Nexus, and they cannot stop this. The last teleport just for good measure, but either way, Aphrodite with the 2-0.
It was a 2-0 for Aphrodite and it qualified to playoffs. Congratulations to them, but that did not feel like a 2-0, did it, Grandin?
No, it did not. That felt like I played a full 5-game series, maybe a 7-game series.
It was so back and forth. I feel like in the span of 2 games, we saw like 8, 9, 10 swings in momentum for both of these teams. It was extremely back and forth. I feel like Peppa Pig still displayed some, glimmers of hope. Ultimately though, their game 1 performance, I would say it's much better. You need to put, I think, Ocean on a champion which he can carry on. I feel like he's been a big key for this team. And the cannon pick, once again, I'm not a fan. There's so little he can do, especially in the context of this draft, that I feel like it hurt Peppa Pig a lot. Aphrodite, good adaptation from Silence. Good adaptation from Helena and Hiraya, the 2 H's, to realize that we can side lane really well with this Baron buff, takes down 2 inhibs, but I feel like the rest of the members of the team need to realize that, hey, we can play to stop their bases, we can do so much more here to give them the space. Maybe they could have ended the game a couple minutes earlier, but at the end of the day, still a dub. We take those on the side of Aphrodite.
I think that was what was most critical, right? Being so aware of what they needed to get done. The Zed and the Kazakhs were able to make something happen in situations where the opponents were actually starting to get very tanky. You asked whether they had enough to actually take down Ocean, to take down the Xin Zhao. He did not, but he was able to pull their attention to him, right? And that's what mattered. That's what counted for the most. I felt like Max really played his heart out, was trying to make something happen. But yeah, it's a roller coaster. It's up, down, up, down, up, down. But you can see they actually went over to Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig had the gold lead, but they were just so they just didn't have the tools to effectively deal with Aphrodite. Split push coming in from multiple sides and stealing away the Elder Inferno Drake was massive. I think that really was the straw that broke the camel's back, giving them the damage they needed. I want to watch the highlights again to see how Aphrodite were able to take this 2-0 win. Will suffer now as they jump in with the move for connect on the 3. They try to block it with the Monsoon, push them away, but unfortunately won't be able to do enough. They bring them down pretty low. Rossetti's still trying to trade back, trying to make them trade back evenly. It's a triple kill back for Helena. They've actually managed to make it even for both sides. They're looking to go on safety. That's the anti-synergistic combo. That's the safety that the Janna provides. Ultimately, Ranga will come in to get the lockdown. Now they're moving on to Rossetti, but Rossetti gonna get taken down eventually. Will lose a lot of HP to the Lucian. Now they jump on to Helena. Helena with the Guardian Angel cannot survive as 5 have respawned, move back to the mid lane, and take down 3 on Aphrodite's side.
And that's a turnaround.
But it's not going to be enough as a double kill credited over to Hiraya already. They move over to the Diana finally, and Max trying to get away, dashes over the wall, gets to the blue buff side to safety, but quadra kill Hiraya, who's chasing after this last kill, does not have the flash, but has the bonus move speed. The rest of Aphrodite move into the mid lane. I think this is back onto River, but over on the side, Ocean survives. The stun connects with Cannon. They're trying to trade back. Rossetti doing the best that he can. 700, only one still left alive with the rest of his team gone. That's another triple kill for Max. They hold on despite losing the dragon.
And 700
will take him down as they pursue him. Still looking for this. Helena's going to be nearby. The piercing line means they go down, but 1 inhib over to Aphrodite already. The second one will go down to Hiraya. They're trying to chase back. It's trying to end things off. Rossetti walking for Helena nearby as well. They're jumping in. They steal it away. And they survive this. Helena holds on. They're still trying to trade back. They're moving away. The Kazakhs will ultimately go down. It's a flash forward with the last couple auto tracks. The Fizz takes him down.
The Fizz takes him down at the end of that.
Healthy here. Difficult position, and Helena jumps in, almost assassinates the Fizz. One more hit onto Riddle will take him down. It will be the case as Max looking pretty low as well. Has to remove himself from the fight. As you see Hiraya jumping on, should be able to take down the Alistar. They now get the resets from the Kazakhs. They look for the last kill onto Max when it becomes lightning as Rossetti tries to trade back. I don't think this is what we should be looking for. Max will go down. Helena is walking into the base, onto the Nexus, and they cannot stop this. The last teleport just for good measure, but either way, Aphrodite. Congratulations to Aphrodite for qualifying into the playoffs. for the Wild FC Icon Series fall season. It's a nice spot to be in and being rewarded after a few qualifying attempts. They've made their way into playoffs finally.
Finally, yeah, it's good to see them in playoffs. My only worry now is the next time when people ask me, what's the Greek god of love? And I say Aphrodite, and I'm gonna look like a clown, and we all know whose fault that is.
Yeah, that is I did actually say Aphrodite a number of times the last time in the last broadcast, but you know, it happens, and we learn and we adapt just like these teams have. And Peppa Pig will play their next match against Reformed later in the BO1s. But very quickly, before we go into the break, as we get ready for our lower bracket matches, the final last two qualifying teams, have to give a huge shout out and thank you to our sponsors 100 Plus and Secretlab for making all this possible. 100 Plus, you know, being a big proponent to esports coming in, it's been a very nice addition for us, being able to see a familiar. I think, especially in Singapore, you know, it's a very familiar brand name.
Yeah,
being
for
able
sure.
to see it on supporting local esports and international esports is very nice.
Yeah, definitely. And Secretlab Chaz as well, keeping us cozy the whole day as we watch these amazing games. I'm glad to be in the RE chair. I think it looks the coolest. I'm sorry, Grandin. Mine's probably a little bit better. Yeah.
No, I don't want to be entitled to say, like, you know, because they're a home brand, but it is nice seeing local support.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Right. So very nice that they've also come in, and honestly, they have a hand everywhere. I love that. You know, being able to
internationally as well.
Exactly. You know, every time I tune into MSI or Worlds, I always get to see that special limited edition chair, and I think
a
to
touch
myself,
of home.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be no Singaporean players there ever, but that's completely fine because it's our chairs you're sitting on.
I think they'll be very happy to hear you say that. As they also released their new EVO 2022 line, you know, the Omegas are going to still be there, but the new Titan ones are bigger, better, more comfortable for all of us. I'm looking forward to see how the last matches are going to pan out, because GE Esports versus Team OK. Team OK has been trying in every qualifier. This is the closest they've ever gone. They're now looking to make their way into playoffs if they can just get this last win out. And Peppa Pig, after a very tough match against Aphrodite, looking to try and make something happen.
Give them some time to, you know, calm down a little bit.
But Reformed might have a chance to take it away as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be a very exciting one. Once again, looking for the top jungle, Peppa Pig, to be reinvigorated. I want to see them on some more comfortable champions and try to take that one. But of course, before we get to see these last two exciting games and determine who our last two spots for the Icon Series playoffs will be, we're going to be going to a quick break.
Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dustum picks!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.
It's not too late. It's not too late.
It's the last set of games in the Wild Rift FC Icon Series Fall second qualifiers, and Astrodine have just barely managed to pull their way in after last time being blocked a step away from qualifying the playoffs. They've now managed to secure the spot alongside our top teams. Now we're taking a look at the lower bracket semi-finals. The two teams that win here will be able to find themselves a spot in the playoffs. We have first off G Esports versus Team OK and Peppa Pig going up against Reformed in 2v1s.
Yeah, these are the final teams available. These are the final slots available for these teams to qualify in the playoffs. If you miss this, that's it. You have to wait for next season. GE Esports, I think you mentioned, this is where they ended up in the previous qualifier as well. So as Team OK, they definitely ended up in this exact position before losing in the previous qualifier. So both of these teams fighting for their lives, their last chance to get into the playoffs. Peppa Pig against Reformed as well. I'm personally a little bit of a Peppa Pig fan, even though they don't have some of the best games. They are very aggressive and they're not afraid to take fights, and I think that's always fun to see. So hopefully Peppa Pig will be able to reset from their previous games and put on a good show against Reformed later on today.
Reformed in a similar position. I think GE Esports is the first time we've seen them all the way through, but I think what you're thinking about was Reformed, right? Because Reformed previously, I think some of their players were under Team Papega, and so now coming back in, they are looking to try and get their way into the playoffs now. The first match that we have is GE Esports versus Team OK, and Team OK have faltered right at the steps of playoffs last time. Hopefully now we get to see some change. We've seen a change in players, and I think that has boosted their strengths. Yeah,
we saw very well played Cocky come in from the middle laner of Team OK. Hopefully we'll see a similar performance this game.
Feet, right?
Happy Feet, I believe. Yeah. GE Esports though, they won't be the easiest opponents, I think, to play against when you're one step away from qualifying. Although we did see GE falter many times in the previous two games, I think they was this close to making it work every single time. And if the stars align for them, well, not even, I think they were so close that you can't even say something like that. If they do just make less mistakes this time around, I would actually favor GE. I think they're very solid as a team. They just need to clean up on their mistakes. Team OK, however, we also saw them minimal mistakes. Clean, methodical, clinical. If we can see that here from them again, they might be able to punish the mistakes coming out of GE.
Yeah, GE Esports, you know, one of the big things that we were discussing were how they played together with the Ultimates from the Galio. They had a very good Galio composition. Dragon was able to make good use of the Diana, bringing it online and helping set up the team for quite a bit more. Unfortunately, they were just always a step away, and I think String is going to be someone they want to focus on. I think that is Peppa Pig.
Yep.
But that is supposed to be GE
Peppa Pig
Esports.
Icon. Yeah. GE Esports are also fans of Peppa Pig, apparently.
Of course, we all are.
Of course.
I do like the Team OK logo. They had one in the past that was a bit different. Now they come in. It's
See sunglasses on as well.
This is 4K, looking very nice and
very cool.
Bands coming through will be the Akali Lucian first off, and then Braum and Ziggs will follow suit from Team OK.
Braum and Ziggs being banned away, I think these are reasonable bans. Ziggs, I think, you should always ban him if you don't want to play against it. It's perfectly reasonable. Braum being banned away from String, a little bit curious about this one. He did seem to show a preference for the Galio. On the other hand, though, GE Esports banning away Akali and... Oh, okay. The bet's actually just going to be flipped around. A little bit of a technical difficulties there. It's actually Camille and maybe Ziggs being better way. Camille Lucian instead.
Okay, yeah, you know, like you mentioned, ban Ziggs if you don't want to play against it. And
okay,
they
ban Ziggs.
GG Esports will be the one to ban it instead. Lucian, the ban for Team OK. Now looking like a Diana. We saw how effective Dragon was in the last game. I can respect and understand why they want to remove that as an option. So now Team OK are looking to see what they can snag away. For now, though, Gragas is still available as an option, so GG Esports, but we see that they like playing with the Gallium. That might be what they choose for instead.
It's a very solid first pick option, but this time around, String might be less willing to play it after the game losing mistake. Honestly, like, I know I don't want to harp about it, but it does affect the mental of the player. Like, you might feel like, I'm not feeling it on this champion today, give me something else. Even though it might just be like, you know, oh, there we go. Yeah, not feeling the Galio, even though they first picked it in the previous series. This time around, opting to just go, you know what, Renekton is fine instead, let's go for that. It is something that Shasha showed pretty good competence on. Like, she was doing very well in the team fights, putting pressure in the side lane as well, and they will just snatch up the Galio in return. You know what, you guys aren't going to take it, it's ours.
Yeah, and they still have some responses. The Darius is something quite nice for them as well. I do feel like giving away the potential Gragas option is still not the most ideal. I would have liked to have seen a bit more attention, but of course we see how Team OK are willing to play for a tankier jungle. They can still bring in things like the Xin Zhao, like the Jarvan where they need to. If the opponents don't have ways to get out of the Cataclysm, then, you know, so those are some potential options we could pan out well for them. This is what he played before as well.
Vi here doesn't really make as much sense because you don't have anything to combo with you, so they would probably want to look for the Orianna. I think that's the best possible option here. There we go. Xin Zhao coming back at it again. He can just jump in with the Galio ultimate on top of his head. That's always going to be nice. And Cocky gonna round this one off.
Orianna could be a nice pickup for them. Instead, they choose to go for the
They want an all-in. They want to dive.
They definitely want to fight this. I mean, it's a 1v1. You only have one game. Might as well just go all in, put them in a bad spot, put their backs against the wall. Gragas has managed to slip its way through and can fit in quite well, you know, as a low economy kind of jungler here. I feel like Team OK have enough tankiness as is. You know, if they want to go for something like the Janna, just to give them some disengage, some peel, some safety, this is a perfect chance for it.
Alright, Nami will serve the same purpose. It's pretty good with the Cocky because you can poke them out pretty hard in lane. And of course, like you mentioned, disengage this time around coming true from the form of the Tidal Wave. And I'm happy to finally see some Gragas mid lane, Galio mid lane rather. I feel like it's been a little bit underrated so far this tournament. I'm not sure why a lot of people favor it in the support position. I feel like can do definitely very well into this RE lane. She can't really bully you in lane and you can just push the waves and do well outside of lane in tandem with the Xin.
I can't recall. I remember someone telling me about this before, but in some, it might be because the Galio took a hit in the mid lane, like some of the stats were attuned a little bit. That might be the reason why. I can't exactly recall why, but there was a reason why Galio has been falling off in the mid lane instead of prioritized towards support. So that could be the reason. Otherwise, like you said, this is interesting. So bringing Corky back in as the marksman gives them some sort of combo, some form of safety as well. You know, playing around these package timings, package windows. You know, it's so big around these neutral objectives, which I think is going to be what Team OK want to go for.
Yeah, exactly. Package timing, something to definitely look out for. It syncs up very well with the Dragon and Rift Herald times as well. So we have to be very careful around these timings because a lot of the times Corky looks really, really good because teams fight into his package. They start the objectives when he has package, which is exactly what Peppa Pig did in the last series as well, like constantly. So that's going to be something we want to look out for. I think the story of this game is going to come down to, I think, the jungle mid, because I feel like Ahri, Vi can do a lot on the map. Xin, Galio can do a lot on the map. So we have to see how they influence the game state, and I think especially the volatile Renekton Darius matchup, a classic, something we've seen a lot. I want to see how this one pans out.
We have to be very curious about how the Ahri is going to impact the map, because it actually has some decent dueling potential early on. Having the charm and having some form of good crowd control while you're playing for these picks in these situations around the Scuttlecraft, for example, could actually be very impactful. So that might be the reason why they want to go for it. The charm is just too much value for them. Otherwise, I think that the Galio has perfectly plenty of options that they can respond with as well. It just really comes down to execution, like we mentioned before. You know, String had some issues making it work with their team composition, but now with the Galio,
he's on Gragas this time.
This is a change, and so now we have to see whether or not Happy Feet can provide a little bit more impact for his team.
Yeah, and I think as well, not to forget, Vi and Ari, they can both fly 2 screens away with Kai'Sa jumping in and Killer Instinct as well. So they have a lot of potential to pressure the backline here. The problem though is that the backline is a Galio who's pseudo tanky and wants to go in, and a Koki who has Valkyrie and maybe Package as well. So it's going to be a little bit harder to dive. You want to lock him up with Vi, but you also don't want to dive too deep. Once again, I feel like both of these top laners could have contested mid EXP, but here we go with an invade.
They're trying to get something done against the Xin Zhao. He won't be able to respond to this one out. They managed to get the full charge and ended up missing it. Olaga gonna lose a lot of HP. The Ignite takes down, flashes away, gets to safety. But no kill and no first blood. They take away red buff though.
This is one of those episodes where I shouldn't be alive here for Olaga. Instead, we'll come over, smite the blue buff for some HP and be able to clear. It would be nice if they can get control of GE Esports bottom side of the jungle as well as the red buff there, because they do have bot lane push. So using this, but I think Olaga's just way too low.
I think both might have to committed for this, right? It is going to be very
might have to use both.
In fact, we see Nami coming in
Having
to tank
leash.
it up. Yeah, soak up some of this pressure from the blue buff
that's
of
so
all
sad.
things.
Yeah, that's so sad. Having to use 2 sets of heals as well, while Ayaya lanes alone for a little bit. But that's fine because she will just be coming back into lane on this Nami. And Vido is going to get 3/4 of the jungle off this. Something you're definitely happy with. And I think it's going to set 2-5-8 ahead for a little bit of a lead here.
You have to wonder at that rate, is it just better to die and reset and come back faster so that you can actually clear out
Maybe
your
not
camp?
actually die, but
Still
maybe just reset.
Still might not be worthwhile, right? To lose that, but honestly, losing a lot of tempo now.
To get the scuttle though for Team OK, this is a very nice way to cheat the tempo. They use their top lane prior to just move mid and top to come and get the scuttle crab for themselves. Jungle loses out, but that's fine because your solos get a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, so hand it over to the Darius instead. Olaga will be able to come back quite a decent amount, you know, still about camp or 2 behind. Is a little bit painful for Xin Zhao, removing some of the agency that he otherwise has in the early game. Now they're making a bit of a repeat. Dragon to walk over to the Crux again trying to find something and cannot connect there. The charm is going to be available and no flash means they can't pick this one up. After hand connects onto the Vine, some decent damage back, but not double find. Shasha cannot take that into a kill. So they just back over the wall, flashes out to safety.
Flashes away to safety, but right now Xin has just been shut down so hard. 2-5-8 on this Vi. Very aggressive, and it's definitely doing a lot of work here for the side of GE Esports. Not an insurmountable gold lead, in fact barely a gold lead to ride home bout at all. We'll see what they can do with this one, because Vi's ultimate has been unlocked, and we know what that means. It means if you pick someone in the lane, and they're not in a safe position, they just die.
Very good calls for them to be able to put the Xin Zhao behind.
Yeah,
because
tracking him very well.
Tracking him very well, get them ahead. Shasha will be able to get a little bit of a lead over Spot now because of that though. So it's kind of a trade back between both sides. You can see how the Darius has managed to get a 700 gold lead. That does amount to basically a kill. So even though the first blood was traded back, the gold has really just been transferred and rebalanced between both sides.
Redistributing the wealth, I like it. We see a little bit of a lead here for... I'm looking up and down the sides of Team OK. I actually don't see a single person with a lead.
It's
okay,
really just
all
it's really just the Darius to the Renekton, right? But it's become much smaller now.
Yeah, it's just 100 gold here and there. Yeah. So it's just 100 gold there. Maybe mid lane has, you know, it's very close, 60 gold, 30 gold apart. But the main thing is nothing is settled yet until the first objective fight. And I want to see this side of Team OK utilize their combos well with the package to just dive in and find something with the Galio, maybe coming in on top of the Koki as well.
This is important now. Olaga is going to be a little bit behind. You can see that the Vi has completed 2 components.
Has the ulti though.
Still trying to get the lockdown to Dragon. Forces the ultimate as well as the flash, both committed in that situation, and so now they're playing on a smaller window before the Ari's ultimate expires.
Yep, and you have package as well, so while Ari does not have that Spirit Rush, you have to do the Dragon right now.
Okay, Vi charges up.
You're gonna win these.
Happy Feet responds.
Just give it up and go and take something else instead on the other side of the map. Just go and do Rift Herald, it's probably your best bet here.
But they're committing onto this. They've decided this is what they want to go for.
Why are they not fighting?
Galio still has the ultimate installed, getting ready for this. The pack is looking in position. Charm not able to connect. String will end up soaking a lot of damage, trying to jump back in. GE Sports on want to grab the Dragon, but Shasha finds the first set. The first reset gets the kill. Now moving on to Dragon, trying to get a little bit more. Renekton soaks up so much damage. They pursue on with the Killer Instinct. Fifth will be the one they try and go for. Shasha moves in with the double kill already, looking for the last one. Happy Feet jumps in to get the heal back. They find the quadra kill to take down GE Esports.
Little bit of a misplay there from Shasha, not getting the Q flash timing down, but it does not matter. She is a massive Darius right now. We talked about these juggernauts, we talked about the raid bosses, and you mentioned as well, Shasha is a big part of Team OK's success. That's exactly what we saw here. Very impactful on the Darius, entering the team fight as the raid boss that we expected. And I think a little bit of a miscommunication there with the package and the heroic entrance as well. Aya packaging it after heroic entrance had already been used and forced to just fly right back out. And now it looks like Team OK clinical once again. They want to get every objective on the map.
GE Esports, they really want to force this. They're trying to make something happen. You can see Happy Feet still pretty far away. They do get the Alpha Wizard back onto the ground, but he jumps back in with the body stat. They find the charm onto Aya, forces to reposition away with the Valkyrie instead to get some good damage back onto the enemy team. GE Esports losing 2.
Rift Herald for 2 is not a really big trade in either direction, so it's still pretty close this game. I would say that the main problem right now is can your Renekton survive side laning into this Darius? That's what we have to be curious about. That's what we have to be careful about right now.
This is such a fast tempo game. You can see more kills, way more kills per minute.
Oh, a lot of kills per minute. 11 at 6, nearly 2 a minute. It's what we like to see, I think.
And a lot of it being placed on this Darius. I suppose the one saving grace is at least the Renekton did manage to fight a little bit back. Imagine if he wasn't able to get those 2 kills, would be suffering at the hands of the Darius right now. Difference is, Rocket Belt completed by Shasha means she can get in on these fights easier, can lock them down, can run them down, and that's something GE Esports need to watch out for.
Now the problem Darius has always traditionally suffered from is he has always been a beefy juggernaut that can get into your backline and kill everything. Problem that he has is access to your backline. On the side of GE Esports, they don't really have any means of disengaging him outside of maybe a Gragas. And even then, Darius is more than happy to just stack passive stacks on that Darius. So we have to see how well Shasha plays. And like you mentioned, that Rocket Belt is going to solve a lot of these issues for him. The problem now is actually something I want to point out. Really curious. Renekton opting to go for Black Cleaver. Now has the TP enchantment as well. Wants to be a part of the fight. It's signaling really clearly. All I want to do is be there for my team. I don't need Bork because I'm not going to 1v1 you. I just want a 5v5.
GV Esports have also decided to put String on an AP kind of role, going for the Rod of Ages. I'm not sure if this is just going to be the one AP item, then they pivot out. But it will signal to them to go for some damage with this Gragas, so he can be sort of a secondary damage source. But again, this makes them a lot less tanky. And now they don't have information on where GE Esports are, so hesitant to pull the trigger. But Laga will be right beside the Renekton, and he's stepping forward a little bit here. They jump in and cannot able to connect. They force the flash away, and
they both messed up.
It there.
Apprehend misses, but Spot also misses the slice, and that means he doesn't get the dice reset. Force the flash away.
So both sides going to end up losing a little bit of tempo there. GE Esports hovering by the brush, hopeful to find somebody walking into the jungle, into that quadrant of the map, but they're moving on. Team OK to get the lockdown back on the Happy Feet, but he goes into the Hourglass to survive. Redemption going to come through, gets him a little bit more healing, but it will not save Olaga. Surely it still does. In fact, they get back up the turret, they force the flash away. The package coming in. Charm intercepts Aya, but the damage from the phosphorus bomb should put them low, and now still trying to chase forward. GE Esports managed to disengage, managed to back on, but Dragon coming up in 10. Team OK gets some control here.
So many things done well by both of these teams. GE Esports set up a 4-man play on this Galio, but of course they have the backup for the side of Team OK. Shasha as well as Olaga waiting in the wings there to be backup, even though they lack 1 man. They still managed to kind of turn it around, ultimately with the arrival of Claria's Tidal Wave from downtown. They do expand a lot of ultimates there, yes, that's right, but we'll have to see who wants to take this Dragon fight, because both teams basically don't have ults right now. Ooh, close call.
Team OK are the team that have a bit more tempo when they are the ones initiating fights.
Yeah, Herald and bot lane is going to cheat a lot of tempo for them as well. They probably will have to answer this right now, which means that this is the window for GE to start the Dragon.
But instead, looks like GE are hesitant as they stand on top of the Scuttle Crab, give away a bit of information. Shasha and Laga will respond to the Rift Herald in the Dragon lane.
They're camping them, which I guess it's fine, but they have Scuttle Crab, so they know you're not doing the Dragon, so why would they face check you?
This is interesting. We see this a lot from some of these teams. Dragon stepping forward, and Aya reeling that consistent damage source is so prone to being focused down by Dragon.
Just blast Cone over. Like, if you know they have the Scuttle Crab, just blast Cone over. They are not expecting you to do it. Why not just hop the wall and do it?
But
it's a
now it's
waste of
problematic
opportunity.
because Team OK does have their ultimates available, and so
everyone
they
has
can
ults
probably
now.
jump back in, and this is going to be a much closer fight than what they first intended. Going very even between both teams. One drop down on the Dragon means Team OK won't be able to sneak that away.
Yeah, GU Esports wasting a little bit of time here. They keep fishing for these engages, but OK have Scuttlecrab. They're not gonna face check you. Something has to be done here, and I think GE Esports are finally gonna pull the trigger on the Dragon. Or not quite. They're still trying to bait, but they're out of ward this time. Oh my goodness, they're just trying to do one step at a time, but they're figuring it out too slowly. They could have done this many years ago. Just blast cone over and rush it. They were not expected.
Many years ago.
many eons ago.
Eons ago, in fact. And it finally looks like GE Esports wanted to start the Dragon, but Team OK, to get a nice angle to walk back around, denies them the start of the Dragon.
Okay. To be fair, this is the elimination match. If you lose this, you're out. So I understand both of these teams wanting to be a little bit more conservative here. I just feel like GE could have taken the blast cone, Vi could have used Q to hop the wall, and they could have just snuck the Dragon out of suspicion.
Especially since they were hovering on top of the, hovering in the bush for so long.
Hovering in the bush, hovering on Scuttlecrab. Just too many things left there to be desired for GE. It's still going to be a stalemate right now. OK has a slight goal lead. They are able to grab the Corki package right now, so I think they'll be happy with taking a fight once they do get that.
Now with this package, it could possibly mean that Team OK are the ones looking to initiate, but I have to be curious if the Corki has managed to pick up the Hourglass enchantment already, because we know that Happy Feet has it, and that has saved his life a couple of times.
Yep.
Aya might want to decide between going for the Hourglass versus going for the Quicksilver enchantment, you know, having to deal with the charm, the Aqua Prison. Those are some things that could potentially cost her a life, but Team OK have started up the Dragon Inferno, looking within their sights. There's the teleport coming in and setting the domain, setting the stage up with the package split away spot. He's looking to try and get back in. Happy Feet over the back. He comes back in with the ultimate. They take down the Renekton first. Dragon will go down. It goes over to Team OK. When becomes lightning, secures another kill. And GE Esports, all their hopes and dreams pinned on Dragon to make something happen. He cannot find the last kill. The Winds of War barely gets out. The army will burn out and die. Team OK with 5-man sweep plus the Dragon to boot.
And Team OK, there we go. That's exactly what we're looking for. It was a stalemate for so long, but Team OK ultimately finding the game-breaking play. Happy Feet there, kind of not being on the same page with Aya. Happy Feet gets a big taunt, misses the Justice Punch, but that's okay. The main thing that happened there is Aya had already used the package to try to, you know, put a little bit of a zoning tool down.
Draws a line in the sand.
Yeah, draws a line in the sense is you do not walk past this line. Spot on Renekton tries to walk past that line, gets taken down, but Happy Feet doesn't matter, has the Johnny's enchantment like you talked about, uses that to just heroic entrance back to his team and, you know, get a big knock-up as well in the process. All that while Shasha and I are doing a bunch of DPS. Pretty good team fight coming out from inside of Team OK.
You know what's crazy was Happy Feet was all the way to the other side of the fight.
Yep.
And could call back in, join back.
It was pretty funny.
GE Esports lost focus of the Galio there, were worried about the Renekton, wanted to keep them alive, but they could have disengaged off that fight, focused on taking down Galio first, reset, and maybe look for a re-engage opportunity, because we saw what happened. They committed to keeping Renekton alive, cost them their life. So now let's see what GE Esports have in store for us. Team OK taking the time to watch out for some of these corners, not going to overextend, walk into GE Esports. Both teams have to be aware of the potential Baron threat.
Yeah, I think the question we have to raise now is how do you get back into the team, into the game as GE Esports? With side laning is obviously not at this game, so they need to find picks. Look at that, they just cannot win 5v5s. The damage is too high right now from the side of this Corki.
Yeah, they need to slow down the game somehow and then extend into the next phases, moving into the mid to late, you know, being able to find some wave and window for the Ahri to get in.
Yeah, Ahri needs to find an angle, maybe get a charm, and then they need to pop that person in tandem with the Vi ultimate. That's probably the best play they can make here. A little bit of gold being donated over the Xin.
Yes, they
want to
grab
try,
that. It
I
looks
think.
like it's going to be
Too far.
2-5-8, trying to overextend,
maybe.
move on to the Xin Body Slam
But
connects
Shasha.
from String, and it's looking like GE Esports have 4 walking up to the Baron lane, but Shasha zones them out, jumps in with the Rocket Belt, pulls them in, the Decimating Strike puts String low, and even with the heal, they can barely get out alive. Team OK forced them off. with brute force.
Yeah, we see what kind of position GE Esports is in right now, grasping at straws for these plays. They know they need to find something, but what is that something? I couldn't tell you because I don't see a play for them here. I think it's looking very difficult for GE outside of a really big individual play from maybe Kaiser Vi Ari in tandem, diving in the backline, killing Koki. It's so hard.
This is exactly what we were saying. The Gragas has now decided to go for the Bramble Vest, picks up the Gargoyle Stone Plate.
Why by Roa? I just don't get it. You're not gonna do damage
so greedy,
anyway,
right?
Yeah.
Being so greedy to go and try and elevate and boost his base damages, whereas in reality, that's not what they need. They just needed him to use his ultimate to split up the fight, build them some space, and so this might be a bit of an inefficiency for GE Esports, but thankfully they're still relatively in the game. It's about 6,000 gold difference, not that much in the grand scheme of things. At 15 minutes, they still have a good chance to win a team fight if they can find the position they need.
The best thing for String to do here would be to go as tanky as he can and just try to annoy Shasha's Darius as much as possible. Just body blocker, body slam her, explosive cask, anything to get this raid boss 505 Darius out of the fight. And look at the items: Dead Man's Plate, GA, Bramble Vest. Who exactly is going to kill this Darius right now? Ari? Ari doesn't really have damage as a champion.
Doesn't look like it's going to be anybody. And even Olaga has optimized for the steroids gauge, built straight into double tank items, you know. Even
so much
being
damage
put behind in the beginning is just come back in and not being able to get killed here is such a big bonus for Team OK. It's a 5v5, both sides staring down the dragon. Package going to draw a line to the sand and try to take down Happy Feet first, but the Crescent God will knock back spot. He's going to go down. It's a double kill with the Nami, finding enough damage to kill them all off. And they jump back in, looking to duck on the dragon, finds the damage props from the Darius beat stacks. Dragon gets stunned, and now they're on the fifth, who will be pulled back. It's 2 kills, head over to Aya. Happy Feet finally goes down, but Team OK are walking in. It's the victory march, moving on to the Nexus. Inhibitor goes down. They have this one last creep to escort into the base. They are just going to tank it up. They can go on to the Nexus. They don't have to worry. They take this one down, and Team OK finally find the spot in the playoffs.
They finally get the spot in the playoffs. They overcome the barriers that they had in the previous qualifier, and they get there this time around. They beat out GE Esports in what I would say it was a pretty convincing game. We talked about how Team OK win their games. They're clinical, they're methodical, and that is exactly what we saw here. They played around the cocky package timing. They played around Darius's power spikes, getting quadra kill, I believe, in the first Dragon fight as well. 6-0 and 9 on this Darius. Definitely a very well played game for Chashalala, and a Happy Feet as well. I think this Galio did a lot of work for them in team fights. Dragon getting the SVP there, I'm not really sure about that one, but then again, I couldn't think of a better person to give it to. Commiserations to GE, they are out of the tournament. I wouldn't say it's the best showing from them. It left a lot to be desired from me, but hopefully this is a learning experience for this team and they can come back stronger next time around.
I mean, Team OK took multiple qualifiers to get into this, right? To get into playoffs. So as for every team, I would say GE Esports had a very good run, making it all the way in to this position. Ultimately will drop to Team OK, who will be joining the rest in the playoffs group. For now, we have the highlights between this set as this is a very nice Darius score. It's nice.
Yes,
with the quadra kill to start things off, let's take a look back at the highlights. Now they managed to get the full charge and ended up missing it. Olaga gonna lose a lot of HP. The Ignite takes down. He flashes away, gets the safety. But no kill and no first blood. They take away Rip. Galio still has the ultimate install, getting ready for this. The pack is looking in position. Charm not able to connect. String will end up soaking a lot of damage, trying to jump back in. GE Esports on one to grab the dragon, but Shasha finds the first set. The first reset gets the kill. Now moving on to the dragon, trying to get a little bit more. Renekton soaks up so much damage. They pursue on with the killer instinct. Fifth will be the one they try and go for. Shasha moves in with the double kill already, looking for the last one. Happy Feet jumps in to get the heal back. They find the quadra kill to take down GE Esports. Dragon's jumps back in with the body stand. They find the charm onto Aya, force the reposition away with the Valkyrie instead to get some good damage back onto the enemy team. GE Esports losing 2. Team OK looking in their signs. There's the teleport coming in and setting the domain, setting the stage up with the package split away spot. He's looking to try and get back in. Happy Feet over the back. He comes back in with the ultimate. They take down the Renekton first. Dragon will go down. It goes over to Team OK. Win becomes lightning, secures another kill. And GE Esports, all their hopes and dreams pinned on Dragon to make something happen. He cannot find the last kill. The Winds of War barely gets out. The Ari will burn out and die. Team OK with 5-man sweep plus the Dragon to boot.
And Team
Side staring down the dragon. Package gonna draw a line to the sand. Trying to take down Happy Feet first, but the Crescent God will knock back Spot. He's gonna go down. It's a double kill for the Nami. Finding enough damage to kill them all off. And they jump back in, looking to duck on the dragon. Finds the damage prompts from the Darius Beat stacks. Dragon gets stunned, and now they're on the fifth, who will be pulled back. It's 2 kills, head over to Aya. We're down to our last match. It is Peppa Pig versus Reformed, as they look to see which team will get into the playoffs and which team will have to wait to the next season of the Sea Icon series to make another attempt.
Yeah, one slot left. 2 teams remaining, Peppa Pig and Reformed. We've seen a lot of good things from both of these teams. Even in Peppa Pig's loss earlier today, I think they had some really good moments. It was a very intense BO3 that we saw less than an hour ago. So I want to see if they managed to, calm down their mentals a bit, reset, and be prepared for this new match against Reformed. I also want to see them go back to what they did successfully yesterday. Play an aggressive Baron lane plus jungle combination, which I think is the bulk of where the success comes from. On the side of Reformed, if you can do what we saw earlier today, Team Aphrodite did, withstand their pressure in the top side of the map, I think maybe you can try to out-macro them and out-teamfight them around the map.
That was pretty wild, right? Peppa Pig brought in a totally different kind of team composition, something we haven't got to see before. They brought in the cannon, they brought in the Fizz, all sorts, all manners of champions in order to make the win happen, make it possible. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do so.
They nearly did, honestly.
Yeah, they were really close, and we were very worried for a moment, but as they now drop down to the lower brackets, Reformed have this chance to maybe take this win away, and I think that taking down Peppa Pig will be a great experience for them if they can take this win.
Yeah, so Peppa Pig or Reformed, I mean, this is going to be a very exciting one either way. Shall we, since it's the last game of the day, since it's the last game of this whole qualifier, shall we have a little fun? Shall we have a side bet? Who do you think is going to win this one?
Oh boy. Okay, I feel like if we say this...
No, I'll take the other side from you.
You'll take the other side? No matter what I say?
Yeah.
Man,
over dinner,
This is difficult. This is difficult.
It's up to you. Put the pressure on you, just like the pressure's on Peppa Pig right now.
No, okay, so I want to say that Peppa Pig can take the win.
Okay.
Okay, but Reformed have been looking better and better.
You have to make a choice.
I have to make a choice.
You have to make a choice.
I'm going to put my bet on Peppa Pig.
Alright, I like it. I would have taken Peppa Pig, but I respect that. I think Team Reformed, let's go. We're going to be cheering for them here today. I think they have the potential to take it. Like you said, they have been looking a little bit better.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make you scared about your prediction right now. Oh, you win, just like that.
Wait, no, you win.
No, you said Peppa.
I said Peppa Pig would win. The Peppa Pig has forfeited the match. So Reformed have won by default and will get in the playoffs.
Yeah. Okay, so Peppa Pig has forfeited the match. Yeah, it's kind of what we expected.
Look, how flushed I am. This is they literally pulled me into the situation. You put me in the situation. If I had delayed for 5 more seconds.
Okay. It's kind of what we expected. Peppa Pig, it seemed like they were a little bit flustered after the first game, going for the surrender as well, and then now forfeiting against Reform, deciding, you know what, we're not going to play that out at all. So congratulations to Team Reform. They're going to be making it into the Wild Rift Sea Icon Series playoffs for Singapore.
They joined Team OK from the lower brackets, and they will also be joining Aphrodite as well as Team Happy in the upper brackets. So a very big congratulations to our 4 teams that made it into playoffs, who will be once again playing for the lion's share of that prize pool. It is just one out of many that they can stand a chance to win, because right after fall season we have a regional tournament, then after that we have an international tournament. We have so many competitions in store for us for the Wild Rift scene in Southeast Asia and globally. I don't know if you got to see the Symphony of Light stuff. You managed to see the live stream?
No, not quite.
They brought in a bunch of local instruments from the region, and they were playing on them. I don't even know how to say half their names, but there were violins, there was a bass and stuff like that. And so they had a full orchestra with the Symphony of Light, and it was a really cool thing to see.
Definitely.
And as we come to the end, because this has been, we skipped that last BO1, that we've said, we'll say that it's already happened. I invalidate our side bet, by the way.
It's fine, it's fine. It makes sense. Yeah.
All this has been made possible by our sponsors for allowing us to take the step forward to be able to do all these things. The first one that we want to talk about is definitely going to be 100 plus. Being able to, and you can see Omo has now been converted into
sugar.
It's
been a long day.
It's only a matter of time before I convert them all to sugar, right? All my co-casters start on the
We're
desk
trying to be healthy, but
saying they're going to go 0, and after a little while they see the sugar option is just too good. The original is there for a reason, and we will a big shout out to them for making all this possible to up your hydration game. And it's one of the prizes that our teams have for winning the competition.
3 months of 100 plus is a lot of 100 plus, so definitely I think the top 3 teams, right,
Yes,
from the
top
playoffs
3.
will get a 3-month supply of 100 plus. So I'm definitely hoping to be one of those teams, but unfortunately I'm not nearly good enough to part with, so I'll be cheering for teams that do get it. And of course, just a reminder as well, we have one sponsor, Secretlab. The champions will be getting 5 Secretlab chairs of their choosing. I don't
Of the
believe
League of Legends
any
design.
of the League of
League of
Legends
Legends
designs.
designs, yes.
Does that include the new ones, the Pike and the Miss Fortune
I think
and
terms
all
and
that?
conditions you have to check with
Okay,
the backstage
It's
crew.
okay, I won't be the champion anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I won't need to look into that. But for the champions, definitely, I think that would be a good option. I'm a big fan of the RE chairs, I've mentioned like 60 times today.
Yeah.
I think it's actually really cool. So yeah, thank you to 100 Plus, thank you to Secretlab.
Yeah, they have released the Titan Evo 2022 line, so it's something nice to see, you know, bringing in more of the soft weave kind of colors. I know you mentioned that you like the soft weave a little bit more,
definitely.
right? But I think that they have actually a bunch of options, like you can reposter them after a while, you know, once they...
I'm just afraid if I get the soft weave cookies and cream
Yeah.
and I get food on it, I'm done for.
No, that's the thing, you can rehoster it,
Okay.
you can bring it back in and they can get it clean, change out the, you know,
That's
repair it
awesome.
whatever when you need it, and I think that's just something nice, like the nice post-sale support that they
Lasts
offer.
for a very long time.
Yeah, definitely. I think they have like a guarantee, you know, so if like it doesn't work out in X amount of time, you can bring it back, they'll
Awesome.
fix it up for you again. So it's very nice customer support, especially with their one of their bases being located in Singapore. It's very convenient for us back here locally. So as well as Elephant for, you know, organizing the event, the official partner of Riot Games in Singapore, running the tournament and making all this possible. It's been a very nice run into qualifiers. We're going to go into a break for the next few weeks before the end of August, 21st and 22nd, where the playoffs will happen. Alliance has been waiting in store and they've been preparing, they've been leveling up, they're going to come back even stronger.
Yeah, they've had a chance to test their skills against the best of the region, so I'm excited to see how all these teams, which we've seen improve from qualifier to qualifier, will match up against, I think it's what's undisputed, the kings of the country right now, the Kings of Singapore Alliance, and see how they really stack up against this.
I can only imagine if every loss makes you stronger, they get smacked by G4, how much stronger that must make them, right?
Well, the players there have been getting smacked by G4 for years, so hopefully they've been getting very strong.
Because they've all been building up for this moment. With that being said, guys, we've come to the end of the broadcast for today. The second qualifiers will see 4 more teams join the remainers that have already qualified into the playoffs. I've been Gamenism, with me has been Omo, and we'll see you guys next time.
Come on, you! Let's dance!
I'm on it, Black Shoe! Time to strike!
You think you can outshoot me? Captain Chemo on duty!
Let's do it! Delta Sierra at 12 o'clock!
Dust of this!
Nothing a little gunpowder won't fix.